one way to find out. So here, let's check and make sure that the stream is live, and then I'll start saying hello this time.
Looks like it came up.
Cool.
Then went down. Maybe it's just me, though. It's back up.
Bufferino. That's saying offline for me. It's saying that it's offline, but we're clearly live.
Yep, you're offline. I mean online, sorry. Words. They're hard.
Alright, so we're making progress at least. HTML5, right? I'm pretty excited. What up, Shadzar, Nikki, and Dust, DP? How's it going, everybody? We are just finishing getting set up here. So, welcome to the second episode of the Strange Eons podcast, where I grab somebody from Twitch or YouTube or the general ether of the internet. I drag them onto the hot seat to interrogate them with nonsensical questions of no real consequence. Well, we might get into some consequence, but it's cool. It's cool. We're all adults here.
That's what my license says, but I'm not really sure about that
Right.
at all. Not even a little.
Debatable.
Generations past, people my age had gone to war and come home and started a family, and meanwhile I'm just worried about getting the right item level for Legion so I can get into Mythic dungeons.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier too. Like, how much stranger a man's life is at the age of, we'll say, young 30s now than it was 20 years ago, and then going back 40 years ago and further back.
Yeah.
It's like, if you go far enough back, and we should both be dead by now.
Well, you talking about like the death rate, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's a misnomer because infant mortality rate is typically counted in that, which is what drags it down.
Right.
So
right.
if they made it out of infancy, typically people would live at the same age they live now, 70-ish.
That's true.
Some get those blessed, decrepit extra 15 years.
Also, I think I remember reading in the Bible when I was a young lad that Moses lived to be like 300, right? So, I mean...
There was all kinds of super old people in the Bible, like Methuselah and shit.
Yeah, the Bible would have made a great graphic novel. There's monsters and heroes.
I am positive I've seen at Barnes & Noble the animated Bible.
Oh, I'm sure.
Illustrated Bible.
I'm sure there's like very Christian, like, these are the lessons of life, straight from the hands of God, and delivered to you in a pop-up book. That's kind of when you know religion's hit the rocks. This is like you're just aiming for the cheap seats at this point.
Well, it's all they got left, right?
That's true. That's true.
You gotta put people in the pews, I guess.
Homer.
Not to bash on anyone who's religious, but
Well, that's kind of a gray area for me. I don't like to bash on people for their religion, but like I think all religions are equally ridiculous, so they all kind of have their merits in some way, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So like kind of like if you looked at them all objectively and kind of cherry picked the best bits of all of them, you could probably
like Christianity. Oh wait, sorry.
Right.
Sorry, you were saying?
Well, no, I mean the good parts.
Oh, well, sure. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes people aren't comfortable with the fact that there's nothing left after, you shuffle off this mortal coil.
Right.
And frankly, I'm quite happy about that because when it's done, it's done. And I don't have to worry about you bullshit anymore.
Yeah, who was I talking about this with? It might have been like Trip and Ammo. This was definitely like a me, Trip, and Ammo conversation, I think. Because it was like, I don't care what happens to me after I die. Like, just...
Oh, yeah. Oh, we were talking about that
yeah. We were talking
yeah.
about that on D&D, yeah. Because, like, if I had to pick anything, it's feed me to a giant squid. Like, that's what I want to have happen to my body after I'm dead. Because I'm not going to really care anyway, and it would be just really metal. So, I think that would be a fitting end.
Well, then you give them
to my
indigestion, that floats to the
corporeal
surface.
form. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And then truly you are the scourge of the deep after it passes you.
Right.
We all live
It's
on a squid shit somewhere.
true. Over a long enough scale, we all end up as squid shit.
Mm-hmm.
Words of wisdom from Buckle. We're off
Right?
to we're off to a great start.
Yeah,
This episode is going to be called Squid Shit.
yeah.
Oh
I'm
boy.
okay with that. I'm all right with that.
So
So it could be a
speaking
byline to my life.
speaking of overly zealous Christians, did you happen to watch the roast of Rob Lowe?
I didn't. Is
Oh
he
man.
Christian?
Well, no, they had Ann Coulter on there for some reason.
Oh, okay. Uh, I'm sure they've worked together, but she seems like a horrible person.
Yeah. I I'm not sure if she's genuinely a horrible person or if this is kind of like what media in the new world is now, where kind of everybody is this over the top WWF esque caricature of themselves, really. Like, I kind of don't really know
Yeah,
how
sure.
much of the shit she says she really believes. Or, like, how much of it are you just saying that to sell your dumb fucking books or whatever it is?
I generally assume that everyone's just trying to sell me something, regardless of whether or not they believe it. And you know what? I would be more trusting and forgiving of someone who said, "I don't believe this. I just want you to buy it," than I would have someone pretending.
Gotta play to the cheap seats, man. That's what I'm
I know.
talking.
I get that. But
Gonna keep coming back to that, but it was just, it was really
the Transformers movies. Sorry.
like everything leading up to her going up to the podium was really, really good. I was really surprised by how well Jewel did. Remember singer-songwriter Jewel from the 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was, dude, she looks great.
She looked great then too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
My wife was a big fan of Jewel, so I was a big fan of how Jewel looked. Yeah. And sometimes she was a pretty good songwriter.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I probably couldn't tell you more than 2 songs that she wrote, and not by their title. It would be more like I hum the melody
Yeah, yeah.
poorly.
I could do that. Something
Um,
about saving her soul or something. I think
Yeah,
that was the chorus of a song.
I like her
Yeah.
singing style. But anyway, her delivery was really good. Obviously, like a lot of these people, like these celebrities that aren't comedians, they're not writing their own material.
Right. You just got
They
some,
have they have roast writers that give them all these jokes, and then they can kind of tweak them and kind of make them their own. Um, but she literally went up there with like an acoustic guitar and like in between jokes would just kind of like strum chords and stuff. It was really, really funny.
That's pretty good.
But yeah, she was great. She was like laughing the whole time. But Ann Coulter, she was just like this black cloud that kind of hung over the affair, because like she didn't laugh. Like she'd kind of smile, like that weird like I'm gonna kill you later smile. And it was just like every time they'd take a crack at her, the camera pans over to her, and she's just doing this like, my mouth is smiling, but the rest of my face hates your fucking guts. And
I love that when the eyes don't smile.
like you could easily just put like the backdrop of like locust sounds behind it, just like but yeah, like she was just like stone the whole fucking time. And then she got up, and it was painfully obvious that she did not use any of the material that was given to her, and instead tried to be funny on her own, which in that of all comedic genres,
Yeah.
you're gonna get torn apart.
Well, what was the roast recently where Norm Macdonald reversed it? And he was unfailingly nice the entire time.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember exactly who it was they were roasting.
Well, and then everyone around was like, they were visibly like mad and uncomfortable because they didn't get it that he was just being nice and he was subverting the roast, the whole genre of roasting just by being nice. Like, hey, you're a great guy, a great actor, whatever it was. I thought that was just. I think that's probably the funniest roast I've ever seen because yeah, you
Right.
got to be funny, and this is like gut-bustingly funny to
Well,
watch
Norm
him just do
Macdonald
that.
has that special kind of delivery where he can really pull that kind of humor off.
True. Yeah.
That like total deadpan humor of like you're not really sure if he's serious or drunk.
Yeah. Well, maybe a little mentally handicapped. Sure. Um,
But I
yeah.
remember him being on Conan O'Brien years ago, and he was definitely loaded. He was either fucked up on some pills or he was wasted. And he was just like rattling off these absolute nonsense stories about like how his grandfather had been like a railroad dick back in like the 18 whatever, and his
Yeah.
name was Kitchener Leslie, and he used to beat up bums. But it was like this long, like really totally, he's trying like that total Norm Macdonald deadpan humor.
Yeah, guys, it was a Saget roast.
Yeah, it
But
might
with
have been
it,
Bob
like
Saget. Yeah.
when he was on SNL and they had him playing Burt Reynolds in Celebrity Jeopardy, and he came out and like, is he playing a character of Burt Reynolds or is he just drunk? Like you can't tell. Like the one where he's got
Yeah.
the gigantic cowboy hat on.
Yeah.
He probably just showed up with that. And they're like,
This is constantly chewing the gum.
yeah. Put him in, I guess. And he's like, yeah, look at my hat. I don't know, just roll with it.
Yeah, Norm Macdonald's like a special kind of comedic genius. But yeah, dude, Ann Coulter went up to the podium, dude, and she just bombed. Like bombed isn't even the word. It was an absolute
Dude.
holocaust of
Oh,
humor.
Jesus.
Like it was just this ham-handed,
Mm.
like it would be like if you took like some average 50-something-year-old woman and put her up in front of an audience and said, try and be funny and say mean things about people. But yeah, it was just like this really awkward, like, she was using a lot of political humor and like,
Well, sure.
yeah, like she went straight political humor, and like her other jabs at like the other roasters were just like nonsensical at points. There was this young guy, I can't remember his name, but she said something to him. I don't remember exactly what it was because I ended up dying laughing just from his reaction. Because it was just like this, like it wasn't even a joke. Like she set it up right. Like the premise was there, but then the punchline was just like that's not a punchline. Like you kind of just repeated part of the premise, and then that doesn't make any sense. And he literally just like leans forward. And he's like, ha 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 ha, good one. I fucking died, dude. Oh, and by the end of it, like it pans back over to that same comic, and he's literally sitting in his chair, like leaned back, like head all the way back. I'm like, oh my god, when is this gonna end? And yeah, like that was like the silver lining to the black cloud that was Ann Coulter at the Rob Lowe roast. Like I'm a big fan of comedy, and like I have a lot of respect for stand-up comedians because what they do is not easy. Like they make it look easy, like especially when a comedian like gets big and they really hit their stride, and like they've kind of gotten over that fear of jokes failing because they know that they can bounce back from it. So there's like a calmness in their delivery and like confidence. And
Chris Hardwick talks about that a lot.
Yeah.
This guy, because he's a stand-up comedian, and like when he talks about it, he's fully logical, fully coherent. I get behind everything he's saying. Oh yeah, you got to overcome that hurdle. You got to be calm with yourself. Don't get competitive with the audience if they're not, taking your material. It's okay to walk away from that stuff. And then I watch his comedy, and I expect him like, oh, he's gonna have a refined routine, and then he does not tickle my funny bones. Like it's a good thing that you're a great podcast, interviewer and podium host because you are not funny at all.
yeah.
But I guess people like him a little bit.
That's another thing too, is like humor is definitely subjective, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure Ann Coulter in certain circles would absolutely fucking kill.
Yeah, she probably shreds in her little group of political toadies or whatever. But
right. At the local rally.
Humor is funny because I can appreciate a lot of the stupid stuff that people find funny. Like all the stupid, like, pot humor movies and shit like that. I can get where
Right.
people think they're funny. Like at Pineapple Express, just use pulling that one, whatever, the Seth Rogen movies. Like, okay, that was okay. It was, it was funny. But the people like lose their shit over it and like dick and fart jokes and stuff. And I'm just like, I don't, I don't find you funny. But shit like
It depends on
DP,
the dick and fart jokes, man.
sure. I mean, yeah, if they're well crafted. But I mean, you said it for any joke. But there's shit like DP will say stuff that is just so sly and under the radar that it catches me off guard. Like I'm halfway through reading or hearing what he's saying, I'm like, oh shit, now I get it, and that's really funny. And it's
Yeah.
like I really prefer that kind of humor over the here is my joke. Let me tell it again louder now. Like, oh my god, just shut up.
Yeah,
But
I'm
everyone seems
I'm
to love that.
definitely drawn to like the crazier, wilder comics, if anything. Like I'm a big fan of Joey Diaz. That guy's out of fucking control.
That's the thing. Like the louder they get, the less inclined I am
Well,
to
he's not
listen to
even
them.
necessarily loud. Like he can be even very like muted at times. But just like his stories are out of fucking control.
A good storyteller will always rope
Yeah.
me in. Like John Mulaney, his sitcom was terrible because they tried to adapt his stand-up routine. And he has like this 30-minute story, and I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but it resolves in a way that stealing something from people, a thing that his friend does, and the reason why he does it. And it was this long story that gets to this one part that's horrible. But because he told the whole story, like, that was amazing. I couldn't stop laughing at that.
Right.
And then or the one I'm sure everyone's heard that one where like he wanted some Xanax or something to get on a plane, and so he went and he didn't want to just tell the doctor he wanted Xanax, so he went in and said that he peed 11 times a day, and just the insanity of this premise where he just
Right.
couldn't admit what he wanted, and he said like apparently 11 is too much, so he had to go through this whole thing to say, and also I'd like some Xanax, like just that's the kind of stuff that ropes me in as opposed to
Now I'm
like
on bladder medication and
yeah, right. Like I like that kind of thing as opposed to like the movie Waiting, where they're showing each other their ball sack for 90 minutes. I'm like, oh my god, why do people find this funny at all? I don't get it.
but the king, as far as I'm concerned, with storytelling type humor, has got to be George Carlin.
I knew you were gonna say
He
Carly.
he
Yep.
absolutely set the standard, and you can see that influence in pretty much any storyteller type comic today, where he was really one of the first to he'd go along on this long story and there would be jokes and punchlines along the way, but then he would bring it back around at the very end and close it up and tie it up in this nice neat little bow and just boom, deal with that cocksucker, like just
Yep.
end on that just
Yep.
big bang, the story all comes together. And there's like, just to be able to write that way, let alone perform that way, is a huge talent.
Well, I think that takes a certain way of looking at the world that may take some kind of. Well, we all know he was deeply cynical, but like
Yeah.
it's like you have to be so detached in your way of thinking to really dissect something so well, and like even have other people cynic in the other way, be like, oh yeah, yeah, that's right. Even though it's funny, that's right. But
Yeah. And this, like I just found out recently, they're going to be releasing some unreleased material that Carlin had done, and the reason why it was unreleased is really fucking weird. Because it was set to be released the day after 9/11 happened,
oh yeah, yeah.
or like the day before, the day of, or day after, some like right on that day, pretty much. And the title of it was called "I Kinda Like It When a Lot of People Die." And just like, how fucking weird is that?
Like there were so many things. Another one right off the top of my head is the band Dream Theater.
Yeah,
They released an album right at that time that had a plane hitting a building as their album cover, and they just halted that. Like, how many things were all piling up for that one moment? That it's
yeah.
really weird the amount of stuff
I've heard
that
a
was
lot of
happening right
like
at that time.
strange coincidences around like media and 9/11 happening, and like things
Yeah,
that came out and like or were slated to come out. They had to change art, like things like that.
yeah,
Yeah, it's really really weird.
yeah. So
But I
yeah,
mean,
you
I'm
kind of
eager to hear it. I mean, I
yeah,
think a reasonable enough period of time has passed. He
yeah,
certainly
plenty of
didn't.
time.
It wasn't a premonition or reactive to the actual event, so I don't think
Well,
there
and
will be.
it doesn't even actually really mean that he wants people to die. It's just a punchline. It's just a gag, right? And
Right.
it's like, yeah, it's like, yeah, we'd all love for like half of the dumb people we impede who are bothering us in a day to be gone. Not necessarily dead, but just gone, and that's all it means. But I had a realization that everyone is someone's dumb person, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
it's kind of like a sliding scale of like,
yeah.
because you're only like,
Oh my
I
god.
don't necessarily agree with this concept of like you're either dumb or you're smart. Is that people just have different types of intelligence.
Well, yes, but intelligence is a bell curve, and some people have to be on that left-hand side. Some people are just dumb.
Right, but
But yeah,
like some people have like athletic intelligence. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah, and that's definitely a thing. I agree.
Um some people have like mechanical intelligence,
Hmm. Yeah, I absolutely agree.
intellectual intelligence. You know what I mean? I don't know where the hell I fall on that spectrum. Probably nowhere. Like
Yeah.
I know about Dungeons and Dragons. You guys want to kick up a game, I'm your dude. But like so for example, like I could have an equally engrossing conversation with some rust belt mechanic who's been, working on cars his entire life.
Yep.
And just, like he could probably fix just about anything that happens wrong with a vehicle. I, on the other hand, I'm the schmuck that's paying him to do that because
The
I have
monkey
no
hitting
fucking
miles with a
idea.
stick. Yep.
Exactly. I mean, I can kind of do a few things. I can replace my headlights if any lamps go out. I pretty much, well, got that covered, but
Well, it's also scope of experience and
right.
proclivity, right? If someone sat you down and showed you, oh, this is how all these things go together, right? Something simple as oil change. Put it up on blocks,
Right.
pull this thing, drain it out, and then you can follow that along, make the intuitive leap. But it's also the motivation. I could get under there and put it on blocks and open this little thing and drain it out, or I can just drive down and give someone
Right.
$15 and do it for me, right?
Get her done, Jim Bob.
Yeah,
Get her done.
yeah. I mean, so what bothers me, like everyone basically has the ability to do everything, right? It's all capable, but some people just don't wanna, and that bothers me. But yeah, and then those are my idiot of the day.
Yeah, so I mean, but there's also like a willful ignorance that people have
Yes.
sometimes where it's like, well, I know this is the truth because Fox News told me or MSNBC told me. It's just like, you do understand that there's a thing called the internet where you can go to do something called fact checking. And like just nobody does that anymore. Like, what happened to that? That's like the best part of the internet, in my opinion, is you can literally find out anything, pretty much anything you want to know how to do.
That's a double-edged sword though, right? Because if you want to find evidence that supports your belief, even if your belief is contrary to the actual truth, you can find it. So you end up in an echo chamber, right?
That's true.
So all the idiots, like, so Google's trying to help you, right? Google, Bing, whatever. They're going to keep finding results that are interesting to you. So if you really want to believe that vaccines cause autism because you're a fucking mongoloid, right? And you keep looking up results for that, and you're going to keep clicking the ones that say yes, it happens, or like all these fucking blogs and tumblers and shit that say, oh, it happened, my whole family got autism, right? You keep clicking those, Google's just going to keep feeding you those links, and you're never going to get those other ones that say otherwise, right? So that's, you know people get caught up in the hype of those things and the Fox News as much as those of us get caught up in the new fucking game that's coming out. It's the exact same part of our brain lighting up.
That's
So
true.
we're just fucking herd mentality, right? We're just looking for whatever the shiniest front animal is to chase.
What's this
And
we
if
talk? You got a mouse in your pocket?
well,
I'm
it's the whole human race, right?
Yeah,
All of us.
we definitely have our tribes, and some people more so than others. Like, I've never had a problem being the loner isn't necessarily the right term, because that makes me feel like I'm skulking outside a government office, just waiting for my time to strike. Um,
Hmm.
I guess solitude never really bothered me, so I never had.
Sure.
I just lack that part of my brain that lights up when, or like I don't have that need to be part of a group. I just kind of naturally gravitate towards certain people.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and that's the
But other people like don't have that same luxury, I guess, that I
yeah.
have.
It takes all kinds, really. Some people
Yeah.
are more at home in a crowd, some people are more at home by themselves, and it's gonna ring through in what they research or get excited about, right? So even though you're solitarily quiet about some, new D&D release or something like that, there's a whole bunch of people that are very excited about that, and just
You
you haven't
just don't
encountered it
know.
yet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yep.
But yeah, I found this out recently. So like they had earthquakes in Oklahoma recently. I had
Yep.
no idea that the whole reason why they're having earthquakes in
It's fracking.
Oklahoma is because of fracking. Like,
Yep.
and what? Like, how is this not like?
Sure. Everyday
How is
people are
this not
like,
like bigger news that like
oh,
you guys need to
because
knock it the fuck off with that? The Earth
because
is clearly upset.
the people who are fracking get paid a lot of money,
That's
and
true.
they have so much money that they can just be like, "Stop talking about this, please." Oh, okay, yes, no problem, and they go away. That's why
That's
Flint,
true.
Michigan's water is fucking on fire, right? It's the yeah, we're pissing off the Earth, and it's not sentient. It doesn't give a fuck, and yeah, parts of us are just gonna fall into the external layer of the Earth because we're pushing water into it
Yeah.
and chemicals. Yeah,
I think if I ever make T-shirts for this broadcast, the back is just going to read, "The universe is trying to kill you all the time.
yeah. Well,
The
sure.
universe
I
is
mean,
trying to kill you all the time,
yeah,
without
we're moving
fail."
towards entropy for sure.
It's it's harder for life to exist than it is for it to not exist. In just
Yeah.
simple scientific terms. There,
Hmm.
like any number of things could just wink us out in a fucking heartbeat. So why
Oh,
worry? You know? I think
well,
that's kind of like the underlying premise of all my beliefs is just like, well, in terms of the big picture, the grand picture, does it really matter? Is it worth getting upset about? Not really.
so there's a degree of that, right? And that's the ultimate nihilistic viewpoint. Don't get worried about it because we're an infinitesimally small speck in this gigantic fucking universe. But that's great. You know what? On this equally infinitesimal speck on this fucking planet, I don't want to step on used condoms and fucking garbage gross shit and deal with upset tectonic plates because people are shoving chemicals underneath it. I'd like it, to kind of keep going. And you know what? We're
Right.
probably fucking unique in the universe. So if we kill ourselves, who's to blame but fucking us? So maybe stop doing that.
I blame
But
I blame
fuck
Judas.
you, I got mine. Well, sure. He's the ultimate douchebag. He's the
That
anti-Wolverine.
fucking guy.
Right.
30
He has
goddamn
pieces.
pieces of silver.
That
Actually, like that would have been a lot of money back then, huh?
would have been a whole lot of money. Sure. But still, when you weigh it against, his supposed best friend,
Eee.
no. So yeah, don't. Should you get concerned about most things? No.
Not
I
as much
don't.
as people do, to be sure.
You find your own worth through the things that you care about. General specific, right? The
Right.
you in that case. But like, I want to help everyone, but I also, like I mentioned earlier, really get my item level up. So,
Yeah, I mean,
right?
those mythics aren't gonna do themselves.
So, I don't know. It's stupid. I'd really like to say, please stop fracking. But then I'm like, I don't have the money or the time to fight it. So I give up and stop. Right?
Well, and
Right. I just give up before I even start.
there's like those Native Americans that like the oil company is like fucking pepper spraying them and setting fucking attack dogs on them and shit.
I said this to my wife on Monday as I watched some stupid frat kid clean his feet off in a public fountain. And this is a really stupid thing to be annoyed about, right?
Kind
He's just
of,
fucking
but
right.
I'm
So
with you. I'm with
he's
you.
sitting there, he's just cleaning his feet off, right? And his girlfriend's sitting there, is like, "Why are you doing that?" He's like, "What does it matter?" Right. What does it matter? But still, like, you're broken in the head, man. there's something wrong with you. Half of the fucking people on this planet are just fucking broken in the head. And I don't know which side it is. I assume it's the other side. But it could be me. Maybe I'm broken. I don't know. I'm like, it's all the same thing. People fucking up things, washing their feet off in a fountain. I don't know. They're fucking idiots. But I'm going to get upset about it because I'm an asshole.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on, like, there should be a certain amount of decorum and courtesy in how people interact and carry themselves,
Yeah.
especially in a public environment.
I'm not saying everyone go back to wearing their Sunday finest every time they leave the house, even though it would be dope. I'd like to wear a pinstripe suit all the time and be okay for me to wear a trilby, right? Because then everyone would wear one and I wouldn't be a neckbeard. I think that would be great if we all just went out of the house looking fucking awesome. But
See, you're a conformist. You're waiting for everybody else so you can jump on the bandwagon, and
well,
you got to be a trendsetter, man. You got to bring it back.
There's a degree to that, right? Be that, but like also I don't want to deal with just fucking getting picked on, so I don't, right? But like it would be nice to do that, but it's great to like everyone can express themselves. But like fucking, I don't want you to do that. I just don't want you to fucking have your ass hanging out and cleaning off your dirty feet in a fountain.
Fair enough.
And it's like it's a stupid thing to get annoyed about, but like I'm not coming to your house and pissing on your lawn, you know. But you'd be upset if I did it. It's kind of the same thing to me. Don't do that shit. Leisure suit, Shadzar. I'd go with a leisure suit, right?
Leisure suit buckle on,
Yeah.
on the PS4 Pro.
That'd be awesome. There'd be boobs
Did
everywhere.
you happen to catch that today? The PlayStation meeting?
No, was it about PlayStation Now coming to PC or something else?
No, it was mostly just like, hey, we're releasing a new version of the PS4. It's slimmer,
Oh,
but
yeah,
has
yeah.
all the same blah 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 blah. Yeah, my
What's up, eyes?
my exact notes on that are new slim design. Dot dot dot. Who cares? Um,
It's the hype
or,
mentality, man.
the words of the day were 4K and HDR. Everything was
For
about
like-
4K and HDR. Every single thing, every single guy up there on that stage used the terms 4K and HDR multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
It's like today on Sesame Street, we're gonna learn about HDR and 4K. HDR stands for
Yeah.
high dynamic.
High definition resolution, I assume, right?
No, it's high
Oh, is it
dynamic.
something else for PC or PS4?
Well, it's in like it's like a it's part of graphics processing. It's high. Fuck.
Density? Yeah.
I can't remember. I'm totally drawing a blank.
That's
But yeah, it basically like makes colors and light seem more realistic.
Ah, okay. So probably what they did with like density display or retina displays and things like that, just really making things crisp and clean. Pop
Yeah, yeah, DP, high density rectum,
out.
pretty much. So yeah, the high dynamic range.
Ah.
Thank you, iSpod. Also, could we get a link up for iSpod and DP and all the people?
Look, thank you, Chew Toy. Yes, we're aware. We're having a conversation over here. Could you pipe down?
Yeah, I'll try to respond to chat, but I don't want to railroad, like, you know what I mean? I don't want to put the conversation off track. Not too much anyway. Not that it's really on a track.
Chew Toy picks on me.
Well,
enough
how
anyway.
how much was the PS4 when it came out? It was like 500 or 400.
Wasn't it 6?
Was it 6?
I don't know. I don't get.
Because the new price tag they listed today was $299, which I thought was not bad.
So maybe it was 4. Yeah.
I think that's part of they're really trying to appeal to the PC players, I think, which is why they're like, we can do 4K, we have HDR, it's only $300 now. New slim design will fit right on top of that big bulky tower.
I mean, hey, if they can get it, awesome, great. I got nothing against consoles. Get it out, pump out something cool.
I mean, PC's not for everybody. But basically, like, what I took away from the meeting as a PC gamer is just my PC can do all this stuff, so I don't really need this.
Yeah.
And there's not really, I can't think of any games off the top of my head that are going to be PlayStation exclusives that I'm like, I have to have that game. In fact, the only one in recent memory that I can remember even being a thing was Bloodborne.
And prior to that was Last of Us,
Right,
which was and Uncharted 4. So basically Naughty Dog games.
right.
Um, it's I got nothing against console. I got nothing against PC only. I don't know why we fight about it, but again, that's one of the things that those people get fired
I
up
always
about.
took it as kind of like just a tongue-in-cheek kind of just jab more than
That's the
like
way they
actual, like I don't actually feel superior to console players.
that was the original inception behind the PC Master Race. It was just it was kind of a joke, but also
Right.
saying objectively the PC is a better gaming platform because it can do all these extra things, plus put out better graphics and performance, all that stuff. But it doesn't matter. Play where you have fun. And then, of course, people miss the joke on that and make it serious. And then, people have been arguing PC or Nintendo versus Sega, and then fucking Xbox versus
Yeah,
PlayStation forever.
that's been going on
Whatever.
forever. I
So
remember
it's
the Sega versus Nintendo days.
yeah. And it's like I had a Sega, and I was the only person in the entire neighborhood that had a
I
Sega.
also had a Sega.
Right? And it was fun, and it had some great games on it and stuff. And I was always envious of the people playing Super Nintendo, and I would love to have that. My best friend had one, so I was over there. But then while I was over there, he's like, "Hey, can I come over and play the Sega games?"
Right, right.
Like, yeah, because these things are fucking exclusive now, and it doesn't matter. Let's just have fun and play games. The only thing I don't like is the going back to willful ignorance. The people are like, "Well, fuck you! I owe 30 frames per second. It's fine." And then when they finally get the 4K 60 frames per second, like, "Oh, fuck, it does it now. What do you do now?" I'm like, well, 1440p.
We've run out of things to complain about.
Yeah. That's just like that they forget they complained about it. And I know that's a minority. There's a minority of PC players that do the same thing. Whatever. It's fun to get involved and, watch the side sling mud, though.
Yeah. So, like I said, I always took it as just like a tongue-in-cheek kind of jab, like, ah, console pleb.
Yeah.
You just
I-
razzing somebody a little bit, but you don't in your mind actually believe like, ha 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 ha. Look at this poor plebeian can't afford a.
I got three friends, so the four of us, we game together a lot. Played a little pack of us, and one person went Xbox, and I prefer PlayStation. I lean towards that because of Naughty Dog and some other things like Final Fantasy was on it for the longest time. Now it's across all. But so that's the way I lean. So if I were to get one, it'd be PS4. So this one, he went Xbox One, and putting aside the fact that Xbox One tried to launch with all that fucking spy stuff and then
Right.
couldn't take it out, and then oops, we could take it out because you guys are mad. Put all that aside. This one guy got an Xbox, and so all we do is just pick on him. We just pick for no real reason other than he got an Xbox. But you know what? Looks like fucking Xbox has got their shit together, while the PlayStation Live network is down every other goddamn day, and they don't comp you fucking for it. So
Yeah, and Shedzar brings up a good point. So many of these people that make these asinine complaints don't know what the fuck they're talking about anyway.
yeah,
It's like the same group of people that are complaining about DayZ still being in development. Like, it should be out by now.
I
What
can't.
are you guys doing? Go climb another mountain, Dean.
Forgetting, of course, that Dean bought himself out of the project over a year ago because he was not a good project
It's been
leader.
longer than that.
Howard, it's for a while now. Dean's been off the project for a while
Yeah,
now.
I want to say about
Brian
like
Hicks is
2
a
years.
far
Yeah.
better lead designer, and even though I said the day, and I don't know if I actually did. I said the day that I fell out of love with the game, and I think that may just be my latent frustration with the red zone dying off, because I don't want to play it in the state it's in. I'd like the role play in it, but the game is just a broken mess. And
Roleplay in
it's gonna
DayZ
go up and
is
down.
always going to be somewhat problematic.
Role play anywhere is going to be problematic because people get very upset about very minuscule things.
It can be. It can be. The difference between, well, one of the many differences between D&D and DayZ and roleplay specifically is that in D&D you always have the DM there who's kind of the arbiter slash diplomat of
Yep.
the entire group, to kind of lay down the law when it needs to be laid down, or smooth over any RP butthurt.
Yeah, you get to go to someone and say, "We've gone as far as we can. We ran an impasse. Help."
Right.
and a good DM will be like, okay, let's maneuver you this way, and an okay DM will do the same thing, but one side just may be angry.
So again, like you don't have something like that in Daisy. You can
Right.
server admins can only do so much. They can't.
As I well know.
You don't even though you have access to a lot of the information about what happens on a server. Like I have no idea of how to run a server. I've never had to do one. I don't have any plans for running a server. But like if somebody's to send in a complaint to you, I would imagine it's going to cost you probably at least 15-20 minutes to get down to the bottom of what actually happened.
Yep.
So multiply that times how many people are on the server and how many people are complaining about somebody doing something that they're not supposed to be doing, or
Yep.
and you have to filter out how many people are just being butthurt, making shit up.
Yep.
I can
Yes.
see
All that
administratively it being very problematic. So the only way, honestly, that I could see a really good Daisy or Rust or insert any that type of game RP server would be that you need to. Another problem is that you have like the starfucker types of people who are only going to play when their favorite streamer is on. So the server population goes through these wild swings of like if nobody's streaming it, then nobody's really on the server. So a way to combat that in a way would to be make it streamer or content creator or
Yeah.
Make it less open, but that also kind of sucks because then people get mad that they can't get in and then they're DDoSing your shit, and there's just so many things to try, and it's like trying to bail buckets of water out of the Titanic at
Yep.
some point.
Yep. So, I mean, yes, that's a whole big thing to say, set that aside. But yes, having been on both sides of that, absolutely agree. But just the nature of the game is I'd like to run around DayZ and have it feel like Fallout, right? Where I come across people, hostile or friendly, and sometimes those friendly people need help, and sometimes those hostile people need help. And I want to make these moral choices and interact with people and also fight like a shitload of fucking mutant infected people at the same time, kind of thing. And that's where like RP server gets me one step towards that, because just in standard public it's run to an airfield, get myself a gun, run back to the coast, hopefully kill someone with a bigger gun, and then just fucking keep doing that for 6 hours
Rinse and
until
repeat,
I hate
rinse and
myself.
repeat.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I agree with a lot of what people are saying in chat. I agree entirely with everything you've said, but it's where I was hoping the game would go. But intelligence being a bell curve, and people just looking for 20 minutes of fun in a video game because they worked an 8-hour day and they're fucking tired and they want to go to bed, so they want to go shoot some people. Totally get that too. But so there's no happy medium there, and there's some RP servers that get me to that.
Yeah, and it's a double-edged sword because, like I said, a good solution to the whole starfucker thing would be to just populate the server with only content creators.
Yep.
And you could be as loose with that term as you want, and maybe get some moderators that you trust in there, that type of thing. But generally, close up the number of people that have access to it. But then the other side to that is the server population's always going to suffer.
Yeah, and they're going to fluctuate like crazy anyway. You'll be running around a server for hours, and suddenly it'll go from 60 to 0, and you don't know why, and you're just like. Like I haven't seen anyone for like an hour. I'm gonna go check. Oh, the server's empty for no real reason, and then you find another one to jump onto, and it's, yeah. I mean, and like both Chutoy and Nest are right. It's a run and gun, and it's a sandbox, and it's like both of those are absolutely right. And I know there's people who feel the way I do about it, and maybe there's just not enough of us, or we can't agree on what that means really. This may be the first time I've ever articulated that I wanted a Fallout-like experience in DayZ. Society has fallen. And who are these realistic people in the world?
Right. That's another thing that kind of drives me nuts is and I hate using the term bad RP, but if you're basically regurgitating the flavor of the month bad guy that everybody wants to be, like everybody wants to be Negan right now, it's just so on a personal level it hurts me. Like it physically causes me distress. And again, going back to I shouldn't let it bother me that much, but it's just like, yeah, have a little bit, just a little bit of imagination.
So
Take the character and make it your own, and in doing so make it different.
let's step away from Daisy for that
And
and
I'm
just
not
go
talking
into
about any one person in particular,
yeah,
because
oh,
I've
yeah, for
seen
sure.
it over a broad spectrum of streams and games and
Sure.
genres in general.
I would say I looked over, no exaggeration, over 5,000 applications just by myself, not counting all the other what all the other admins looked at, right? And I would say a solid 25% of them, and this is probably a conservative estimate, were cannibals, psychos, or Negan, just with a different name. All right.
Yeah,
So that makes me think, and this has led to a rise of one of the characters that I played, because for as long as I've been role playing, and I'm an old fucker, and it's been a long time, everyone wants to be the bad guy.
oh, I
Everyone
always want
wants
to
to
be the
be
bad guy.
right, and you do a good bad guy because, like with Najib, just for example, it's he went either way, right? He was just doing work. Sometimes you work with a party, and in D&D, you got kind of got to do that. That's why you don't allow chaotic evil, right? Because it just
Right,
fucking goes off the rails. But everyone wants to be the bad guy, and when everyone wants to be the bad guy, you've got the biggest bulk of them wanting to be psycho, right? They're just psycho. They want to be the Joker. And
right,
really, the Joker works because there's one Joker. Where in the new
right.
52, there's fucking three Joker. Fuck you, DC. So everyone is always being the bad guy. And my counter
Exactly.
to that is it's harder to be the good guy. Be a believable good guy, right? Someone who struggles with the morality of his decisions. And I don't want to bring The Walking Dead too much more into it, but the comic book Rick is a better example than the show Rick, but there's echoes of him in there.
Right.
It's like, where can I do evil things in the name of good? And D&D is going to tell you no. If you do an evil thing, and sure, it'll be up to the DM too, right? But it's a moral decision. Do I step into the gray? And I find that's a far more compelling story.
I agree. D&D is very cut and dry pretty much when it comes to good and evil. But
Yes.
I do enjoy the subtle
So that
nuances and
spectrum.
gray areas that also exist within D&D. Because there's a lot of different ways you can play a lot of different alignments. And honestly, if I knew somebody that I could trust, like really really trust to play a good, believable chaotic evil character, and it was with the understanding of like, okay, you're not gonna just fuck with the party because they're around you all the time. So it's kind of like you're gonna have to provide that character with distractions and
Mm-hmm.
stuff for them to beat, kill, maim, whatever it may be,
Yep.
to keep that violent tendencies away from the party. I think that could be done, but again, that would be like, there would almost be like a certain degree of metagaming there where I, as the DM, I'm kind of telling that person how to play their character, and that doesn't exactly sit right either. So
Well,
it's something that I've always wanted to do, especially as a player. I've always wanted to play a chaotic evil character, but again, I don't know is that I could do that, to be honest. It's really really difficult.
I'll go back to the Joker again for only a moment. Um, it's the people always say the Joker is chaotic evil because he always seems like off the wall, right? He's doing things for
The sake of
whatever
doing
to,
them.
right. He wants to show people that they're one bad day from becoming him. And the more I think about that line, that to me sounds lawful. He's lawful evil.
Well,
He's
that's a
following
line.
a
The
creed.
the Punisher said that in
So
Daredevil season 2.
yes, and then so that was co-opted. I don't know who used it first. I'm going to assume Joker because he's been around longer.
Right.
But so in the Killing Joke, I'm pretty sure it's a Killing Joke, is the Joker pulls up to a club, and it's owned by the mafia or whatever. And he gets out, and he's got his car. It's a big Joker-looking car or whatever. And he flips $20 to the guy outside the door. He's like, "Hey, watch my car for me." And the guy looks at him and is like, "You're just gonna kill me anyway." And the Joker's like, "I only kill when it's funny. What would be funny about killing you?" And he goes inside the club. Like, there's another little hint that maybe he's following a creed, right? And then he comes out and he kills the guy anyway because now it's funny.
Right.
And they're like, okay, now it's back to the chaotic. So if people want to play around with the idea of being a bad guy, make me believe you're a bad guy for a reason. The best bad guy to me, the best real villain, is you're going to put all his behaviors up without putting the goals in front of it, and you're going to read that, and you won't be able to tell whether or not he's good or evil. Because
Right.
a good bad guy thinks he's doing it for his own reasons. The good bad guy is good in his own mind.
Yeah, and in general, the alignment chart isn't meant to be as cut and dry and segregated as kind of a lot of people
Yes.
attribute to it. Unless you're playing something like a paladin or a cleric, where you really not need to not fucking piss off your god or break your oath or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Um, a character of any alignment is going to be more nuanced than I'm either Dudley Do Right or I'm an evil dictator or whatever the archetype might be.
And sometimes that's fun, right? You want to be
There's
a band of
strata
evilers
to
known as
every
the evil
good
wizard.
character. You know what I mean? Or if you are evil, why are you evil? Were you always evil? Did something happen that made you evil?
Yeah, and so we take it back from D&D back to a standard character. And you say, right, there's strata to everyone, right? We all do good and bad things every single day, right? I may lie and say that someone looks great today, and I think they look like hot garbage. But I know that if I say they look great, it bolsters their self-esteem, right?
Right.
That's a little evil thing I can do by D&D standards. I've lied. That's evil, right? But I did it for a good reason. Expand it out to the bigger question. Am I killing people, putting people in harm's way for the greater good? Like, did Shane shooting that dude to get away to get the medicine for Carl? Spoilers for fucking season 2 of Walking Dead, right? Was that a good or evil act? D&D universally, that's going to be an evil act. But in real life, what is that fat guy to him? Sorry, Otis. What is Otis to him? It's tough.
I hear you.
So I almost never play villains, but I recently played one just to show people, listen, you want to be a cannibal, you want to be a fucking psycho, I'm going to fucking put you to shame.
Right.
And no one talks about those things. No one talks, when you hear, it's another cannibal, or you hear about, that villain made me think. And that's why I stray towards the good characters, because I'd rather be fighting those things than have to deal with all the fucking run-of-the-mill bullshit that most bad guys bring about.
Because like I said, if you're just regurgitating something that you've already seen, chances are everybody else on the server has already seen in countless other forms of media, whether it be TV or comic books, or even other roleplay servers, who knows. Come up with your own shit, man.
Yeah.
Like, I know that's probably easy for me to say because I'm a very creative person. I'm always thinking of like new characters that I would like to play, especially in D&D. That's where Spilkus came from. That's where Najib came from. That's where my new character came from. That's honestly a big part of why I like having permadeath characters is now I have the opportunity to play something new. Kind of cut my chops on something a little bit different. Or maybe play something that I didn't really get the chance to play before.
Yeah, that's always fun too, is setting aside something you've had experience with and trying on something new. Even if it doesn't fit after a couple sessions, couple hours, whatever like that, you got some new. You got some experience out of it, right?
And like our conversation on Monday, it's like I always get shoehorned into playing the cleric or the wizard pretty much because I know the most about the game and I understand how spellcasting works. And a lot of the other people that we play with are relatively new to D&D in general terms. At least on my scale of new or not new to D&D.
Right.
Because I've been playing it for so long.
Everyone always wants to be the dashing rogue thief. just like everyone's like, I want to be the rogue. I'm like,
Yeah, I've talked about this
we're better.
before too. In a cinematic setting or a television setting, you can convey a lot through things like body language, facial expression, use of lighting, shadows, all that kind of stuff. You can make a character seem really compelling without any dialogue whatsoever in those terms. But when you put that at the tabletop, and it's like you have the rogue in the party, and it's like, all right, so what are you doing? Oh, I'm sitting in the back of the room looking glum and doing nothing.
Yeah. One of the campaigns I did in college, the guy, it was one of my best friends, wonderfully creative, but all the time he was like, yeah, okay, and what are you doing? Well, I'm sitting in the corner of the tavern in the shadows, watching everyone. Cool. Let's flash back to the other people in the party who are actually having a conversation and having a good time, that I can play off of while you
Right.
sit brooding in the corner.
But what my original point was that you can still play that character, and just by the way that you're describing doing things, make it a
Sure.
lot more
Yes.
compelling and more interesting, not just for
Yes.
yourself, but for everybody else at the table. So, like, for example, instead of saying, I'm sitting in the back of the room just watching everybody, you'd say, well, I'm quietly hanging towards the back, trying to stay towards the shadows, relatively trying to make sure I stay unnoticed amongst all this bustle. But what I'm really doing is looking for a purse to snatch because my stomach's hungry.
Sure.
And I
Yes.
just misquoted Tupac, but my bad.
Yeah. And that's really the crux of it too. Can people come up with a compelling psycho cannibal character? Absolutely. But no one wants to take that step further. And how much of it is on me as another role player or a DM or something to coax you into that next step of it? And how much of it is like, come on, man, stop playing the trope. Or if you're gonna play the trope, play the tropiest motherfucking character you can get
Right.
and make me laugh or make me get into it, right? You want to play the rogue? Cool. I want to see you like cutting ropes, swinging from chandeliers, fucking swashbuckling scimitars on top of a table, kind of shit, so that like your actual sneakily rogue friend is in the back stealing purses and shit, right? That's the kind of stuff I want to see. And everyone can play anything they want and have fun with it. Just sometimes I'm like, cool, you eat human flesh.
Yeah, it's a matter of like just stepping up your roleplay game in general.
Yeah.
Of just be as descriptive as possible, because the more description and the more information you can give to the DM, the more raw data I have to work with, and I can improvise things for that particular situation.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah, you want to throw stuff
a
at people that
bad
gets them in their
DM,
comfort zone.
a bad DM would say you don't see anybody with a purse, just because they want to railroad you and get the adventure done, whatever it may be.
Well, if I was doing it though, and I wanted to fuck with the player, like, yeah, you don't see anyone with a purse, and then maybe if you tried a little harder, maybe if you got a little bit closer, so now they're coming out of the shadows a little bit, still doing what they want to do, but now I'm putting them in a place where they could fuck up or do something cool, that kind of
Right.
thing. Yeah. So like, you don't see anything. Have fun with that. Tell me what you're doing next.
Yeah, and they're intrinsically roleplay wise, there's nothing wrong with being moody and sitting in the back at the
Absolutely.
bar. It's
100%.
all in how you describe it, and not just describe your actions, but describe your motivation.
Yeah.
Why
I
are
want to
you
dissuade
why are you
inefficient role
dour
players.
sitting at the bar at the back? And
Exactly.
that's I'm talking about like experienced players. Like for first timers, it's natural that you're gonna be a bit standoffish, especially if you're playing with a group of experienced players, because you're gonna kind of
Yeah.
hang back and kind of learn how the game works. Um, like anything else, you're kind of getting walked through it a little. So first timers, don't worry about that so much.
Um, yeah. I mean, sometimes, yeah. Now I'm getting picked on by my actual players for my Pathfinder campaign. So,
Uh oh.
um, so yeah, for first timers, if they're not getting into it and they seem reserved, that's when I start. Like, I don't expect someone to come with a fucking novel to the table for their
Right.
backstory. I don't, however much you want. Improvise it on the fly though, but at least give me an answer when I ask, and then remember that for the next time and make your next decision based off of the previous decision. Like like, what did you tell me last time? It's like, my mother's real sick, so that's why I steal. Cool. So next time around, tell me, was that a lie because you were trying to get out of getting in trouble, or is your mother really sick? Let's run with that story. And so I'll
Right.
keep giving those binary decisions. It's easier to make a binary decision, and so they keep
Motivation is
exploring.
key when it comes to role play and doing it
Yep.
well. Because, like you said, everybody wants to play a cannibal or a psycho. It's
Yeah.
like, well, why are you a cannibal? Why are you a psycho? What happened to you that made you this way?
The one thing I find myself getting in trouble with that though is I'll judge those people, and it'll be their first time out, and they never really thought about it. Like they think they came up with the idea all on their own. Like shit. I'm sorry I squashed your idea. It's a good
Right.
idea. Just everyone had that idea in their own silo. So
Yeah,
that's
and that's something
part of
that
this with
like
it.
people like you and me and DMs in general need to be aware of like you're basically acting asking somebody to be an unpaid actor to
Yes.
some
Yeah.
degree.
Yeah. 100%.
Which
Yeah.
that's a lot of pressure for some people. So I totally understand being a bit standoffish or maybe using a bit of a formulaic type character.
Mm-hmm.
But what I would suggest is instead of just copy pasta, take take that character and make it your own.
Yep.
Come up
Yeah.
with a
Yeah.
unique backstory and why they're that way, why they exhibit whatever behaviors they choose to.
For first timers coming into it, whether they want to be a hero, a villain, somewhere in between, I always say like, okay, you want to be X character, figure out what would make you as a person get there. Like you
Right.
specifically, what would make me turn into a cannibal? And me, it'd be fuck. We're out of Cheetos and beer. Who's in the house?
Right.
Like fucking. What's the intuitive leap to get there? Right. For a pack of Brazilians, it was their plane crashed into a mountain, and and they had nothing to eat. So there was their leap.
It
Right.
was
They didn't enjoy
necessity.
it. Right. And so some people will get that, like, oh, I hate doing it, but there was nothing there, and now I'm addicted. Like, well, there's no addictive substance in a human body. So what is it? It's not physical, it's psychological. Work with that now, right? So yeah, that's what I try to do for people. It's like take yourself, twist just a little bit. If you in real life would go left, make that character go right. What happens now? Like you against your will have gone right. What happens to you? And then you start sounding like, oh, suddenly I've got a character.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And it might
And
be evil.
I say this to all my players. It doesn't matter to me how much of a backstory you write. It doesn't matter to me what format you put it in. Even if it's just bullet notes, I'm totally fine with that. Of just basic general information. This is where I'm from. This is my,
Yep.
these were my parents. Blah blah blah. Whatever it may be. Whatever pertinent
Yep.
information you decide to put in there, I'm okay with it. But like, I almost have the opposite problem when I make a character, and because I'll ask the DM like, "Well, how much do you want me to write for a backstory?" And if they don't give me like a really specific answer, I feel bad because it's like, "Here, read this novel.
Yeah. It can't get like
read
that.
read
Sure.
this short story."
Yeah, for the Garrett character, I dropped like, here's like a 6-page short story. Sorry, it just kind of came out. But
Yeah,
like for Trip's game, I was like, I forgot to write anything. He's a Dragonborn. He has a dad. There you go.
he's got
That's
a
my
dad,
character.
very
I don't know.
disapproving father,
Yeah.
and
Well,
one
his
arm.
dad's missing now. Now I got one arm. But that's cool because just knowing in Trip's game on Monday, that was the first like out of the blue asked what's the biggest thing you regret or what's your biggest failure. And I'm like, oh shit, what is this character's biggest failure? And I open up my bio real quick. I'm like, ah, cool. And that was the first time I got to use my bio in the character. And I was like,
Nice.
awesome, cool, that's a great thing. So letting players give that organically. And I hate to use the word organic. Um, Someone can explain how they became a cannibal. Good. We'll come back to that. um, because all too often you'll run into a character or something who's just like, "Hi, my name's Joe, and here's my whole backstory." Like, whoa, fuck off, Joe. I just met you, and I don't care. Give me a reason to care before you dump this on me. Let's get into a normal conversation like people have, where you learn about one another. Like
Right.
let things slip out as you go along. And of course, it's up to the attention span of the person you're working with. If you're also hi, I'm Jack, and here's my backstory, fine. Joe and Jack can have an adventure where now they're best friends. But that's not how I generally play. So
Yeah,
Wow,
I
that was a
mean,
weird tangent.
yeah, I don't even remember how we got there.
Something about 9/11. I don't remember.
Mission accomplished. Yeah, another like getting back to 9/11. One of the guys on the Rob Lowe roast, the young guy who like was like, "Oh, good one" to Ann Coulter. Apparently his father died in 9/11, and a lot of the roasters went right after that.
Again, with the decorum thing and half the population being broken. I guess know your audience, but
In fact, I almost want to say it was David Spade probably laid out the harshest one, where he said it was something along the lines of like, I don't know if you're biracial or not, but you definitely got your father's ashy skin.
God.
Yeah, and there were other pretty savage ones that I won't repeat. Well, A, because I would like people to just watch it because it literally just came out, and they
Worst thing I've ever.
well, it's a roast. Like that's
I get it.
like everybody on that stage, probably with the exception of Ann Coulter, knew exactly what they were getting in.
Yeah, for sure. But holy shit.
So it's like you just gotta give as good as you get, pretty much.
Yeah. I, as a matter of course, especially over 11 plus years rating in Warcraft and saying horrible things
Oh,
about people,
terrible things.
that might be the worst thing I've ever heard. I mean, it's well timed and beautifully written, but that's terrible.
Yeah, and coming from David Spade, who kinda he's not really known for that type of humor, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, he's a dick, but not a dick.
Right. Like he says like quirky, snarky little
Yeah.
dickish things. Like that was just like going for the throat. It's just like, ooh, good one, little man.
Oh,
This is like
that's
this
so rough.
tiny little guy.
Why?
Dog's kicking his own ass.
Is he gonna turn the? I don't know. He's just whipping his toy around.
Yeah.
So I wasn't pulling it.
Well, because it's his, not
Yeah.
yours.
Yeah, and now it's mine. I don't know.
Yeah. Back to like D&D and RP in general. I really enjoy watching good RP, which is why I'm kind of so critical about it.
I don't like. It's hard to judge, right? You said earlier it's hard to say that. Um, you don't ever want to say bad RP, right? But
I hate using that term, but
right,
it's apt in some cases.
it it is, and like that's why I'm always so careful, especially it's for a time being someone who had to judge that kind of thing. I never wanted to squash someone's fun.
Right.
Bad word from me could make someone feel like their time on the server.
And to be 100% fair and honest, bad RP isn't even necessarily the correct term. Is lazy RP that drives me nuts. Where it's just like this copy pasta. You took X character and put it into this
Yeah.
setting, and now you're just gonna play as that character because you just. I don't know if it's just like they don't have the capacity for imagination, or if it's just easier for them.
I'll say
First timer, I could totally understand that happening. Again, we're not picking on first timers.
If someone though were to take a character, an existing character, and play it perfectly as to my experience with that character, right? So it's like, oh, I'll say Herbert the Pervert because that was like one of the ones we said not to do kind of thing, as
Right.
like you are not this. If someone were to do that though and actually put on a compelling performance as to what I expect from that character, like, really? Why would you do that? Like someone in a previous game, I don't remember what one was at this point, was playing Gollum, right? But it was actually a believable Gollum. But I'm like, he doesn't belong here, right?
Yeah, that's
So,
another
like,
thing. If you're gonna take an existing character and try to make it your own, you better fucking nail it. Especially if it's a character that I really enjoy. Because I'm the
sure.
kind of guy that, like, deep down, I'm gonna take that shit personally. I'm gonna be like, you fucker.
Right. I mean, and so this is a guy like, if they're playing Gollum, they're playing Herbert or whatever, and I'll look at them and I'll watch what they're doing with it, and I'm like, Are they good at it? Are they keeping me entertained? They keep me enthralled? Fine. And then if their next character comes back as just another thing and not original, maybe I won't play with them so often. But like, if they can keep up original ideas, just one of them happens to line up with a character, I'm okay with that. You
Right.
know. But the lazy kind of stuff I feel is when they walk up, and like they're just like, put your hands up. Oh, your hands aren't up. I'm gonna shoot you now. Ah, boom. Like that's wrong. That's wrong. You
Yeah.
should feel bad about yourself. You should go home and fist yourself just because fuck you. That's awful. You're ruining everyone's fun. But if someone wants to be a character, and like I hate the whole concept of like that's not something my character would do. That's not something a character would do. Fuck you. If a person does it, it's what a person does. Just roll with it, kind of thing. So easy dog. It's all I don't know. I know everyone wants to say someone's bad at RP but
Yeah, that's kind of a misnomer. There's kind of no such thing as being bad at role play because it's all
yeah,
imagination anyway. It's all fucking
right.
make believe. It doesn't. It's of no consequence really. But it is a group effort, and
Yes.
in it
Yep.
being a group effort, you kind of share a responsibility, not for just for your own enjoyment of the game, but for everybody else playing it as well.
Yes.
Same rule applies to D&D,
Yep.
100%.
Yep.
Nobody
Yeah, and
likes a
that's why.
fucking wet blanket at the table.
Well, and no one likes that chaotic evil douchebag who just oh, is the whole party asleep while I'm on watch? I'm gonna stab her in the head. Fuck
But
off, buddy.
to be fair, some of the best D&D sessions I've had in my life are with a group of guys that had been playing D&D well before I had. So I was actually the new kid in the party, if you can believe that.
Yeah,
Um,
sure.
and yeah, I mean they had just gotten to that point that they were casual enough about it that it was like, all right, we're in a dungeon, we're kind of sneaking around, nothing's really happening, nothing's happening, nothing's happening. Then in comes Scott. It's just like, I'm gonna scream at the top of my lungs. Well, what are you gonna scream? Doesn't matter. I'm just gonna scream noises as loud as I possibly can. So, uh, you're sure you want to do that? Yep. And we're all just sitting at the table like, oh, this is gonna be fun. So, a couple gorgons pop up. Who knows? This is fine. Well, like,
Yeah, I mean,
that's a group of close friends, so you kind of see it coming.
yeah. That's the thing too.
It's not the first time he's done something like that, so
I just said
and,
it's a group activity. Know what your table is comfortable with,
right.
right? Like Ewok could get away with stealing from us while we're all paralyzed because we know Ewok. He's not doing it to be a jerk. He's playing his character, and
Right,
it's
exactly.
funny, right?
Ewok
And
does a
some of us
really
know.
good job playing a rogue, by the way. I wanted to
Yeah,
point
I
that
agree.
out.
Um, and that's the kind of thing. Like I have played with some players, and I probably was that player at some time in my life. Would be annoyed with that. Like, don't fucking steal from the party. What's the matter with you? And but like, no, that's in character, and that's kind of funny. That's go with that kind of stuff. But like, don't be the asshole who's just like, I'm gonna stay outside town and just sit in this bush while you all go in town and find out the next thing. Cool. What are you doing in the bush, bro? Like, same kind of thing. Sitting in the back of the tavern, being brooding, and that kind of stuff. Like, just give in to what the table's doing. It's a back and forth.
Right. But I'm the kind of annoying cunt that's gonna be like, something's gonna happen in that bush.
Well, yeah, it's up to the DM to mess around with
if
that, or it's up to
if
the group you're
if
playing
if
with.
you're just giving me a bush to work with, this is gonna get real creative on my end really quick. So
This is gonna turn into something
you're
Japanese.
kind of
Here you go.
responsible for your own fate to some degree when it comes to things like that.
Yeah. Um, yeah, that's the thing. Like any kind of game you're playing, even with an an unmoderated server or anything like that, a game, it's up to you to be cool to the other players. Because as much as you're role playing for yourself, you're role playing for an audience, even if
Right.
that's just the other people you're with.
Correct.
So, and you're not the only one in the spotlight, right? So no matter how well you've thought out your character, be it stereotype or not, it's don't be a dick and don't be boring. Just give and take kind of stuff. That's the way I look at it anyway.
Yeah, and having an audience is another thing that I consider a lot. especially when I'm like writing, because if I was just playing for a group in person without an actual audience, like not on Twitch or on YouTube or anything like that, you can get away with a lot more shit creatively. Like go down some really really dark roads.
Yeah.
And again, that all comes back to what is your group comfortable with. But because I stream on Twitch, it's not just what my group is comfortable with. What does Twitch terms of service have to say? How
Yeah.
is
Well, there's
how
that
is
too,
the
sure.
audience at large going to react? Because I'm not trying to stir up any kind of shit. But I mean, like as a creative writer, I could go down some much darker roads than I have gone down in the past on Know Your Role. So it's kind of a trade off for me. It just it's not a cornerstone to my writing style by any means. So it's just those dark alleyways I gotta avoid.
Well, and you know, like for our particular group, you've been playing with us for a year now, some of us longer. You know what we're comfortable and capable with, and you
Right.
know what we're gonna bite onto, right? So to a degree, I know as a character when I'm gonna go do something, I should know what my other players at the table are going to bite on to role play back with me with, and what you are going to find interesting and to find us doing, right? So, like, take for example, like, yeah, don't kill your other party members, but when Ammo's legs got swished in Vietnam, it was a perfectly logical thing for me to be like, I'm not tied to her. She could probably get us killed. I'm just gonna shoot her in the head.
Mercy
And
killing,
I
yeah.
right, and I fully did that knowing like this is gonna make chat go, what the fuck did he just say? And then you sitting there going, I never really thought about someone shooting. Like, but then I
I
thought
had
I had already
considered it
talked
as
to
a
Ammo.
possibility.
Sure,
Because
but I mean,
those are all situations that I have to go through in my head when I'm writing. Is like, especially because we were doing permadeath for that, so the
mhm,
stakes are way higher because you die in that and you're done on the show.
yeah. So I had poked Ammo before I did anything. I'm like, are you cool with whatever can come next? Not saying anything. She's like, yeah, I mean, it's cool, whatever, because she's cool like that. I
Yeah,
know what she's capable of handling and stuff. And then I thought like we went to break and she and I talked and stuff, and we don't like, oh yeah, your show would kind of suck and we don't have ammo on it for the next couple of weeks, right? You're gonna have to rewrite some stuff. So like, okay, we'll cut her legs off instead. It ended up being cool because then we had her in the fucking papoose and shit like that, and she's shooting people out the back. Um, but like just in general, like know when to pull the trigger, know when to don't, know what the other people are comfortable with, and like I know if I'm gonna kill someone in any game, like hopefully I'm gonna know the player enough that they're not gonna get all upset about it, right? Or I'm gonna if I steal from them, I hold them up, I shoot them, anything like that. I gotta know that they're not gonna come back and be, oh, what the fuck did that for? Okay, I get it. I'll adjust for the future now, or find someone else to play with.
right.
But
Yeah,
then,
no,
then I try
another
to shoot
tangent.
scuffles.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, it's all the same thing, right? So it's like you have to. It's a social contract with the other players.
exactly.
It's know what everyone's comfortable with doing, and then go a little bit further. Do that little thing that scares you, and then suddenly everyone's got some new experiences to bounce off of.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty good at pushing the envelope about as far as I care to, without going too far.
I think you go farther, and I hope you do in the '90s campaign, because when that shit like just only from my perspective, when the shit went down Scruffles' character's throat, trips off trying to kill himself, Ewok's all tripped out on the like the Gooftafan or whatever he was drinking, right? And like I don't know how to respond to any of this, and it's fucking amazing, right?
Right.
So like it's just going off in a bunch of different directions, and all of us were cool with that. Like yeah, like go one step further.
I
What's the
can
next thing?
promise you that the '90s horror is going to be equally, if not more, upsetting slash
Good.
confusing.
I want to be upset. I want to come away from the table going,
What the fuck just happened?
I'm gonna sleep with the lights on tonight. I mean, I don't want any of that.
Yeah, I have some really, really interesting things planned for that. And now that we're talking about it, I think I've decided I might go with a smaller group. I might go down to 4 players for that. Just logistically, I think it'll work out better. And I'm probably not going to be doing any mapping for it, so it's going to be entirely narrative, which is going to be another new thing for me. Because I
I
kind of rely on mapping to a certain degree. Which, like, I kind of beat myself up for. Like, I almost feel lazy doing that, as, like,
yes.
as far as, like, I could write better descriptions and map less. You know what I mean?
Exactly. um, somewhere along the way, I feel like in general, tabletop became a miniatures board game,
Yes,
and
especially in
some
3.5.
yeah, and a lot of people like that, and it's fine.
Yeah.
I love minis. I got like 500
Oh, I'm
unpainted minis because I
still a
was gonna
huge fan of
right, right.
3.5. But I
Um,
totally agree with what you're saying.
so you had all, like, these wonderful masters of Divinity Pain, and I really enjoyed playing them and checking out things. And then you got both like just the actual tabletop, pulling away paper or drawing it in as you go, or oh the dynamic lighting's all fucked up and stuff. They got some complications that
Right.
come with it. But then just sitting back, right, and just like I'm just going to describe to you what happens, and we're just going to talk, right? I'm not going to worry about where I am and stuff like that. So I ended up pulling that into my campaign for a night where I had super prepared out this one thing I wanted them to do. Like I thought I was having fun with this. I didn't map it though because I was taking inspiration from the fact that we did 2 sessions with you, and I loved that not having a map. And we had a great time. We didn't do anything that I had planned, not even a little bit. They took me off on a tangent, so of course I had no map and stuff. And we're going
Right.
on doing all kinds of stuff. And then I did another session like that where there was no mapping, and at least one of my players was like, I think I'd rather have a map for some of this stuff. So now I got to find that middle ground. But I was thinking for at least for Vampire, like Vampire is classically no map. That's
Right.
like amateur theater kind of stuff. So I was
Right.
thinking about doing that, but I don't know how to like convey to audience what we're doing on the screen kind of thing.
Yeah,
But it's not.
that's a bit difficult. Um, One thing that I could suggest is, and you could probably even still do this in Roll 20, so I wouldn't even need to do anything on my end. You could set up a bunch of maps that just have like still shots, pictures of
Yeah,
environments, that whatever environment that we might be in.
good.
That doesn't need to specifically be that exact thing, but just to give like a general conveyance of the setting.
Yes. So the ambiance. So to flow it back to you, don't feel lazy about not making the map because I don't know how the rest of the guys feel, but I find that really enjoyable. Like if you just tell me like 3.5, 5 year, whatever, if I have to move through there, if I take a top opportunity to step through the way I want to, okay, because I've already like that's the action
You've
I want
committed to
take,
the
right?
action, yeah.
Right? Because when I'm looking at the grid, I'm like, oh, how can I get around here without taking up attack of opportunity? No, I'm going to be a badass paladin and get in there and roll a 1, but I'm still going to charge in there like I'm not going to roll a 1, right? And so I don't want to think about that. I just want to think about being in a fight. So let's do that. Let's use pictures for ambiance.
Yeah. Uh, and like if you go into Roll 20 and you're searching for tokens, there's a little drop down menu. You can just put that to everything, and then it'll draw
Yeah,
in
yeah.
images from Google search. So
Yep. Or you can just find your own, drag drop them into. Yeah.
yeah, that works too if you can't find them that way.
Yeah. Sad. Yeah. Because
So yeah,
I like the theater of the
I don't
mind,
believe we will be using any maps for the 90s horror. It's going to be all
which is
narrative.
awesome. That's great, and it's going to be terrifying and wonderful.
It's it's kind of like a necessary thing with the style of game that it is because it's fairly open-ended, and I would essentially need to map an entire town or maybe more, and that's just not happening.
Yeah, it's because too,
The
and I
time
always
investment just wouldn't be worth it.
right. It's great for a good old dungeon crawl, which is just as fun as everything else, right? It's like kicking down doors, finding mimics, all that stuff, like what we're running right now in Divinity. I love that, but I also too just love like we're gonna come back up to town. Here's our options, but fuck those options. We're gonna go do option number 7. You're like, oh, I only have options 1 through 4. Okay, time to wing it, kind of shit. And because your
Right.
players do that to you all the time. Um,
And it's more
yeah,
rewarding to let them do.
yeah,
Like I always feel bad when I railroad you guys because I do railroad sometimes. But a big part of that is that I'm streaming it on Twitch, so that's
yes.
part of the format. You know what I mean? In a
When
more
we first,
casual setting, I would allow a lot more individual.
yeah.
Well, not necessarily individual choices, but a lot more freedom of like where you guys want to go, that type of
Well,
thing.
it's like I wrote this content over here, right? And I expect the players to go right. Well, they've gone left. Okay, well, I'm just going to take some of this stuff, not all of it, but or maybe all of it, but I'm going to take it and just now it's over
Shift it
here.
over.
Yeah. So it's everything you've already imagined, everything you've already come up with and written.
You make
It's
one slight
something.
alteration, you can fix it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's go right in there. And it's there's always the joke where um, one of my DMs in college, he had this whole big. We were gonna go to war. We were generals. We've been around forever. We're like level 15 and stuff, and we're gonna assault this castle. And he gave us like three options and shit. Like we're gonna could go through the sewers, could assault the gates, or we could like batter down the walls with like catapults and do full siege kind of shit. And I'm like,
Hmm.
I'm a paladin. I'm level 15. I have a silver dragon as a mount. Why don't we just land on the roof? And he had never thought about the fact we land on the roof. You can't. There's spikes. Like what? Yeah, there's spikes and gargoyles. You can't go on the roof. Like I really want to go on the roof though, and now you're telling me I can't. Really means I want to go on. Like, but you have this all mapped out. Just let us go in, and then or make us get to the roof. I'm like, there's no trap door up here. So what do we do? Do we blow a hole open and expose that we're on the roof? Yeah. So it's that kind of stuff. That taught me a lot, even though I wasn't DMing at the time. That taught me a lot about the concept that like some of these things are gonna fucking completely throw you off. So let's just imagine them. Don't worry about the map.
Right.
But
Yeah,
to make sure
the
you're
map
planning
can
and
be
tactical.
limiting in certain ways, but for things like combat, they're good to have, and for D&D, I think especially more than other genres, it helps lend to the overall effect. So I don't think I would
Yes,
ever
I
go
agree.
like full narrative for D&D. I think I'll always end up doing maps for D&D.
Sorry.
But no worries. For the bulk of like other types of games, especially where like token selection is very limited, that's another issue. Because Roll20, the 90% of the tokens on there are geared towards high fantasy. There's a decent chunk of sci-fi, and then kind of a smattering of modern type tokens as well. But you end up regurgitating a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, I use the same tokens all the time because I don't want to spend $10 on a really cool token pack that I may only use for this one campaign. I mean, maybe I won't, but I'll use it.
I love token packs. I wish I had more.
I like the environment packs a lot more than tokens, but I mean it's the same thing. I like build your own. Here's a whole bunch of town like buildings and stuff, and then mix and match whatever you want. But
Right. And like generally speaking, when it comes to mapping, I won't map cities or towns because I
yeah,
think
the
it's
same.
just a waste of time and you don't really need to do that. You can handle anything that happens in towns narratively.
Yeah, biggest
Even
thing about towns
even when I
is
played in person, we never mapped out town. It was just like, oh, we're going to town. What town is it? Doesn't matter. It's called town.
yep. Town has these things: blacksmith, tavern, healer's shop, alchemist shop. It's got these things. You need it.
Right. So there's also that like higher level of detail in my games now where I'm actually conforming to a legit map, even if it's one that I only have in my head at this point.
Mm,
But yeah, I have a lot of really cool things planned for all my campaigns really.
nice.
And we got to do Know You're Dead again.
That'll be
That
fun.
that'll be probably around like December, I want to say.
I just want to find out what happens to Scruffles and Ewok's character in that crazy
Team
room with
Fresh
the
and
TV.
Tasty.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yep. I don't even know where that came from, but it's sticking. But yeah, and like that's the other thing too is like when we first started that was like your first time being at the table. That was Vesper's first time ever playing a tabletop.
Yep.
Um, so I think the next time around, you guys will be a lot more comfortable, not just with the game, but with the group as a whole.
Yeah. I personally get into a lot of situations where like I tend to get myself tamped down a bit because I know that I can run a table left to my own devices. And I'm like, nah, this is everyone shares a spotlight. So I'm gonna sit over here quietly because I've been talking for the last 15 minutes. Like, get out there, guys, go do something. You don't need me, you shouldn't need me, and I'm probably annoying all of you. So I'm gonna quiet down. But
Yeah, and like
yeah,
back to Know
that was
You're
very
Dead,
cool.
like I found that it was very rewarding, not just for you guys, the players, but for also the viewers when we did that kind of split party where half the people are turning their cameras off and then coming back, or we did it again in Call of Cthulhu. Because
Uh,
it just lends to the visual aspect of it being on Twitch. Of like, so instead
for
of just having a bunch of mopes sitting around like being quiet, like,
yeah, For the purposes of present,
you know, checking their phones, looking at their monitors. It's easier for people to focus on what's actually happening.
I definitely agree. For the purposes of streaming it and showing it off to an audience, it makes a lot of sense. But sometimes I'm like, I'm bored. Like, let's get the party back together. Splitting the party's bad. Even though sometimes with the latter half of Know You're Dead, it's fun to sit back and figure out what the hell, Scruffles and Ranger Steve are going to do. Because,
it kind of gives you guys the opportunity to be part of the audience for a little bit as well.
Yes, that part of it's fun. Yeah, sometimes I'm like, is he going to notice if, like, I start playing Minesweeper? As I wait for our turn to come back?
Yeah, and I try to be as fair as possible with like delegating time to different players.
Whatever works for the story.
But there are definitely times where you have to spend more time with a particular character than another because maybe something happened with their backstory that's very compelling that's happening. You know, it's a trade-off. Daryl's not in every episode of The Walking Dead. You know what I mean?
Right. And yeah, which is good because oh my god, is he boring? But
for now.
No, he's definitely boring.
So, since we're talking about The Walking Dead, who's your prediction? Spoiler alert, by the way, dickheads, in case you haven't looked at social media in the past year.
Give him 30 seconds to clear out.
Who's your prediction for who got the bat?
Oh, Abraham and Glenn. They're both dead.
And you think they're both dead?
Absolutely. This part of the story, this coming from the comics and coming from Maximum Appeal, Abraham's story is already finished up, and Glenn will have the biggest emotional impact. Arguments for why they won't do these characters is because everyone's expecting it from the comics.
Right.
However, it's been leaked how many episodes each of those actors are going to be in the season. Now, that's not a tried and true method, but they're going to fucking kill Glenn and Abraham. Which means we're now going to have another fucking one-parent baby.
That's how it happens in the comic, if I'm not mistaken. He beats Glenn to death with Lucille.
Yep.
And then shoots Abraham. In the
Abraham
comic book,
was actually killed completely out of the blue. Dog, knock it off. A issue or two earlier by an arrow through the eye. The way that Denise was killed. So Denise's death was actually Abraham's death in the comic. Completely out of the blue. Just like, oh, Abraham's dead now. No lead up, nothing to it. And like, okay, shit might be getting real. And then it got real.
Yeah, my prediction is very not what everybody else's predictions are. So I kind of hope I'm right so I could be like, ha! I told you.
See, oh my god, dog. Any prediction that's not that is too forward thinking for a show that's trying to retain the #1 cable rating TV show.
Right.
So there's a formula they're going to follow, and you want to think, man, I really hope they don't follow that, but they're going to follow that because as good as
maybe they will, maybe they won't.
I mean, I will eat my words if it's not those characters. I will stand up and applaud Scott Gimple for actually doing something against the grain. But the most against the grain thing they're going to do is create a show about zombies. That's gory sometimes. Beyond that, it's going to be another slog through the forest along a train track.
My prediction is that it's Michonne who gets the bat.
I mean, that would be amazing.
Right?
But is Michonne's story done?
Doesn't matter. It's done when they say it's done. It's done when that bat comes down.
But it's TV, right? And so I think what's going on in the writer's room, or has already gone on, is they saw the fury in people for the cliffhanger. And there's been a cliffhanger every fucking season finale, so I don't know what people's panties are in a bunch about. But they probably saw the fury about it and the expectation that Glenn and Abraham are going to die and have already changed it from what their plan was.
Well, I think that's already happened. I think the bulk of the fury for this cliffhanger was just that they kind of built it up to, like, say that they were going to show who's going to get the bat at the end of this episode, and then they cut off.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't
bother me. But I expected that. I fully expected that. But
yeah, I mean, the show was about cliffhangers.
I'm a creative writer. I understand that the effect that has on an audience, and I use it myself plenty. So yeah,
Making people enraged is as good as making them happy, perhaps even better.
I think it's Michonne, and my reasoning behind that is going back and watching the episode. Uh, it's the only time The Walking Dead has ever shown a character's first person point of view, and that is the person that gets hit with the bat. So you see that person in the van. So it's one of the people in the van, right?
Yep.
So that would
Probably.
be
Yep.
Daryl,
Yes.
Michonne.
Darrow, Abraham, Glenn, and
No, there's only four in the van. And I believe Rosita
I
is
thought
one
there
of them.
was. Maybe you're right.
I want to
I
say,
only
I know
watched
it's
one episode.
Daryl, Michonne, Rosita, and maybe Abraham.
I could have
Yeah,
sworn they had more people kneeled down in the spoiler shots. So
maybe. I could be wrong. Neither here nor there. But
sure.
if you go back and like really CSI it to try and figure out whose perspective that is, it would be whoever's sitting directly behind Daryl in the van because you can kind of see the back of his head, like even through the you'd see the light coming through the back of the van window, and then there's like Daryl's head right here, and then that person's perspective, and then you see that door open up, and Michonne is behind Daryl.
That's good CSI.
But I also kind of feel like they would anticipate that to some degree that people would do that, given the nature and the level of fandom that The
Yeah.
Walking Dead has. So they might throw that completely. They might completely disregard that.
I don't know. I, this is a show that has fallen prey to the same kind of tired trope as every other show, where now we're having mid-season finales as well as season finales.
Right.
So we're trying to have two major gut punches per season, right?
Which is
So,
doable, but you're risking becoming formulaic and stagnating.
right.
You become a victim to the formula of television instead of crafting a really good story, which in the long run would be better. But I understand money's got to be
Yeah,
made.
that's the thing. The really good stories. Well, I'm not gonna say that emphatically. We're told often that the really good stories don't make money,
Yeah, that's
and
true.
then it's producers interfere, studios interfere, they do all these things to jazz it up, they change the artist's vision, blah 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 blah. I don't know how much that actually happens. I'm not in the industry, but I do see things happen in TV shows where like I don't understand why any of this happened, and I like to go to a left field like the show Arrow, which I thought was pretty good. Well, really, really good for 2 seasons. And then you get into the third season, and then the mid-season cliffhanger is he's dead. Oh my God, he's dead. Maybe the show won't be anymore. And they get the actor saying, "Well, maybe I'm not on the show anymore. Oh, I don't know." Like, fuck you. The show is named after you.
Really?
You're in
Yeah,
the fucking
that's
show. You're not dead. And then the way they do it is like, oh, he got stabbed through the gut, but they gave him penicillin T and he's fine. And then from there on out, the show is absolutely fucking garbage. Like,
you ever
it's because you're
see I forget the guy's name, uh but he was the guy who directed Chronicle. He has a YouTube video where he goes on this like absolute drunken rant about the death of Superman and how that broke storytelling forever
oh my God.
because they made so much goddamn fucking money by quote unquote killing Superman. I remember that was a big deal when I was a kid. It was on the fucking news. You know, and like people are going absolutely ham getting the that the bleeding Superman logo on the black background.
Right there is a box that contains all the issues and all the graphic novels of the death of Superman.
Nice.
And the death of Superman represents two things for me. I was a kid when it happened, probably 10 or 11. Oh my God, my favorite character is being killed. That's monumental. This is going to change comic books forever. And to me, being 10 or 11, comic books forever was like 3 years, but whatever, right? That was my experience. But it's going to be completely new. And then within the same year, they've brought him back from the dead. And I realized they don't give a shit about telling us a story that means anything. They give a shit about telling us a story that moves comics off the shelves at At that time, I think it was like $1.25 an issue. Now it's fucking $3.75, $4.25, $5 an issue. It was heartbreaking to me to actually see my favorite comic book hero come back from the dead.
Yeah.
Right? I
So
saw
that
like
I actually found the video. I'll link it in chat. His name is Max Landis. It's a really funny
yeah.
video. He's got like a bunch of celebrities in it, like basically play acting out his rant.
I will have to watch that.
But yeah, like
Uh,
it gets to the part where it's towards the end of the video, but he's talking about like since the death of Superman, and they set this precedent of like, oh, it doesn't matter, you can just bring them back from the dead because they're imaginary characters anyway. There doesn't really need to be any cohesion or concise nature to stories. And it brings up this screen listing all these different superheroes since the death of Superman that have died and come back, and it just fills the screen. It's just like, yeah, there's a few names on there that nobody cares about, but everyone else is like, yeah, heard of them, heard of them, heard of them, heard of them.
he wasn't the first to die and come back.
No, but he definitely set that bar
Yes.
to make it a selling point.
So Jean Grey became the Dark Phoenix. Right. And do you know the whole story there where
Yeah,
she became the Dark Phoenix? Right. So the Dark Phoenix destroys an entire civilized planet full of people.
I thought she destroyed a whole solar system, right?
Either sure, but she destroyed the pinnacle of it was she destroyed an entire civilization of sentient beings. That's a sin that you can't come back from in Marvel Comics. Um, to go and do the whole moral alignment thing, right?
Right.
That's an evil thing to do, and the Phoenix did that, and then Jean Grey died. And so there are rules at Marvel, there were at the time, that said in order to bring, some writers wanted to bring her back from the dead, and they were told by the editor-in-chief, you have to show that it wasn't Jean who was responsible for the death of those people. And that's when the Phoenix Force became a thing.
Right.
It was not a thing prior to that. And so they brought her back from the dead. Hooray, Jean's back. Neat. That's a compelling story that these guys kind of got because they had to abide by these rules. And then we go into, not too long later, the death of Superman with his return pre-planned. And just like it is now, like very famously recently, they killed off Wolverine. And it's like, we knew 18 issues ahead of time that Wolverine was going to die. Like, how is that good storytelling? I don't want to know.
Yeah,
I
they
want to
telegraph it way too much these days. Way too much.
Like, when the adamantium was ripped out of Wolverine, no one telegraphed that shit. When Magneto
Yeah, that was
like,
awesome.
Right?
I have that comic book. It's literally sitting a couple feet away from me.
Yep, same thing. Mine's right on the shelf right there. And like that's you turn the page and there's Magneto saying, "You've tried to kill me one too many times, and I can't abide that." And it's just him ripping that, and like I was not prepared for this, and it's amazing.
Yeah, and he lives through it, but then he's all fucked up and like caveman like after that for a while, and
he
got wonky.
Well, so it took him some time, right? Because
I remember Elektra showing up.
Yes,
it's been a while
in the Wolverine run, separate from the X-Men run. But like, okay, so they explained it that his healing factor had always been at work trying to kill the adamantium, and that's what kind of kept him in that state. Cool, neat little pseudoscience thing, right? But so they had another reveal like 5 or 6 issues later when, okay, he's healed enough, he gets back into the ready room, and he's doing stuff, you know, and the whole team's watching him and stuff. Like, oh, cool, he looks like he's getting back to form. A little slow, but he's exercising it out. And then he gets against one of the fake Sentinels, and he pops his claws. And then the full-page spread of that is him on his knees screaming because he's popped bone claws. Everyone had assumed they were adamantium claws, right?
Right.
So it's another thing. Like, in the same year, they slammed us twice with these, like, awesome. That was awesome. And I didn't know about that going in. But I heard on the radio that they were going to kill Superman. And I'm like, oh, they're killing Superman. That's cool. I'm going to read that. And it was all set up. Why did the radio know before it was in the comic book? It broke my little mind, and I was very sad.
Yeah, it like I said, they telegraphed it way too much.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I haven't read comic books religiously in a long time. I kind of fell out of the practice of buying them. I really kind of want to get back into them, but at the same time, I'm already pressed for space where I live. So adding a whole bunch of comic books to
Yeah.
that isn't going to help.
Well,
Um,
and then the cost, it's
yeah,
astronomically high
it's way
for
higher than it used to be. You know,
oh
comics used to be like a buck 75 a piece.
yeah, and
For
now
for
seriously
your
like
like for your like standard Marvel titles, for like X-Men used to be like $1.25 or $1.75. I don't remember exactly what it was, but you know, you got $2, you can get yourself a comic book.
yep, and then you got a nice chunk of story in that. Yes, every other page was an advertisement for fucking Charleston Chew or some shit,
Oh,
which was,
gross.
but it's now they're $4, and like there's an issue number one all the goddamn time, and they only go for like 12, 13, 14 issues before they decide let's rewrite the whole universe on both sides of it. Marvel and DC
Yeah,
have
they
done
need
it.
to stop hitting the reset button constantly.
And then for like all the flack that The Walking Dead gets, right? They're still going in a persistent world, constantly plodding on, and they shock you with character deaths. And yeah, I mean, you got the whole everyone knows Walking Dead, everyone dies. Game of Thrones, everyone dies. It's the whole thing. People have been following this for years, knew it was coming, kind of stuff. And then like it's they keep going with it. What happens? That character's gone. He's dead. The cosmic being's not going to bring him back. How does the world react to the lack of this character?
Right.
And so, how is the Walking Dead show going to react to the death of Michonne? With anger on Tumblr and Facebook. How's it going to react
Dude,
to the death of Glenn?
I
Anger on Tumblr and Facebook.
here's another thing that I find problematic, and this is like in a general social sense when it comes to storytelling. All right. So bear with me till the end here because I'm going to sound like an absolute piece of shit at the beginning of this. I feel like they need to be more free with how they treat female characters because with
Absolutely.
the current social climate of you know there's terms like toxic masculinity which I don't really think is a thing. People are either just dicks or they're not. Like, having a high level of testosterone is not going to inherently make you an asshole.
I'm going to pin that. 99% agree, but I got an addendum. Let's keep going.
All right. Yeah, I mean that's kind of like a general statement.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The problem with them killing Michonne is that every single social justice warrior in the fucking world is gonna lose their fucking mind over it and say that it's promoting violence against women, despite the fact that they're completely fine with a man getting brutally bludgeoned to death by a bat. But if it's a woman, now that's a problem, which is really the worst kind of sexism. So story wise, compellingness wise, shock value wise, I think they should kill Michonne and be like, fuck you guys. But I also think that it's got to be something that the writers are considering. If they're not, they need new jobs because you have to understand your audience to some degree in order to appeal to them.
I don't want to fall on a trap of getting myself in trouble on camera.
Right. It's a
um,
delicate subject. It's a delicate subject for sure. And I'm not promoting violence against women. I'm not
oh, absolutely.
promoting violence against anybody. I'm just saying if there's violence, it doesn't really matter who it's against. It's the violence that's the problem, not who it's directed at.
In the comics, the comic Michonne, and I hate to be the guy. The comics are better. The source material is better. In the comics, Michonne is raped and then comes back and absolutely destroys her rapist. And it's, do I want to say the word empowering? No. It's a believable scenario in a post apocalyptic
Oh,
universe.
absolutely.
Right?
100%. 100%.
So here's this guy, the governor, who is powerful in his domain and obviously has had a snap, right?
Right.
He's got his wife's dead. He's got his zombie daughter. He keeps fucking zombie heads in fish tanks and shit. He has people fight walkers for fun. And here are these people who defied him. So he does the ultimate power move against a strong woman that he can do. And it makes sense in the context. And there was some outcry about it, but then you see that people can recover from horrible things. And that's where that word empowering comes from, whatever, right?
Right.
Comics have a more narrow audience, even though they're more popular now than they always were. They have a narrower audience, and you can generally speak directly to your fans right in the back portion of that same issue. Deliver it, right? So at the end of that comic, they can say, we know this touched on tender subjects. We hope that you trust that we're going to treat this with respect, that kind of thing. And you can do the same thing in television, but people aren't going to hear that, and they're going to lose their minds. And I don't know why that is. But yeah, should Michonne probably be killed? I'm of the mind that characters, to be worthwhile in a show, should have a believable character arc. It doesn't have to be the entirety of their life story, but they need to have a resolution to their story. Has she had hers yet? I don't think so.
True, but on the other hand, The Walking Dead is it's a different type of story where realism is a bit more important.
Absolutely.
And not everybody gets that closure at the end of their arc. Right. Some arcs end early through violent acts of homicide.
Right. But the arc, the satisfying conclusion is going to be us for a viewer. And maybe that conclusion that the writers want to give us is that gut punch. Like, ooh, holy shit, right? Like when the world was on fire when Ned Stark dies, right? In season 1, like no one expected that. The book readers all had that same feeling when they read the book a decade earlier. They're like, ooh, holy shit, I love that character, and now he's dead. Will they get that same feeling out of killing Michonne or any of the characters? And you would hope so, regardless of who it is. Right. So like turning the page and seeing the arrow through Abraham's eye. Wow, holy crap. Seeing the bat beat down Glenn. This is all in comics, and this is years ago, guys, so hopefully you're not calling spoilers on it, right?
We gave plenty of warning.
Sure. Bringing that into the show now, everyone's expecting some characters to die, so we need a gut punch to distract us from it. Is Michonne it? I want to see female and male characters treated with equal respect, recognizing the fact that men and women are different and will have different paths in their stories. So no matter what they do, someone's going to be upset about what they do. I don't think they're going to worry about killing Michonne being the social justice warrior thing if they give us a satisfying conclusion to her story. Big way to say
True.
That's it. As long as we see he was very upset about that viewpoint.
Yeah.
He's off the Rotten Tomatoes. So where I feel more people should be upset, and you will see some degree of it, is when Denise took the arrow to the eye and died. Because it's a very common thing in movies and shows for lesbian characters at the culmination of a relationship to finally say they love each other or show something that they recognize that they're lesbians, they're immediately killed after. Denise is one. Lex is from the 100 in this past year. Were two examples in this past year. We're like, why can't the lesbian live? So I'm less concerned about Michonne getting beaten to death, and I'm actually kind of annoyed. Like, can we actually see the realization of these relationships instead of just saying, yeah, it's here. We've recognized it a little bit, and then dropping it entirely, getting rid of it so they don't have to deal with it again. They've done their token thing to it.
Right.
So.
Well, we'll see. We'll just have to wait and see. And have you been watching Fear the Walking Dead at all?
I watched the first season and I wanted to die.
Yeah, I want to like it more than I actually do. I'm having a really hard time giving a shit about any of the characters, which is a problem.
The show was supposed to be about the origin of the outbreak.
Well, it was basically supposed to show the actual shit hitting the fan. And I feel they in the first season they could have spent a lot more time on that than they did. They cut a lot of that out. So what I'm hoping is you'll get more of that through flashbacks and things like that as the season progresses. Because in season 2 they have done quite a bit of like flashbacks showing, maybe a couple days or a couple weeks before the outbreak, or maybe like during when it was happening, of the different characters before they kind of coalesced into, I guess it's a loose group now, but
The first season left me feeling like I'd missed half the season.
yeah,
And
exactly, because it cuts forward
and
like really sharply.
and I don't like it's like we saw episodes 1, 2, 3, and then like 19, 20, 21.
Yeah.
And I don't want season 3. I didn't watch season 2 at all because I was so put off by the first season. Like I don't want them to go back and fill in those episodes and give me this weird sense of like what Lost was trying to do, then left everyone with blue balls. Like it's just I like just tell me the story, man. Flashbacks are useful and important, but like
Not to be
get,
relied upon for conveying
yeah,
what I'm sure most people think the story was supposed to be about to begin with.
yeah,
Like you said, I was expecting to see the whole shit hitting the fan in chronological order and not a tease of it, and then all of a sudden now it's weeks later, they're in like a military style quarantine
yeah.
zone basically. Like
They
what
went from
happened before all that?
yeah, like someone was sick and bit a dude, and then all of a sudden their town is wrapped in fence. Like what?
Yeah, it
What the?
happened. It was a very very sharp jet forward in the storyline, and I definitely would have liked to see more of the chaos of the early days when it's happening. Because The Walking Dead's always been more about the aftermath than the actual
Yes.
event. So
Yep.
what most people, myself including, were probably hoping for was to see the actual event and more of
Mhm.
it, and kind of feel cheated to some degree. And I
I'm pro-
understand from a logistical standpoint, having a fucking city full of walkers and fires and people screaming and falling out of windows, that's probably going to cost quite a bit of money. But you fucking
yes.
guys are eating diamonds, so that's not an excuse. You know what I mean? Like, you're making hand over fist money when it comes to The Walking Dead. Especially
When they
because the bulk of their effects are prosthesis and physical effects anyway,
right,
which, as far as I understand, are probably quite a bit cheaper than getting CGI.
probably. I would say
I know
probably.
that they do use a small amount of CGI, kind of like post process, not post processing, but they do it in post. So it's like they shoot the scene and then they kind of tweak things a little bit here and there as
Yeah.
necessary. Obviously, you're
Sure.
not literally gonna shoot somebody in the eye with a crossbow bolt.
Yeah. Well, and like just in general, like all the zombie sounds we hear, the actors don't do it. That's always layered in after the
Oh
fact
yeah, yeah,
too.
yeah,
So you always have
100%.
that. So I'm comfortable with the fact that they said right from the beginning, we're not going to tell you how this all set off in The Walking Dead. Right? You're never going to find out the origin of it. And then when they showed like the CDC and stuff, I got a little worried, and that got weird. And they briefly touched on it. Where they showed like how long it activates the dead brain. Like I wish they would have left that out. Like leave it a mystery and tell me the story of these characters because that's what's important. Like the show and the book, The Leftovers. We're never going to find out what caused it. We're dealing with the aftermath.
Right.
That's cool.
I like that show as well.
And so with Fear the Walking Dead, I don't want to know about another American family. And and as you know, sure, we America's big. It's got a lot of cultural diversity. We only see some parts of it in Walking Dead. So we're going to see some other reactions to it. But you know what I would like to see more? How did this impact Germany, Japan, China, the Middle East? I'd like to see that kind of stuff instead. Maybe I'm a
Well, I mean,
minority in
I
that, but
can tell you more about Fear if you don't mind spoilers.
I don't mind spoilers.
Okay. Well, they end up in Mexico, so you
Okay.
kind of get that wish to a degree. Same continent, but south of the border. And
Yep.
one thing that I will say about Fear, especially this new season, is culturally the difference between Mexico and the United States is also reflected in how they view what the walkers actually are. So like in Mexico, there's a bit more, we'll call it superstition. I'm not trying to be like dismissive or insulting of beliefs, but
Right.
they have like a very strong folk element to whatever beliefs they might have. Large population of Catholics, I believe.
Yep.
Um, so they don't really see them as monsters the same way that the people in The Walking Dead who are Americans, these are just literal walking corpses that are trying to kill me. This isn't my husband anymore. This isn't my father anymore. This isn't my son anymore. They don't make that same divide. So,
Hmm.
like, there's a lot more of we're keeping them around because they just have a different view of death in general. So I thought that was interesting to some degree, a bit
Okay.
unbelievable to some in some scope,
I
but
mean,
that's from my ignorant fucking American perspective too. So if I talk to somebody from Mexico, they might be like, "No, that's I could totally see that happening."
we're talking about like the same way that Fox's face in season 2 kept them in the barn. Like,
Yeah,
oh, they might still be people.
same kind of concept.
Hmm. I dodged a bullet. Yeah.
It's a bit unbelievable, but again, to me, that's I don't understand that much of Latin American culture.
Right.
They got that song like strong, what's it called, like Santeria type of vibe coursing through the culture. So maybe that is entirely believable. I'd have to ask somebody from Mexico.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, it's good that at least thought to go there.
But again, like
I give him credit for that.
the unbelievable part of it is like, so there's a group of how many people and they're all on board with this idea of keeping the like nobody in Mexico is an atheist. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. Or maybe they just haven't really shown that type of dissent yet. Who knows?
Yeah.
They
It,
might flip the script on that one. But
or just
yeah,
just the
my
way they
biggest
want it to.
problem is like they're just not. I just don't find myself getting as emotionally involved with this cast of characters as I had with the original Walking Dead, which again was a bit slow to develop. So it's still early.
They did.
But there's just like so many things that happen in Fear the Walking Dead that I'm just like, that doesn't make any sense. Like nobody in their right fucking mind would be doing this. And right mind juxtaposed into that situation.
So you can use that same phrase for so many things where you like where people will just look at it like no one would do that. So do I just suppress my disbelief and say this person did that and go with my own argument that there is no out of character, my character wouldn't do that, that character wouldn't do that, and just roll with that character has done it, or do I just go, I'm done, I'm out, I can't believe this anymore? And too often I'm on the other side, and I get frustrated and I'll stop watching something because of something like that. And I'll listen to people like, I fucking loved it, it was great. And I make that voice because I want to make them sound stupid, but like whatever, they're having fun with it, and they just rolled with that belief that okay, that dumb character did something. But how long can you put up with a dumb character doing stuff like that, and that dumb character keeps living on, not being eaten by the Walking Dead, while all the good characters are being killed?
Yeah.
It's
The only strong emotional response that I really have to any of the characters is I like Nick a lot, the addict,
he's probably the most active show I've watched.
Madison's son. I think he's a really great actor, to be honest with you. He plays a junkie really well.
Yeah, but like,
Like there's that one scene in the first season where he's like creeping around the neighborhood. He's trying to like break into a window, and he looks over, sees a little girl there, and he's just kind of like does the little like wave of like whoo doo doo doo, nothing to see
Yeah.
here. But yeah, that's total fucking junkie behavior. Like he nailed that role. And fun fact, that actor is the son of the actor who plays Stannis Baratheon on Game of Thrones.
Really?
Yeah,
Stannis Baratheon, a fantastic character and a great actor that they ruined in the show.
right.
Alas.
So yeah, like I do like Nick. I kind of identify with him a lot in that regard because I have a very addictive personality. If I had made worse choices in my life, I could have easily ended up a junkie. Like that's totally that could have been the within the realm of possibilities for my life.
Everyone's one bad day away, right?
Exactly. So I mean, I'm very forgiving when it comes to addicts. I don't know why that is. I just always kind of have been. But and not to go off on too much of a tangent, but I've always been a firm believer that addiction in and of itself isn't a disease, it's just a symptom of other shit. There's
Yes.
nobody, with the exception of like crack babies, heroin babies,
Sure,
babies
yeah,
who are
yeah.
literally born with an addiction because their mother
Yes.
passed it on to them by being a piece of shit. You know,
Yes. It's a systemic thing.
nobody's born addicted to anything.
Right.
So I'm talking purely from like a psychological standpoint. Obviously, certain substances are physically addictive, but when it comes
Right.
to addictive behavior and trying to fill that void, or whatever it may be, mask whatever horrible fucking thing happened to you in your life, like you said, just one bad day away.
Mm-hmm.
So like, A, he nailed the role. B, it's a compelling character. But then you get into the new season and you're kind of like, I don't really understand where they're going with this dude now. Like they kind of really shifted gears hard, and I don't quite get it.
By the end of the first season, he's basically kicked his addiction, and that's frustrating. And I've seen Train Spotting. Most of us have seen Train Spotting, which really shows the danger. Requiem for a Dream shows the
Oh,
danger
that
of
fucking
addiction,
movie.
right? Right. I've seen that movie a dozen times, and I feel awful, but great after watching it, right? Because you see that struggle. And was I expecting that level of struggle from this junkie in Fear the Walking Dead? No. But like he has like one episode of shivers and sweating and like,
And now
I'm
suddenly he's
terrible.
okay.
And then he's fine. And even just that, the amount of complaints I saw about like, oh, I don't want to like, see any more about this fucking junkie. Why didn't they just have him show him kicking it and shit? You don't just kick that, right? If you want to buy into the
Yeah.
scenario, go all in, man. Don't fucking pick and choose. Or like now we're gonna have time skips and like, okay, he's fine now. I'm like, okay, well that just ruined a whole beautiful aspect of the show, especially when the kid was doing it so well. I call him a kid. He's probably fucking 25. Um, yeah, same thing. He was doing a great job, and now like, I don't. Okay, don't
Yeah.
care.
There was that. And also just like in the new season, you don't even see a shadow of his like addict nature, which bothers me.
Really,
They've
of course,
almost completely rebranded him as like a new Glenn almost.
of course they did because they have to grab in that
Of
demographic
like
of viewers.
he's a really nice guy and he does really sweet things for people. And yeah, maybe he steals shit here and there, but he's not like fucking doing drugs like a maniac like he probably should be doing if the character is to be believed as an
Yeah.
addict, which is what they sold him as. But I mean, he does have some really good lines. The character has some really good lines. Even in the first season, I think one of my favorite lines from the show is when he's standing outside talking to his mother. I think it's the last episode of the first season or second to last episode, and
Outside
she's
the beach.
yeah, she's like talking to him, and she's basically apologizing that all of this is happening. He's like, "Mom, it's okay. I've been living like this for years. It's like the world just caught up to where I was at." You know, he's as an addict, he's used to the chaos, having to live hard.
That first episode was promising, where he doesn't know if it's a part of his, of being
Delusion, yeah.
high. Yeah, and imagine that going for 6 episodes where he's really struggling with the fact that
I think they did a pretty good job with that.
with the first episode, absolutely, yeah. But then they break into the school and shoot the principal, and I don't know. They all went off the rails, and it really made me mad.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got off on a tangent, but yeah, the only character in Fear the Walking Dead currently that really elicits a strong emotional response from me is Chris, and that's because I fucking hate him because he sucks. He's just
Which
like
one's Chris? Is that the
he's
young kid?
the younger, like, half brother or step
The
brother, basically.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
the kid whose mother gets bit and
Yeah. Yep.
ends up taking a bullet at the end.
Well, she had to go back to Orange is the New Black. So.
But he's just such a piece of shit, and he just shouldn't even be alive.
The character that I liked the most was the father, right? Torn between two families. You know, he's happy with his new family, his new wife and stuff, and he loves his son. And there's something there with his ex-wife that like was never resolved. But shit hits the fan, the world ends, and he still wants to protect him. And now he's torn between the two of them. That's a neat story. Let's follow that up. Oh no, he's just gonna go fucking berserk crazy in episode 5 and start arguing with the army and like, I don't.
Right.
Can't we show the emotional struggle and not see this guy who was like they harp on the fact like, oh, maybe he's Muslim, maybe he's Middle Eastern, maybe he's Spanish. Like they always played around like
That doesn't
with
really
people in the
matter
town.
anymore.
Right. Like, why does any of that matter? Why did it ever matter? Kind of shit. Like, I know he's just a guy and he's got two families and he's got to try to keep them safe and understand that this is weird, right? His current wife and his ex wife living together in the same house because if they go outside, they'll be bitten by a corpse. That's neat. That's a good story. Nah, fuck all that. We'll just make him crazy and he's going to punch army people. I don't understand.
Yeah, if we're doing the probably false equivalence between the two Walking Dead shows, if if Nick is the new Glenn, then Chris is the new Shane, and that's the arc that they're going down with him.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, and it's
He's
just
not even unbelievable.
that was going to be my exact point, is that he's too much of a little bitch to pull that off, and it had just, instead of being kind of like a bit unnerving and scary to see, because with Shane it's like this guy was a cop, you know what I mean? Like this
Yeah.
is somebody who's supposed to uphold the law and stand for something. Now you're taking this teenage kid kind of down that same road, and the shoe just doesn't fit.
Talk about good villains from earlier. Shane was a good villain.
Oh, he's a
And
great villain.
he dies in flashback in the first episode of the comics. So the fact that he carried through so far as he did in the show was great. And like I referenced earlier, he shoots Otis to get medicine back to Carl, or
Right.
the machine back to Carl, right? That's an awesome moral decision for a show. And the people who pay attention to that kind of thing are like, that is tough. And he did it almost without thinking about it. And you can see that it's impacting him uh, psychologically. Like he shaves his head to hide the fact that Otis ripped hair out of his head, that there was a struggle, right? And he gets more violent and more crazy about it because he thinks he's doing good. He thinks he's trying to protect people, and here's Rick who's doing all these things that are not protecting people.
Right.
And then they still end up killing him off in a cool way, right? They make Carl do it, and that's the turning point. Carl becomes a man from that point on, right? But they
Yeah,
should have just
what
kept
Dust said,
going,
he
man.
crushed the Punisher role. He
Yes, absolutely.
absolutely 10 out of 10 crushed it. Nailed it.
I feel like he's a good actor, and that was like unresolved. You could have been awesome in The Walking Dead if they let you, but now we're
Right.
gonna let you be the Punisher, who is so
Ooh.
hard to pull off on TV and live action, right?
Yeah.
That's a hard concept to
Well,
swallow.
think of all the people that have come before him who just did not get,
Yeah.
just with him as like the setting that new bar. Nobody else
Yeah.
came close.
Nope. Not
I
even
mean,
a
you
little
had Dolph Lundgren. He was
bit. That was
he was the
80s and
first.
90s. Yep.
Then who was after
Tommy
him?
Jane.
Yeah,
Tommy Jane.
which I hated that movie.
And then Vinny Jones? No, not Vinny Jones. The guy from Rome. I
Yeah,
forget his name.
Rome is a badass series, by the way. I fucking love that show. I watch it probably about at least once a year. I'll watch through it.
Titus Pulo. What was his name? Ray Stevenson.
Yes, Ray
Um,
Stevenson. I kind
I
of liked him, but the movie in and of itself was kind of.
Yes. Yeah. Warzone was going down that line to make me show maybe see a believable anti-hero, right? Especially when like the detective's like, you have the right to remain silent, and fucking holding a kid over his shoulder, he pulls a shotgun out and shoots that guy's face off. Like,
Yep.
cool. That's the Punisher. And then the whole rest of the movie was weird, and it was like fighting with gloves of ice or glass, whatever. But Tommy Jane in Dirty Laundry, the movie that he did with his own money time, that was pretty close. I thought he did a good job with that. And if you haven't seen that, watch it. It's a 10-minute short where he's like,
I have seen that.
right?
I'll have to check that
He
out.
beats, and he beats the guy to death, right? Well, he beats the guy and then burns him to death, whatever. Like, neat, right? That's fucking awesome.
Well,
John Bernthal, man.
the that prison scene, that prison fight scene, I have not had a violence high like that since I used to watch fucking ECW. I'm over
Right.
here standing on my chair like, holy shit, holy shit.
Well, I mean, like, and
Oh, my camera went all wonk. It's okay now, though.
the symbolism of it is over the top, right? He's wearing that white, new prisoner fucking attire, and it's covered in blood. And I'm like, that's just so over the top fucking.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, it looks so good.
Like, by far one of the coolest things I've ever seen is like when he's on the ground, he's got his back to the ground, he's like reaching underneath a guy who's dead next to him to grab a shank. There's another guy walking towards him, kicks him in the knee, puts the shank up right into the dude's neck. I was just like, oh, that's so fucking cool.
It's a lot of iterations of him have shown that he has something wrong with him mentally. So that was maybe my only exception to him, is that he's only that way because he got shot in the head. So there might be something wrong with him. And I'd really rather see a character
Well, that's kind of
fully in
the
his right mind.
that's kind of the big question, isn't it? Though, like
Sure.
that's a
That
big
was
part of the
yeah,
Punisher character is he really crazy? Like, or are we the ones that are crazy for allowing these pieces
Yeah.
of shit to walk the streets?
It's
So it's that really big morality question of like,
it comes up shockingly often at work lunchroom conversations, right? And I staunchly believe that all life, from the littlest bug up through every person, is sacred through no religious reasons, just because it's unique. It's never going to happen again.
right,
So even the worst criminal, I don't believe in death penalty, murder, or anything like that. But then to have this fantasy of being like, these are unredeemable people, why not just kill them? Get rid
right,
of them. And like, I want to see the perspective of a Punisher-like character, or the Punisher himself, being like, why can't you understand that?
right,
Like, why don't you see the way I do? And it's, Batman puts the Joker away every single time, and he keeps getting out and killing more people. And the Joker's like, why don't you kill me? And like it's the only way you're gonna stop me. And it's like, oh, because he's so good, he can't do it. Like, just do it already, man. Like,
right.
fucking do it.
There's the greater good, which is like the age-old question of who wins in a fight, Punisher or Batman. If Punisher gets the drop on Batman, he's fucking dead, so Punisher wins,
Right.
in my
Yeah,
opinion.
if you talk to any fan of Batman, though, it's like, well, how long in advance does he know the fight's coming? He'll win because he's the master.
Master Detective. So yeah, I will totally concede that it all comes down to who gets the drop on who. But if it's the Punisher, Batman's fucking dead.
Yeah.
Because he's gonna shoot him with a 50 caliber rifle from a mile away
Yep.
and just take his goddamn head off.
So I bash Batman a lot because really those are the two best characters to compare, in my opinion, right? Batman and Punisher.
Right, because they're not superhuman.
Right. And they do what they think is right. And it's Batman will never kill and Punisher will always kill. So they're predictable. And so there's that scene in the comics where, you know, Superman, like the Lex Luthor as we know him dies. The kryptonite ring, like Superman manages to get Lex's the kryptonite ring, puts it in a lead line box, and brings it to Batman and say, "There's only one man that I can trust. If I ever lose my mind, someone takes advantage of me, someone gets my mind, I need someone to put me down. Take this ring." And Batman's like, I will honor this. I'll do what you need to, to do it. Only use as much force as necessary. He's going to be prepared. And he's got that ring. And then he goes to put it in a vault filled with every kind of kryptonite you can imagine, because he's already planned out that he's going to this could happen, right?
Right.
So that's his whole modus operandi. Meanwhile, over here, the Punisher is like, that guy's bad. I'm going to go kill him right now. And sure, he's got some tactical planning in there, and depending on where in the publication you're watching him, he used to be a cop, he used to be a soldier, things like that. So he's got training to match the violence.
Right.
But it's just like, the Punisher's just going to win every time. I don't understand. He's not going to feel pain or fear. He's just going to keep coming until you stop him.
Right. The Punisher's not the average criminal who's gonna shit his pants over a couple flashbangs and a fucking bat-like cape swooping down at him. You know what I mean? It's...
Yep.
I strongly believe that over a over a long enough period of time, Punisher wins.
Yep.
Because Batman will just put him in jail. Frank Castle will get out because he's Frank Castle.
Yep.
Punisher eventually will win.
And he shows us that side of the world where there are bad guys who, quite unfortunately, really should be killed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with Bill Burr. Fucking 85% of people just gotta go. We're running out of room.
So
do we really need them?
I made the joke of my life, yeah, we got a lot of fucking people on this planet. We gotta clear them out somehow. And the way I make it okay to make this joke is I don't care if I'm one of them, as long as the end justifies the means.
Oh, fuck right? That! I don't want to be one of them.
So if I'm at half,
I'm not volunteering.
85%, right? Well, whatever. It's I'll be the first one to volunteer for my own ideas. And so, in India, which is super hyper crowded.
Yeah.
We got triple the population here, whatever. So it was funny to hear years later my tour guide there, who is Indian, make the joke, there are too many people here. And he's like, and I'm not saying I'd drop the bomb, but it wouldn't be a bad thing to wipe out the population. And then he goes, and you know what, if I'm one of them, that's just fine, as long as we clear them out. I'm like, holy shit, other people think this way.
Wow.
That's weird. Okay.
Got a lot of martyrs on my hand.
It's just as long as we clear them out. And you know what? We don't have to clear out that many people, as long as you get rid of the bad ones. And that's what the Punisher's going to do.
Yeah, I've always really liked the Punisher as a character. I think John Bernthal, I think his name is the first to really do it really well.
Mm-hmm.
The predecessors, they were okay, but he fucking nailed it.
Yep.
Because the Punisher is not cool, calm, and collected in the comic books by any means. Especially he's not blind with rage, but he uses that rage.
Yep. So, one of the best things to come out of the Punisher in the comic world in recent years is during the Civil War storyline. And so the Civil War in the movies is not the same as it was in the comics. The core is there. But it's Frank runs afoul of Captain America, and Captain America is beating on him to get him to stop. And he's like, why aren't you fighting back? Why are you just laying there limp? And Frank's like, I would never fight you. You are who I want to be, but can't. Right? And Captain America's just taken aback. That it shows Steve another side. Right? It's that thing. He's that other side. And so later in Civil War, Captain America is assassinated. Straight up shot. And so Frank picks up the shield and the outfit and tries to be Captain America.
Oh, no shit.
He really tried. He gets out there. He's like, Captain America has been my hero since I was a kid. He's been around, forever. Can I do it? And he's like, I just can't. That's not my way. they do a good job, so let them keep doing their job in the light, and I'm going to keep doing my work in the shadow. And he doesn't say it nearly as poetic as that, but he ends up, he has to put it down. He puts the shield back down because that's not him. He can't do justice that way. Someone has to do it the other way. And I was like, of all the convoluted things that for the Civil War storyline, like, that's fucking awesome. That's
Yeah,
really fucking awesome.
he's taken on the fact that he's a necessary evil.
Yep.
Guys.
Yep.
Like, I don't think he has any compunctions about, he thinks he's doing the right thing in an overall kind of way, but he knows that he's breaking laws.
Yeah.
And that he's murdering people. He
And then
simply doesn't care.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, he doesn't go after innocence. Great, excellent, but he still kills people.
And will actually go out of his way to protect innocence. So there's another one in the plus column for the Punisher's morality spectrum.
So I don't like the term anti-hero so much. I would say firmly that the Punisher is a villain, but he's doing bad things for a good reason. And that's why I like him. That much makes him compelling.
Yeah, I don't know if I would call him a villain. I think it all comes down to the
kill, man.
Right, but he does kill people, but he's doing it for a noble cause. So the motivation is pure, if not the action.
Is there nobility in killing? I mean, that's the moral choice you have to make. Like, is there nobility in killing?
Depends on how you look at it.
Sure. I mean, like, we go to war for certain reasons. There's war noble act. Well, are we protecting people? I don't know. It's one of those tough things that I like in characters. I want to see more of that.
It's hard to say because hindsight's 2020. Hitler's mother almost had an abortion. Somebody talked her out of it.
Yep. Yeah, it's tough. But the more they can show me of that in a character, make me want to watch Shane more than Rick, who's the hero. Make me like, oh my god, I'm bored of Daredevil, who's a fantastic character. Get him off the screen so I can see more Punisher. It's that kind of stuff, like make me keep turning the pages to follow this character who's making hard choices and then lives with the fallout of that choice.
Oh, by the way, since we were talking about The Walking Dead, again, spoilers. I mean, this is all shit that's been shown in trailers anyway, so I don't think we necessarily need to give too much warning, but I'm so happy that finally somebody in a fucking zombie apocalypse genre anything has made the apparently massive intellectual leap into using fucking armor. With the kingdom now coming, so you have these people on horseback with their spears and they're wearing the armor, even if it's like improvised armor. Like, how are you fucking idiots? Like, how is nobody thinking of this as like a good idea?
Maggie and Glenn do it for a bit, right? They get the riot gear, and then they're always taking the riot gear off so they can fuck. Which, whatever, fine. Maggie's hot. But they running around in fucking t-shirts with long, scraggly-ass hair. Like,
right.
I don't care that it's Georgia. I will risk heat stroke to not be scratched or bitten by the walking goddamn dead.
Right, and like, we're not talking about like super intelligent combatants. You don't need full plate armor. You get by with like a fucking shield, maybe something on your arm. Something to stick in that fucking mouth that they're not going to be able to bite through while you stab them through the head, so it's not just this fucking tug of war with your life.
At the very, very least. I don't have access to riot ballistic gear. Fine. You know what I do have access to? A hardware store and duct tape. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wrap my goddamn arms and hands and my forearms and shit with duct tape. So if I have to put my arm up to block a bite, it's not going to go through the goddamn tape. These things have got gummy-ass rotted jaws. They're not biting through tape.
Well, they might be able to bite with enough force that it would hurt you, but not puncture the skin.
Right. But like, you're running around just in general. Let's put aside the fact,
man, get yourself some cardboard and spray that shit down with some Line-X, you're good to go.
Even that's fine. I mean, people are like scrounging around for food.
Line-X will stop a zombie bite, for sure.
But like, why are these people never raiding a Home Depot? Why are they not breaking into Lowe's? Like, these are not going to be high raid targets for people getting supplies.
No, and even if they had been raided, they're not empty by any stretch.
So like, get into goddamn Home Depot and get yourself some fucking Presto armor here. I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna be great. Not everyone's a DIY MacGyver, but like, just protect
Simple
yourself a
common
little.
sense, yeah.
Yeah,
A little
like
common sense goes a long way.
if anyone's read, it's the hell. It was written by Max Brooks before he did World War Z. The zombie survival handbook,
Yes,
and
I'm
it's
familiar. I've never
so
read it,
it's
but I'm aware of the book.
he goes through stuff like wear long sleeves. If you can, find a black leather biker's jacket. Like cut your hair. You're not worried about style in the zombie apocalypse, but you're worried about some kind of Walking Dead or enemy combatant grabbing your hair. So you know what I'm doing is I'm fucking shaving down to a bare face. I'm gonna shave my head, and I'm gonna get a long sleeve T-shirt, and I'm not gonna die of fucking tetanus at the same time that I'm getting killed by zombies. Like,
Right. There is a certain amount of like, and again, it's part of how The Walking Dead is written, where they're constantly on the move. So there's that. They haven't really ever had a chance to build up, and when they do, it all goes to shit every time without
yeah,
fail. Yeah, like
that's inevitable.
hardware store, fucking hit that shit up, man. And if you do get to a hardware store and that shit's empty, you got bigger problems, because any group big enough to empty that shit out, you need to watch the fuck out for.
Yeah,
Because they're just as smart as you, and there's way more of them.
yeah. And now they're well armored.
Yeah. And have nail guns and lumber and fucking everything else you could pretty much need.
The more I'm thinking about it, why wouldn't you just use the hardware store for your base? You have everything
Well,
inside that you need.
they sort of touch on that in the Walking Dead game in season 2 of the Telltale game.
I haven't played it yet.
Not really a spoiler. You do get to see pretty much that. I'm
Okay.
90% sure it's like a hardware store, or it might just be like a big box type of
Okay.
store.
Sure. But enough to,
It's hard to tell because they have it all like, it's all zombie apocalypse barricaded up and
right,
stuff,
right, right.
fortified. So it's hard to say, but generally speaking, it's the same type of structure.
Hmm. Now, hard to keep that thing lit, obviously. So if one gets inside, you want to make sure your inside sleeping area is guarded as well, in case something or someone slips inside. But like,
Yeah, you set up like checkpoint cages basically.
yeah,
The only ways in or out, there's a way to cut each of those off.
yep.
That's basic strategizing. Like, these motherfuckers have never played Call of Duty or something.
It's so frustrating. That's the kind of thing. That's one of those things that make me check out, where you keep putting dumb decisions over and over again, and like, yeah, let's lower Glenn into the fucking well with the bloated walker in it, and like, if you're just gonna end up plugging up the well anyway because you've got three other on the property, why are you sending him in there anyway? Like, I don't.
Right. It's
God damn it.
And that's the other thing I've been waiting for on The Walking Dead is, with the exception of Glenn, there's no super intelligent nerdy people left alive, really. I mean, there's Eugene, who you get to eventually. But with the exception of Eugene and Glenn, who's kind of a nerd, like, Glenn definitely played World of Warcraft before the
Well,
zombie apocalypse
there was a
happened.
paid placement where he talks about Portal 2 in the show.
Oh, yeah.
Another hit against fucking season 2. But anyway.
But yeah, so, like, and again, Eugene, he's almost like a, I don't want to say pseudo intellectual, but he's definitely not as smart as he plays himself up to be,
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
and definitely lacks a certain amount of common sense.
Yeah.
Like, where's all the reasonable, like, where am I basically in this situation? Because I'm not fucking dead yet. Hopefully, anyway. Unless a person kills me, which is probably a more troubling scenario. I'm not dying to fucking zombies.
There's a distinct lack of people being overrun and being overconfident, which I think would get a lot of people killed. And maybe they're just far enough along that those people are already dead. Because I can absolutely see myself falling into a situation where I've been overconfident. I underestimate a situation and now I'm overrun, and I fucked up. Because little decisions are going to get you killed, right? Little
Yeah,
mistakes.
because
So,
the stake, and that's part of the writing style of The Walking Dead is they really amplify that the stakes are that much higher. Of like you make a bad decision, it could not just be your ass, but everybody's ass.
Right.
So
So, um, but so in that same spirit of like smart people, there was this awful show. I think it was on Fox called Revolution, and it
I
was
saw that show. I
okay,
wanted that show to be so much better than it was.
right? And so the whole first season until the season finale, I get really confused as to why there wasn't more DIY technology. And then it becomes a reveal that that particular country within a country, this kingdom carved out by Monroe, was too strict on that. And as they got elsewhere, they found, yeah, steam trains still fucking work, right? Coal and trains that those are
Yeah,
still running elsewhere in the country. Cool. All right, let's broaden the universe a little bit. So there was a little bit of tropic storytelling in there, but just in general, like assuming I'm doing all right for survival, I don't have to worry about food. Just out of boredom, I'm gonna learn how to tinker and shit, right? So gasoline's gonna run out. I don't know how gasoline's still a fucking thing in The Walking Dead because it's only got a fucking life of 2 years. Um, why aren't more people like trying to make, like, it's gonna sound silly, but like steam powered cars, right? Someone's gonna start
yeah,
tinkering
some
around
type
with
of
that,
conveyance. Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Like, and then just in general, like, why don't we see more things hooked up to train lines to go? Like they fucking did it in Back to the Future
Yeah,
in fucking 1885.
yeah. Those,
Like,
what are they called? There's a specific name for them, but they go on rails like trains do, and there's like the two handles, and you
oh
push up
sure,
and
from like
down,
cartoon. Yeah,
and it'll get you there eventually. It's a lot fucking better than walking.
yeah. But I mean, like, we want to move stuff from point A to point B. Just in general, we can move something like that with a bike. Hook up a bike to a car trailer or some shit, and now you're on train tracks, fucking moving shit back and forth. Where is all this stuff? Like, now we just want to spend time showing you that. But that would be really fun to see.
Yeah, there. I think there's a lot of things that the writers might have overlooked, certain plot holes that they might not have considered.
I mean, and I get too that maybe it's just not part of the story they want to tell.
Oh, is it called a rail
Because
truck?
what is it?
Yeah,
Rail
Mad
truck. Oh,
Max. Perfect example. Why isn't there more Mad Max shit? Improvised armor. I've been saying that forever. Why is there not improvised armor? Should be doing that all the time. It should be a habit in everybody's life, the zombie apocalypse,
yeah,
to
right.
have and maintain your armor.
And it's believable that there were people like of the town they end up in the most recent season, um, that's got walls and stuff like that. There are people who don't develop these skills
Right.
because they're coddled, sure. But you're living out in the wilderness in any kind of scenario with the end of the world is you're figuring out some way to protect yourself.
Oh,
And it could be
absolutely,
that you're
100%.
armored, right? So to use like D&D tropes, you're an armored guy walking down the road,
Clink, clank,
or
clink, clank.
right, or you have very little stuff because you rely on stealth and sneak. But the people not wearing anything aren't relying on stealth or sneak. They're fucking driving a
Yeah.
Mustang with the radio going or the car alarm going like down the
Yep.
highway. Like what the fuck? You're the sneak character.
Yeah, for sure. I thought the wolves were really interesting.
I wanted to see more of the wolves.
I
I
hope we
wanted to
see
see
more of them again. I hope they're not wiped out. Some of them do get away.
the the wolves are maybe not so crazy and murderous, but uh, anyone who like knew that character I played in Red Zone that got popular is that walls, you put them up for protection and they become your prison. The wolves understood that. One of those characters even fucking said it.
Oh yeah.
Like, you can't hide behind these walls. We're going to get inside and break them down. Like, you hype these characters up for one little raid? Fuck off. Like, they're so cool.
I did kind of like how they did that too, though, because they built them up like, oh wow, these guys are going to be like the new villains. We're going to have to get used
Yeah.
to all their shit, and then it's just kind of passes. So I hope it comes back around and you find out more about them in the long run. That would be
I think
cool.
I think they're going to be discarded. And what
I
I
hope
want to
not.
see,
They were so good.
Well, you remember the claimers that Daryl fell in with for a little while?
Hmm.
I feel like they're probably a more accurate representation of the wolves, but still the same vein, right? These guys were
Oh
violent,
yeah,
but
definitely.
they lived by moving and scavenging, and they learned to protect themselves, much like Rick's group did.
Right.
But they keep running wall to wall.
They were a bit more they were a bit more cohesive of a group because they probably just in general had less pathos than the wolves. Like the wolves were all kind of broken people, as I
Yes, for
kind of
sure.
from the little information that you get about them is just like their whole take on the world is just that this is the new world and we're
Yep.
not the dominant species anymore.
Yep. You embrace the new world, and everyone who does that will live and do very, very well. And then there becomes a question like, do you do well because you band together and create new communities who can withstand the atrocities that happen, or you become an atrocity that that walks around and you are the threat now.
Yeah.
And the wolves, I think, made that choice. Like, fuck it, we're going to be the threat, and that's cool. That's
Right.
interesting.
And maybe it just again, I'm going out on a limb here. This is pure conjecture on my part. Doesn't it didn't even feel like that was like a group decision so much as just a silent consensus of fact among them.
Yeah,
Like it wasn't
exactly.
like
Yeah,
they didn't have a town hall meeting saying like this
right.
is what we're about. It's just what they became.
Um, yeah, I'd be hard pressed to say that the wolves probably not hard. The wolves don't have a leader. They may have an alpha, right? Because they're wolves. And that just may be the representation we see of them. They may have someone who's just biggest and strongest, but still acts on whim, and the rest of them will all squabble and shit. But when the pack turns to something, they turn to something, right? They all go as a force, which is the flip side to Negan's group, right? Who is he bands all these people together under an iron fist, and that he is a dominant leader. So it's both sides of it, right? These people both live in the world without walls, and they do very well because they are awful, right? And then, do you know anything about what happens in the comic book storyline after the Negan arc ends?
No, I haven't even gotten to Negan in the comic books. I've been very lax, so I'm still very early in the comics, but I don't care about spoilers.
Okay. There is a group of people who are the Whisperers, and these are the most sadistic fucks I can imagine because the way they respond to surviving in the world is to kill walkers, cut the skin off, and wear the skin as a suit, and move within
Awesome.
herds of walkers. And
Makes
the
perfect
Whisperers,
sense.
yeah, they whisper to one another so the walkers don't know, and then they attack humans. And then they start to realize, like, I swear I heard one talk. You're an idiot. They don't talk. Like, no, that one talked, and he's using a knife. And I kind of sit, and one of them gets knifed.
Oh, okay.
And so they'll
That
move
kind of
within a
makes
herd.
sense to me now because there's a bit of that in the new season of Fear the Walking Dead.
Really? Like Skinwalker? Like Ash?
No, 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 not that specifically, but they're again spoilers. This was a recent episode, so spoiler alert if you haven't watched yet and you're planning on watching the new season of Fear the Walking Dead. Plug your ears for a second. Um, but there's a part where, and this is something Nick's been doing for a while, where he does, covers himself with the guts so he can walk with the herd.
Yep.
Um, he gets injured at one point, and uh, so he's already like shambling, like his leg gets hurt. I won't go into details how, but his leg
Hmm.
gets hurt. He's basically in the middle of nowhere in this Mexican desert, and so he covers himself with guts and starts walking with the herd. And he's run out of water and supplies at this point, so he's kind of like getting that like the way they shot it was really good. Like he's getting heat stroke, so it's like everything's super bright and
Hmm.
glary and fucking lens flares galore. And um, like as he's walking with these walkers, he starts hearing them talk. Like nothing really concise at first, like just mutterings. And he's kind of like looking like fucking like he can't. He
That
doesn't
has
know
to be a reference. So yeah.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to him like when he first saw, like he's not sure of what it is that he's seeing, so he kind of just goes with it, and gradually it becomes apparent that it's a hallucination because he's seeing like Gloria, the his girlfriend in the first
Mm-hmm.
episode. Um, he sees her, and eventually, like he can kind of start making out what they're saying, and something like "follow us" or "walk with us," something like that. But I thought that was a really cool part, and that might be
That's
a nod to the comic books.
that by itself, just the description of that kind of makes me want to watch the second season after rage quitting
It's
after the first
really
one.
not bad. It's just like I said, I'm having a really hard time just getting involved with the characters because there's it's almost too chaotic, and they're not showing it enough in a linear fashion. Like there's too many time jumps happening for you to kind of see the characters develop the way you want to see them develop. It's almost like feels rushed, man. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's I,
Where it's like
too many shows do
you
that.
could spend so much more time on developing these characters as they progress through this deteriorating world than jumping through and cherry picking the interesting events that you think are important.
Yeah. To like,
And again, everybody in that show is just like, "Why are you so dumb?
how are you still alive?
How are you
How is
still
this a thing?
alive?"
Yeah.
I really, really, really hope we get to see the kid from the first season again. Nerdy kid who brought the knife to school, and the one who knew what was coming.
Yeah.
I forget his
Knife Talk.
name.
There's no way he's dead.
No, I think he's alive, dude. He's
You
alive
think he
for
just ended up
sure.
somewhere in Mexico? I mean, maybe. Like
Out of
there.
everybody in that the beginning season, he was the only one that saw it for what it was. And he
Yeah.
still kind of had the doubt, like maybe it'll be okay. But I'm not taking any fucking chances either because I played DayZ. I know how this is gonna go. Like DayZ players are gonna be fine in the zombie apocalypse because
Well,
we know how kill on sight works. There's gonna be a lot of kill on sight in the zombie apocalypse, man. I hate to
that's the
break it
thing.
to you, but a lot of people
I
ain't taking
always.
fucking chances. If it
Yes,
comes
there's
down to
gonna
you
be some.
protecting you and yours, you hey man, something fuck
I
them.
want to
Scumbag shouldn't have been
see.
there.
I want to see the inherent goodness that I
Tobias,
believe
thank you,
does
DP.
exist in people.
His name was
Right?
Tobias, and I hope to see.
If the world really went to shit, I really want to think that people would band together and not go bug nuts. But then you watch.
Certain people would band together for sure. People of a
Well,
like mind will gravitate towards one another.
yeah, it's. I want to believe that humans have an innate goodness to them, and The Walking Dead would never happen the way it would. I think there are too many good people. But one fucking sports team wins or loses, an entire city like nearly burns itself down like once a fucking year.
Oh
Like
yeah.
that's just a sports game. And yet people are flipping cop cars and shit and lighting things on fire, and that's for no reason, right? And you look
80
at things like the Arab Spring and shit like that, where people were rioting for reasons, for rights, for the right to vote, for protections, things like that. And you see that like we over here we have people rioting because fucking this team won, that team won. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, I agree to some degree. I want very badly to believe in the better nature of people, but I've also seen enough of human
Yeah,
nature to know that that's very situational.
right.
And if
I
you get
wouldn't.
people desperate and afraid enough, they're going to do terrible things.
Yeah, it's
Like the Joker said, these civilized people
yeah,
will eat each other.
yeah. It's when the power goes out. Yes, Nikki, that happens in the U.S. Police cars are flipped and lit on fire when certain teams win or lose.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Um, oh, just fucking anarchy. Um, when the power goes out, we will flip our shit. I get mad. Like when I messaged you earlier, it said I got home and my internet was out, and I've been dealing with this for like a month. I'm just like, I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna skin them all. I'm just gonna skin everyone.
So
I was irrationally angry.
no, I totally get that. I totally get that. And well, you and I kind of have a different perspective on that other than the average Joe because like, well, A, this is my job. So I need electricity and internet access or I can't make money, which is kind of a important factor in
Yeah.
modern living. Unfortunately, I kind of the whole concept of money upsets me, but I don't want to get into that. I'd much prefer a barter system, but I know that's terribly inefficient. So there's a trade off.
It's still fundamentally the same thing. You just sell
For
something
a very
else.
long time, I've been of the mindset of the only reason anything has value is because we give value to it. If we all collectively one day woke up and said money isn't important, then it would cease to be important. And like the rarity of things is an illusion because from what
Yes,
we know of the
exactly.
universe, there's entire planets made out of diamond.
Rarity, yes, artificial concept to drive capitalism, 100%. But I like being able to go to a place and do something I'm good at to get a representation of that good thing to then buy the things I need. I don't want to have to go do this thing over here to get something that's valuable to this person over here so I can trade that over here to
A
bring it back
settlement needs your
around
help,
so
Buckle.
right so I can buy a sandwich, right? I don't want to do that, especially not every single day. I'd like to be able to bank up some of that effort over here so that I can buy a sandwich tomorrow too. Like,
But wouldn't it be nicer to just have a sandwich?
right,
Can't
sure.
can't you just have a sandwich? And this is like pipe dreamy, like that's like really out
What are you, a
there.
commie?
No, communism has nothing to do with it because again, that's just another economic system. I'm just saying economic systems are inherently flawed.
Yeah,
But
because the
it's
world
kind
got
of
big.
it's the way it is and I'm okay, I
The world
guess.
got big. That's all it is.
Yeah, I do hope we see more realistic type stuff happening in Walking Dead. I'm very happy to see horseback riding.
Mm-hmm.
Who'd have thought? I mean, you did
Well,
see it in the first episode of The Walking Dead.
yeah,
He
when
gets
they killed the man.
the police horse, right?
Yeah. No, he got it on a farm. It was still in the
Was it
stable.
on? Oh yeah, that's right. Where did I get police horse from?
Well, because he was riding it in his uniform.
Yeah, that's you're probably 100% correct. Nailed
Because
it.
he's a cop on a horse.
Yeah,
Um,
makes sense. Armor, spears, spears,
Spears.
spears. Who would have fucking thought? You want to maybe
Spears and
keep
fucking
these things
javelins.
at arm length instead of stabbing them in the face with an ice pick? No, you feel like gambling today?
That's what's interesting, right? Is that our distant ancestors figured out primitive tools, right? Because they had to, or they would die. This is that same situation. Fucking
Right.
tape a rock to a stick and stab shit with it. I don't understand.
Oh, that'd be a great weapon which we haven't seen yet. What is that called? It's a Celtic weapon where you basically take like a sapling, cut the top end off, and then you use the roots to tie a rock or something like that. And it acts
Yeah,
as a
yeah,
club,
yeah.
but it's got a bit of like
A bit of a
spring
swing
to
to
it.
it. Yeah.
Oh man, they use that thing on what was that show? Deadliest Warrior. They were showing that on Deadliest Warrior, and that thing fucked a skull up.
See, now I have
Absolutely
an idea of
like
apocalypse.
absolutely fucked a skull up because it's that centrifugal force and it's got that extra springiness because it's a sapling and just
Yep.
fucking the weight at the end and just boom,
Huh.
fucking like the whole front of the skull just exploded. Like, how is this
Imagine a
not the
nice
perfect
squishy
zombie
Sunday
killing
zombie.
weapon? You got a sapling, you got a rock, you got a way out, okay? And another thing that kind of drives me nuts in The Walking Dead that happens all the time is they're in a spot that's completely surrounded by walkers and they're panicking. Why are you panicking? You got walls. for the time being, at least, you're gonna be okay. So get it the fuck together.
Yeah.
Step
Well, they
one.
finally started showing that, right? And it was a great iconic scene from the comics too. The walls come down, they get in. It's
Right.
like, we can do this, right? I was like, they have no tactics. We just need to use a tactic, and we win, right?
Step two. Do you have a weapon? If not, improvise one. It's pretty
Yeah.
simple. Rip the fucking leg off of a table. Rip the
Yeah.
leg off of a chair. Anything.
You have a weapon now.
Doesn't matter. You can find weapons literally anywhere if you're imaginative enough.
Every kitchen in the United States likely has a knife. Get said knife. Get
Step
two
three.
knives.
There's
Tape one to a stick.
right. Step three. There's probably a door or some kind of portal to get in and out of the room that you're in, right?
Close it.
It's called a choke point, asshole. Use it.
Yeah.
All you have to do is, sure, it'll take you a while to get through the whole horde, but you just gotta stab them in the fucking head one at a time. They're gonna fucking build up, create a natural barrier.
In the book,
A natural barrier of undead corpses.
Well, in the book World War Z, not the travesty that was the movie. The finding of the actual major turning point in the war was called the Battle of New York, where the soldiers fought in a square formation. And what happened is they used planes and helicopters and shit to drive them all into this natural valley, and then the soldiers stood in a square and they fired, and the undead piled up and became natural barriers. So they created a wall around themselves of undead. And what happens when one got tired or needed to reload, they fell back to the center, just like ancient tactics.
Yeah,
right?
Romans.
Right. One person
Phalanx.
wounded, they pull them back. Phalanx closes. Exactly. Like, these are simple tactics.
Exactly. Where's all my Spartans at in the zombie about? We've all seen 300.
It's like, yes, or we're going to be bad at it to start, but with some practice, like, that's what I want to see. I want to see Rick's group out there with fucking spears and shields. Shields they put together from wood, trash can lids. I don't care what it is, right? Not fucking guns. You don't need guns. Guns call more, right? Save the guns for the big threats.
Right. Like, their teamwork game is shit. They get better in recent seasons, but, like, it really took you guys this fucking long to figure this out. Like, come on. Use a fucking... You have one person with a knife, another person with a rake, you tie them up in the fucking rake, and then you... you know, like, it doesn't have to be fancy, it just has to work, right?
Right? Yeah, very simple thing. Like, a peasant's weapon was a pitchfork, right? And then the pitchforks were often made out of wood and sticks, so it was a three-pronged thing, and you just fucking push them back. So someone pushes, someone stabs. Push, stab. Look, we've beaten the horde. I get mad.
I hear you, dude. I'm with you 100%. Dude, like, and that's kind of a cool thing about The Walking Dead is it's been a while since I've been that invested in a show where I'll literally catch myself yelling at the screen of, "What are you doing? Why would you do that? Oh, why are you so dumb?" Or more recently, anytime they show Chris, I'm like, "Oh, why are you such a piece of shit? You're just a giant piece of shit. Fucking albatross around your father's neck."
Could you imagine just an entire episode of them learning to make improvised weapons?
I'd be so happy. I would be so overjoyed. Like,
so yeah,
finally.
the kingdom, they're gonna have the armor and the horses and shit, right? Which is cool, but like, no one's gonna if you're not skilled with a sword, practicing to use a sword on your own is going to get you and the people around you killed or maimed. But, like, start small, have fucking tomahawks and shit that you put together. Like, you got nothing but time, people.
Right.
Once you got a position,
you don't
get
get
shit out.
You ain't got no job. You ain't got shit to do today.
Yeah.
You're gonna make some fucking three-pronged spears, and we're gonna do this.
Yeah, you get some shoelaces and a rock and a stick, and you're gonna have a tomahawk by the end of the day. It's gonna happen, like, right?
Also, what are they called? Bolas. Nobody uses fucking bolas. You tie two rocks together with a fucking string, you throw it at them, tie them up. It's not like they're gonna dodge. You don't have to be accurate.
That's
shit. Even if you get two of them around the neck, they're gonna bump into each other and fall over because they're dumb.
I feel like that one's probably gonna take a little bit more practice. But yeah.
I don't know. I think it's pretty easy to get the hang of those things. It doesn't really take a whole lot of skill to throw bolas at a pretty stationary target.
I mean, I'd learn to use one for sure.
I mean, It's not like you're using them like fucking Aztec warriors trying to take
Yes,
down
that's true. Yeah,
fucking
it is.
jaguars or anything like that. You know,
That's a good
stumbling,
point.
bumbling dead.
Yeah.
You only have to be so accurate.
This is true. I mean, at the very least, you're hitting them with a rock. So there
Right.
is that.
Right, exactly.
Oh, yeah. That would. Oh, even if The Walking Dead doesn't do it, just
And the
some
show,
show
they're
should be
driving
figured
around in
out.
like Priuses and shit. Put a fucking cattle pusher on the front of that bitch. Let's go.
See the remake of Dawn of the Dead? Where they
Yes.
outfit. Okay, so they outfit those two bus shuttles, and they put cool. They put the cattle pusher on it. They welded it from something on the front of that. Awesome. And then they go like 900 miles an hour through the city.
Oh yeah.
Freaking did they tip it over? Like that's not the point. Go slow and push them out of the way, right?
Exactly. Keep calm first.
Yeah, yeah,
Cause you're shit when you're panicked. That holds true for everybody. I'm shit when I'm panicked.
yes.
So keep it the fuck together or you're dead.
It's like all you had to do was just keep pushing with the cat pusher. It was a great idea. They also put slots for chainsaws in there, which I
Nobody
mean,
used.
no, they did that, and they when they got stuck, like the old guy doing it, he got jerked out of the slot and then cuts the chick's leg off. Like, of course you knew that was going to happen. You're driving around with a chainsaw. Like, come on,
Yeah.
don't use that. That's
May-
loud.
Maybe just a sharp stick'll do.
Yeah, just something to push him off. Just push him off the fucking thing.
Worst case scenario, you put your eye out. Get a sweet eye patch like the governor. I did like the governor
Yeah,
as a
sure.
villain, though. Because he did have that believable aspect of, like, yeah, this was just a regular guy, and this is what happened.
That's
He was kind of Joe Average, and just, you know, he's the person everybody looks up to. Just because, whatever reason, he has that extra something that other people lack. He's got some quality of leadership. He knows how to make a decent speech.
the Postman. I'm pretty sure it's the movie The Postman.
Kevin Costner, yeah.
Yeah, right. So the general, right, this bad guy that he goes against, has a scene at the end of the movie, and he's just like the governor, where he's like, you know what I was before this all went to hell? I ran a copy machine. And it was like at a Kinko's kind of thing.
Mhm.
It's like that was my life before, just a guy, but now I have this opportunity to be more. And I think like that was like wow. When I was like the movie, fuck that guy, holy shit, that's so cool. The governor took that and went tenfold with it. Where yeah, he was just a guy, and he saw the way the world worked now. He could do whatever he wanted. And in the comics, he went fucking batshit crazy, and he's a more cartoony comic book villain there.
Right.
The show, like I don't remember the guy's name who played him.
English guy.
Yeah,
Good actor. I've seen him in other things, but I couldn't tell you one off the top of my head now.
they did that episode of where it was him where he's been and just his whole descent into like despair kind of stuff and then the climb back out of it. That was probably my favorite episode in the entire series. Like it's just he's this guy just like they all are, right? And then because he was charismatic, he pulled these people to him, but because he was a megalomaniac, he pushed them all away again.
Right.
You know, but like it's just this guy, man. We're all just guys, and he was so cool.
Yeah, he almost had like a Macbeth type quality to him. Sort of.
Yeah, I can get behind that. Yeah,
So I think that's why I like the governor so much, because there was a lot of parallels between the two.
yeah,
And kind of like a very Shakespearean type of story in general, is his whole story.
yeah.
Of just shit keeps happening.
Well, and then the perseverance through it, right? And then they tried to play it off where the governor and Rick, two sides of the same coin, maybe they could draw those parallels, right? And then Rick was fighting for people, and the governor was fighting for himself, maybe, right? But I don't know. He was a cool character. I think they kind of squandered his ending a little bit, but
Yeah, I think in the zombie apocalypse I would be just fine. As fine as one can be, anyway. I've given it enough thought to have a general plan set, and I'm pretty smart and able to improvise if that doesn't go. So I'll figure it out.
I I know that a zombie apocalypse will never happen. It's just not possible. But
No, but something
something,
similar.
the one I find the most realistic is The Road.
Yeah,
Um,
that was a
and
fucked up movie.
and it's funny. Like my wife, I think she's joking, but I can't tell. But she's like, in this scenario, in any kind of end of the world scenario, she's like, look at the struggle these people are going through. I would just kill myself. And like she said it enough times now that I really think that if the end of the world happened, she'd probably just kill herself. Meanwhile, I'm thinking I would be fine until you get to The Road. And that just breaks my spirit. If it's like that, maybe I'll just off myself too, because that's just too much, man.
Yeah, I think anybody would have that point where it's just like, well, it was a good run. I did the best I could. I'm really just sick of all of this. So
So
I'm gonna go.
you contrast that though with the end of The Mist, and I'm going to spoil it for people who haven't seen it.
Great
And I
movie.
really highly recommend it that you watch this movie if you haven't. The end of The Mist, where they go and they know they don't have enough gas, right? And they're stuck in the mist there in the car, and he fucking kills his kid. And everyone else in the car turns a gun on himself, and it's fucking empty. And then the mist clears, and there's everyone still alive, and they're safe. And that fucking lady from the start who walked back to her house to get her kids, I worry about that happening.
All right, watch this. Watch how I tie all this together.
Okay.
So The Mist, great movie, very Lovecraftian throughout, and especially at the end. Um, that woman from the store ended up being on The Walking Dead.
Oh, three of them.
Yep,
So Andrea, old dude, and Carol.
Dale and Carol.
Yeah, yeah. Because um, Frank Darabont made both The Mist and The Walking Dead.
Yep, fun facts. Fun facts.
Um,
So I'd actually like to see more actors from The Mist show up in The Walking Dead,
right? Oh,
especially Crazy Church Lady.
you know who else was in it? One of the soldiers who, one of his buddies, who's gonna hang himself
Uh huh.
in the back room. He was actually the soldier who was in the tank in the first episode,
Oh shit.
and there was going to be a webisode, right? It was broken up like 10 4-minute episodes on the website, but they never ended up doing it, where they explained how he got into it.
Yeah,
That
they
guy was a.
they ended up taking that idea and using it for Flight 8 something, whatever it's
Oh,
called.
did they?
Yeah, but that was for Fear the Walking Dead.
Yeah. Well, they also did one for regular Walking Dead too, where it was that lady that Rick sees without any legs to
Hmm.
show her whole story in little 4-minute episodes. But like, so, uh, yeah, Darabont pulled all those people in, and like, man, only Carol's still stuck around, and that sucks because the rest of them are pretty cool.
Yeah, I liked Dale.
But, but like the ending of The Mist is the best ending to any movie ever of all time,
Oh, I love that ending
and I
so much.
worry about that when compared with The Road. We're like, I'm done. Just fucking have the kid and eat him. I don't care. I'm just gonna lay on this beach and die, and then just be like, the seconds after I die or whatever, here comes salvation. I'd be so mad.
Right.
I'd be dead. But
God damn it.
like, so I don't know. Do I give up? How far do you go before you break?
It would have to be really bad for me to make that leap. Because personally I don't believe in the existence of an afterlife, so
Right. Yeah. Ditto.
I'm staring at the void.
Right. I mean, I feel like I'm gonna cling to every little minute I've got.
I mean, there might be an afterlife. I just don't happen
Sure.
to have enough information to make that call. So I ain't
So
counting on it.
it's just too neat. It's just too neat for there to be an afterlife. Like, so what's the point of this fucking life if there's an afterlife? Like, what the fucking? It's all fucking stupid. Use it to cow stupid people into, eating their fucking cereal and shit in the morning. I don't care. I don't know. That's so stupid. Everything is random.
So
So
I think now would be a good time to take a break because I really got to pee.
Sure, go for it.
And then we will come back, discuss further.
Okay.
So I'll leave you all with a topic. What would you do, zombie
Talk
apocalypse?
amongst
What
yourselves.
what's your survival plans for the zombie apocalypse? And when we get back, Buckle and I will share our own. Sound good?
Apart.
All right, we'll be right back. Alright, guys. We are back. Thank you for hanging out for a short break. Kill the music. Overlay. There we go. Alright. So before we continue, I just wanted to take a quick minute to thank everybody that's ordered shirts so far. I will put the link up in chat if you are interested. Maybe you want to zazz up your fall lineup. Got some Know Your Role gear up on Teespring. So, already sold 8 items out of a goal of 13, so that's pretty fucking good considering I've only had that thing up for like 2 days, I want to say. 2, maybe 3 days.
Before TwitchCon, but I don't think it's gonna.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the beginning of that. I had you muted.
I said I'd really love to. I hope that mine would get here before TwitchCon because it'd be something I'd love to rep at TwitchCon, but I don't think it's gonna make it.
It's alright, you'll have it for East.
Yeah, I'll have it for East for sure.
Yep, me too. I'll probably be bringing a bunch to give away to people too.
Oh, that's smart. That's really smart.
Well, I I might have a private investor lined up. My mom. Well, because it was kind of her idea when I mentioned that I was doing that to her. She was like, "So, how many of those did they give you to give away?" I was like, "Well, no, it's just if I want one, I have to buy one. I don't get one for free just for designing it or putting it up because I didn't even design it. That was Dust. So again, shout out to Dust. Somebody give him a link, please."
Dust, you did a really good job of that design.
Yeah, it turned out great, and it looks really great even on different colors. Like, I was surprised. Like, there weren't a whole lot of like girly color options, so I went with like hot pink as one of the options for the hoodie. I was like, I don't know, how's this gonna look?
That looked alright.
And
I looked at all the colors.
honestly, like out of all the colors, like the hot pink, for some reason, it really makes it pop. I might get a fucking hot pink one. Shit. Probably not. Not really my color. Doesn't really work well with my pallid complexion.
Sure. I mean, like, I like adding those bits of color and whatever. When I was super into fashion, I don't follow it at all. But I like to do that garish, gauche kind of thing sometimes, especially when it's not expected of you. So, like, I've seen you. You like to wear lots of blacks and grays and things like that. Suddenly you bust out hot pink, you're like, yeah, all right, fucking do
Yeah,
it.
generally speaking, I never really wear bright colors. For some reason, it just bothers me. Like, I find it very distracting. That, like, even out of my peripheral vision, if I'm wearing, like, a bright yellow shirt, it's gonna be like, yeah, get this off of me.
Yeah.
Why am I wearing the sun?
Yeah, I know. Only the last 5 or 6 years I started adding color, and like part of the reasons like I got an obnoxiously red watch was because for work I wear a lot of like blacks and grays and muted tones,
Right.
look very professional. I work
Yeah,
for a
very-
company, and like here's this obnoxious like that's just fucking to be irritating and annoying just cause.
Right.
Same reason like Booth on Bones wears his goofy socks and his cocky belt buckle, just that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I think rock some bright pink. I think you do well with it.
I might. So yeah, my mom said, it'll probably be like a week or two before she does this, but she said that she would order a bunch of t-shirts.
Nice.
And that way I could use them for giveaways.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. So
That's a little kickback investment in her son. It's cool.
great. Yeah, my mom and dad have been very, very supportive of me streaming. They don't necessarily understand it, but they do support it. My mom is very like not technologically savvy.
Yeah.
And my dad is not really like nerd culturally savvy.
Sure. Yeah.
So between the two of them, they kind of have a half idea of what it is that I actually do. But they know that people enjoy it and that I'm entertaining, so they know that I'm enjoying it, and that's what's important to them.
Right. As long as they get the broad strokes and they're like, yeah, cool. Forge your own path. Yeah.
I think they've known for a long time that I was not destined for a desk job or anything of that. Basically anything where I have to do what somebody else tells me to do. Just have a horrible time with that. Not very good at it. Much better at doing my own thing.
I very much keep the Twitch side of my personality and the things I do away from the family because same reason. Not technically inclined whatsoever. And also, no one in my family is nerdy. Like I found that one of my cousins, like because I had briefly mentioned painting minis, he was like, "Oh, like when I was a teenager, I used to play Warhammer and stuff," and he got really excited because he hadn't touched that stuff in years. But like that's as far as it goes. So I really sincerely dabbled with the idea of putting a link to this on my Facebook, which I basically just use to talk to extended family. That's all it's for. Just be like, hey, you know why I disappear some nights? You know, like you think I'm playing Warcraft or some shit. I probably am. But I also do shit like this just to see like what reactions they get out of it.
Right.
Because I think my dad would be like, well, it's about time you did something like that. Because it's like, I just go off my
It
own
makes
world. You
sense.
know
Yeah.
nothing about me. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's cool. I'm glad they
Uh,
invested in you.
yeah, for sure. And like there was a point where it was very early on. It was like maybe a month or two after I started doing this full time that I was having problems with my computer. Like every time I was streaming, my computer would reboot. After much troubleshooting, I determined that the power supply was failing.
Hmm.
Basically, what I did is I ran a stress test on the CPU and the GPU at the same time, and boop, there it goes. So
Yep.
it was a power supply issue. So I I ended up talking to my parents the next day, and I was talking to my dad. He's asking me how everything's going. I'm like, well, we kind of hit a roadblock because I'm gonna need to buy a new power supply, and that's gonna take me a while to save up for. And he's like, if you just need a power supply, don't worry about it. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, I'll go to the store and get you one.
That's cool.
All right. Like, what do you need for wattage? Tell me. I'll get you some. And like, I think I told him, I was like, well, just get me like a 600 watt or whatever it was I was already using. And Dad shows up with a 800-watt modular power supply. I was like, you're a king. I love modular power supplies because my old power supply wasn't. And the cable management, my God, it was like,
That's a thing.
I'm not great at cable management, but I like things to be at least neat enough that I can get at stuff if I need to. But this was just like, it was like a pit of vipers just like sitting in the bottom of my case. I just couldn't deal with it. But yeah, so what's your bug out plan or bug in plan in the case of zombie apocalypse or other equal disaster?
Planning is not a strong suit of mine. I am very tactical about rolling with logical decisions, though. I also live in the fucking sticks. So, I
That's a
generally,
big plus.
yeah, I generally think that even if, say, Boston were nuked, because that'd be like the only target near me, because who's going to fucking bomb Quebec? And that's 8 hours north anyway.
Yeah, nobody.
Right.
But he gives that much of
Um,
a shit about Quebec, even the people that live there.
right? I mean, well, they want to secede, but, So, would I really think if there's an actual valid real world end of world scenario, it's going to be over water? That's what the next world war is going to be fought over is water. And I live in an area that is rustic, far away from the beaten path. I mean, like I got like Concord nearby. That's a capital of New Hampshire, but how many people actually know that's except for fucking Keeners in fifth grade?
Keeners.
But it's I stole that from Scruffles.
Yep.
Um,
Scruffles
but I
were.
have a lot of water in the area. However, I'm very power based. My brother-in-law, who lives literally, I could throw a rock and hit his house, has solar panels. So we're kind of set for the power well situation there. So really, it's acquisition of food. And I'm pretty sure, based on this conversation, that he and I could armor up pretty well and head in forage for supplies. My dad, who lives 20 minutes yonder, is an avid hunter.
There you go, man.
So that, I get the impression that my house, maybe I should quantify this with my family, is that my house is the rally point and probably should be because I actually have all of my wife's family lives essentially on this road. It's a long story. We call it Jackass Farm. We're the jackasses. Um, So we got that, and if my dad just lives, I mean, we could just, you know,
Yeah.
order up, get here, forage. My dad knows all about outdoor stuff. I don't like to go outside because it's icky, but I will. So I think we got that covered until at some point we get forced out of here for our access to fresh water. That's what I think, anyway.
Yeah, but you'd have plenty of time to shore up the defenses in the
I
meantime.
would hope so. Yeah, I mean, it's loaded. We live abutting a state park in
Oh,
New Hampshire,
nice.
so it's just forest. Outside my door is forest. So an axe and nothing but free time, right? And we start putting together some probably pretty decent fortifications.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And then
home team advantage or home field advantage is always a plus.
right,
You
yeah.
know the lay of the land, you know the architecture of the different houses involved.
I know the neighbors that would probably be needed taken out on day one before they go fucking crazy and kill all the rest of us. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So the only thing I'd worry about is my sister and my little nephew getting up here. But
Yeah.
I,
Well, there's always a catch.
yeah, I mean, I expect. But my sister's husband, and it is my sister's birthday today, so happy birthday, Amanda.
Oh, happy
I
birthday,
think
Amanda.
I think that that her husband could get her up here and their son pretty safely, and then we got tons of land out there. Get the farming, and then we just have to weather the winter, which is awful in New Hampshire. But
It could work to your benefit if it's a zombie apocalypse.
well,
Slow
sure,
those
zombie
fuckers right down.
even people, right? No one wants to trudge through the snow, so
Easier to spot
just
tracks if people are scoping you out.
yep, 100%. It's it's weird in the wintertime when you see people footprints going through the field right next to like where are you coming from and what are
Maybe it's
you
a Sam
doing?
Squamch.
Maybe it's a Sam Squanch. It could be. I mean, there is a crazy dude caught on hunting camera walking around with like a 12-inch Bowie knife out in the woods over here.
Interesting.
So that's a little concerning. We think that he's an old man who lives in the woods. But
There was a guy
beyond,
like that around here who was in the woods for 40 years
yeah, that's
and would pretty
very
much
similar.
just like break into people's camps and houses and steal food. Nothing
Hmm.
else. He would just go in, take food, and then leave.
Now, see, in what we've got here, which is a civilized society, sort of, right? Pre end of world, that kind of thing kind of scares me. But I think in my head, end of the world movie, this scary guy actually is probably some kind of survival expert who's lived out there forever, and he comes in the clutch and saves you. Like when they're fucking batting down the door and stuff, and
Dude,
suddenly he's
that's
out there
such a
with his knife,
trope. That's such a
right?
trope.
It is.
Like
I mean,
Monster Squad had scary German guy,
yeah,
and in
right?
Home Alone was the
Home
old
Alone is what I was
neighbor.
thinking
Yep.
of. I fucking love that you reference Monster Squad. Kick him in the nuts. Wolfman doesn't
Scary
have nuts.
German guy. I think there's actually a band called Scary German Guy, by the way, now that I
Yeah,
mention it.
scary German guy. No.
There has to be. If there isn't, there will be now. Because I'll start it. But
Wolfman's got nards. So yeah, what about you?
step one would be if I'm not already in my apartment, getting to my apartment so I can get to my shit. Because there is a certain amount of shit that I do need. Like, I would gather up all my vape stuff and hoard that. Depending on how much time I have, I might raid the store that I buy it from, like, right down the road, and
Mm-hmm.
stock the fuck up on that. Like, literally fill my car up. Because that'll be a great commodity, even if I don't end up using it myself.
Yep. Something
Which,
to trade,
honestly, I
absolutely.
probably will. I mean, store's loaded up with, like, tobacco and other stuff, too, so yeah, that would probably be the first place that I raid, and it's out of my way a little bit, but not enough that I would consider it a serious detour.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, I would get all the stuff from my apartment. I would raid that and just quickly and efficiently get to my parents' house because they have a decent amount of food. Just they're always naturally prepared individuals. Like they're just both my parents are just super responsible people. So they stock up on food for, you know, it's not often that it happens, but occasionally, like, we'll get, like, a blizzard around here where it's, like, you're really just, the stores are closed, you can't get out, you know. It's good to have things like food and water, canned food, that type of shit.
Yep.
Also, they have a generator which runs off of natural gas. So,
Oh,
assuming that
that's
the gas
awesome.
lines don't rupture, there's no problem getting electricity there.
That's fantastic. Yep.
The main problem that I see with their house is like it's just shit for defense. It's like a horrible position to defend. On the one hand, it's kind of high ground as compared generally to the rest of the neighborhood that they live in. But if we're talking about a zombie apocalypse situation, it's got shit lines of sight, which could be a good thing, but not really. Their windows are like almost floor to ceiling windows,
Oh,
like on the
yep.
lower level. Those would have to be just absolutely completely fortified. So that's a logistical nightmare. So I think if it was really bad, I would try to convince them to leave the old homestead. We're just going to go out into the woods and we're going to make this happen.
Yeah. Anyone with any kind of survival, training or experience is likely going to survive far, far longer.
All you need is the SAS survival man. They sell it on
Yep.
Amazon for about 15 bucks. It literally has everything in it you could ever possibly know for a survival situation.
I'm gonna pick that up just for
It's
fun.
great, dude. It's absolutely great. It literally gives you like detailed instructions of like, oh, your friend's lung is punctured. Well, this is how you're gonna save his life, or
I know exactly Three Kings.
this is how you set a bone. And it gives you step by step instructions with illustrations, and there's a whole part of it about edible mushrooms and wild
That's
plants,
major. Yeah.
how to effective ways of building a shelter, everything you could possibly need to know about surviving in the.
Along those
There's actually a
same.
link to it on my page under my Amazon.
What was it?
Yep.
Um,
I think
there,
everybody should own that book just for because you never know.
that's a good point. Uh, there is a YouTube channel along those same lines called Primitive Technology that I
Nice.
have been watching, and like he starts with how to make a fire to how to make renewable charcoal up to make a fucking mud daub hut. So along those same lines, it's amazing, and it's like it's just this guy and the sounds of him out working in the wilderness is like no talking,
Oh,
no
nice.
very little music. So like, if you like that kind of thing, check that channel out. That's a lot of fun.
So yeah, if it was really bad, because again, just defensively speaking, they live in a neighborhood, so that's kind of shit. There's really no great natural terrain. In fact, the rear of the house would have a problem because it's like if you go out the back door, there's a pretty steep hill going up. So if anybody's approaching from that direction, pretty well fucked.
Mm.
Um, and like their neighborhood is kind of one neighborhood in the middle of a cluster of neighborhoods
Oh yeah, okay,
that
yep,
aren't necessarily connected to one another, but it's literally like, you can see the other neighborhood from my parents' back porch, you know what I mean?
yep.
So
The definition of suburbs right there.
exactly.
Yeah,
So just from a preparedness standpoint, I would want to get there anyway. A, to make sure that they're okay.
yep.
B, because I know that they have plenty of supplies there. And my mom's a nurse, so she's got medical gear ad nauseum. And yeah, if it was a zombie apocalypse situation, I'd be like, well, this is a great house, but you're gonna have to let it go.
Yeah, that's that's the big thing, right? Is
We're gonna load up everything that we need into our vehicles, as many vehicles as we can get on the road, and we're gonna go.
that fine line between what you need, and what you have. And that's pretty common in like pop culture and stuff, really getting the nitty gritty of that, like where they show the materialistic character or whatever, and they have to
Right.
leave behind their 7 suitcases, whatever. But like I look around on my desk here, and just the bullshit I have on my desk. Like, why do I have this stuff? Like, when shit hits the fan, I'm gonna leave all of this behind.
Yeah,
Why do
dude.
I have this?
I don't know if I would leave my PC or not, honestly.
Oh, absolutely. It
I
would suck, But
Yes, there's that like very slim chance though that it would be useful.
yeah.
Because I like in addition to that, like I also have like a bunch of stuff on my computer of like um how to type stuff, just like
Sure.
videos saved. So it would be a useful tool in that regard.
But to that, I would say if they're that useful, get a $5 flash drive, throw it on there, toss
Yeah,
in the keys. Now you got it. Um, would a mobile device of some fashion, a digital device of some fashion, be useful? Absolutely, because you want to check in and stuff. So, yeah,
at
like
least until everything goes down. Yeah.
right, yeah. So I'm like, if the power, the internet, everything might be going down, but I'm gonna bring my phone and I'm gonna bring my charger and I'm gonna plug in every opportunity I get, which is basically standard fare if I'm traveling anywhere. Like if I'm in the airport, I'm like sucking 2% of juice anytime I stop for 5 minutes anyway, because you're treating that like an end of the world scenario. But like put a lot in there and just periodically you fire it up and you check the local news bands, see if you can get anything, right? Because when the end of the world happens, you better believe it's going to be on Twitter.
True. Another problem would be the parents' cat. She's a mouthy bitch. Very vocal Siamese. I can just picture her blowing our cover. Meh, meh.
I feel sick saying it, but I would dump the cat food on the floor and fill the tub with
I couldn't.
water, and I would leave her.
I couldn't
The
leave her
dog's
behind.
coming with me. I can't.
Even if my parents wanted to, I could not leave her behind. Be like, all right, well, I guess I'm gonna have to deal with this. It's gonna
um,
suck, but I would never forgive myself if I left her behind.
my cat who died 2 years ago, no matter what, she would have come with me. I didn't form that bond with this one, and even though I love animals, I could never hurt one. I would never want to leave one behind. These two don't get along, and this one is my best friend,
Oh,
and
you
he's coming with me.
I got two vehicles, right?
Eh,
Who's sleeping in the car with the litter box?
Fuck that. She's gonna learn to fucking. If it came down to if I could not bear to leave her, she's getting like a rope around her and she's learning to poop outside. That like, that's it. I mean, she's never been outside. She's an indoor cat. So, but like even then, I have to think about these weird scenarios that keep you up at night in bed. Like, would I take a bullet for my dog? Like that kind of shit, right? Like, yes, but end of the world. I don't know. Why is this a thing I'm thinking about? I just want to go to bed. But yeah, that's tough. Maybe he's got to be let free, but he would never go. He would just follow me. So I got to
Right.
white fang the bitch to survive.
Things
This
we
is
do
rough.
for our pets.
I don't want to think about this anymore. This is tough.
Yeah, hey man, you gotta make tough decisions. I don't know whether I'm gonna leave my PC. I don't know if you're gonna leave your cat for dead.
I mean, like, I leave the door open. I'd put the whole I always got like a 5 pound bag of food. Just that's going. Like, I'm not even putting it in a bowl. I'm just gonna upend it on the floor and fill the tub with water. And like there you go. You're good for a while. Figure it out. Um,
Figure it out, he says.
I don't know what else to do with that.
learn, learn how to cat. Fucking cat sucks. Yeah, I don't think I could leave my parents' cat behind. My mom definitely. Well, actually, neither of my parents would mind.
I stopped it
My
when
dad fucking loves that cat. He always wanted a Siamese, so when she
But you're
showed
in a
up on the
situation.
door,
It's a cat versus your welfare, and I would say like 90% of people would not have a problem with this question, right? They'd be like, "Fucking people over
oh no,
cats, right?"
like I totally understand that it's irrational.
Right, but I'm like, I don't.
But
I'm
that's
like,
hey,
I'm
to
really
further
upset about
highlight people are irrational creatures, you know.
it. Yeah, and this is why they're bitten and turned into zombies pretty quickly because they tried to save the cat.
Hey man,
All right, so flip this around. In The Walking Dead, if there was a character trying to save their cat, would you think they're an idiot, or would you, with your experience with cats, think that's a valid thing to do?
I think it's a pretty valid thing to do. I mean, really, the only issue that I have is that she's so fucking vocal that she would make noise. But other than that, like, She's she's a fucking cinch to take care of. It would be more of a concern of like losing track of her because she might run off getting
Yeah,
scared. So that would be more an issue than anything, but yeah, I don't foresee it being a big problem.
I think about the end of MASH. Did you see that?
No, I never watched MASH. Not really.
Okay. So this is
Spoiler alert.
it is. It's pretty big, and it's taken out of context of the rest of the show. And remember, the show went on longer than the actual war.
Right.
The end of MASH deals with Hawkeye. Do you want me to tell you or not?
Yeah,
It's
go
very
ahead.
valid.
Yeah.
Okay. The end of the show deals with Hawkeye on talking with a shrink, right? Going over the last period of the war. And they're stuck in a bus shipping out, and they've got locals with them. Right? And they have to park and hide the bus because of bombing, right?
Hmm.
Um, and so he's dealing with the fact where this lady has a chicken, right? And the chicken keeps making noise. And they're going to be found if the lady doesn't shut up the chicken. And so he's screaming at her, shut that chicken up, or we're going to be found. And so the lady smothers the chicken and kills it.
Damn.
But he finally has a snap. And what he had been repressing was it wasn't a chicken, it was the lady's baby.
Oh damn.
And the baby's been crying the whole time. And she smothers her own baby to save the entirety of the bus, which is so fucked up and so powerful and like completely unzips Hawkeye. And you're like, this is weird, whatever. And it's pacing with the rest of the series, be damned. Like, like I didn't understand that as a kid when my dad's watching it in rerun and is in tears, right?
Right.
So it's insane. That's already been aired and he's rewatching it. He's seen this already and he's messed up. And I'm watching it like this is really fucked up. And now as an adult, I look back on it like, that's really fucking tough. So I think like, and this is a real thought I've had, like this guy is going nuts in a scenario where it could get me killed. Do I have it in me to silence him to save other people? And like that's not even a baby. We're talking a human baby versus that asshole, right? So like when I think about leaving the cat upstairs, I'm like, here you go, learn to cat.
Yeah, I couldn't leave the cat, but fuck babies. I don't give a shit about no baby.
That whole thing, fuck babies.
Not literally, please.
I understand. Yeah, sure. I mean, they pop. I'm so sorry.
Oh jeez. This took a really dark turn.
Well,
But yeah, I mean, like it's like that double standard. Like, yeah, I'm of course I wouldn't leave my parents' cat behind. Am I gonna take some woman with a baby in? Fuck no. I don't need that kind of responsibility in my life.
so that's the thing. I would. I wouldn't even think twice about it.
Well, my parents fucking would. I'd have to deal with it. But my vote would be sorry, too bad, so sad.
Yeah.
I, I didn't have sex, so that's your responsibility. That's
I
that's how I look at it. I didn't get laid in this equation, so it's not my
one of my
bag.
best friends. He's always like, we'll be gaming and stuff, and then he'll be like, it's 10 o'clock. He's done. I'm done. I'm like, what are you done? Well, you don't understand. You don't have to be up at like 7 a.m. for the kids. I'm like, listen, buddy, you know what made those kids, and you didn't stop doing it. So I have absolutely no patience for you.
Exactly. Cry me a fucking river.
Like
Learn,
you kept sticking it in.
learn
Not my
to
fault.
learn to fucking contraception, dude.
Well, I guess they wanted one, but
Well, all of them, then you don't have a fucking leg to stand on.
right,
You
it's
know,
like,
you have
stop
no
crying
argument.
about getting up at 7 a.m. Don't tell me I don't understand. I understand. You suck.
Dude, my fucking eye hurts because I keep punching myself in the face as hard as I can. It's simple, just don't do that.
Yeah. That's not. I would. I think like, and we'll use Daisy RP servers as an example. People complain about the size of groups that happen. Now, technical limitations aside, what happens when a bunch of people in fucking Daisy to get together? It's anarchy.
Yeah.
People talking over one another, and the game gets all fucking stupid, like that shit. But like, are you not safer with a larger group? Get him, dog.
Almost got him. Bark, 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 bark. Bug alert. There's a bug in the house. I almost got it. Oh, it's Doge time.
Yeah, he's a little. Oh my god! Stop, please! Stop, please!
But there's a bug. Oh my god. He's just keeping you safe from the big, mean, nasty bug. Gotta protect you.
Yep, he knows I don't like it, so he's gonna get him.
Yep.
You're a good boy. You're just a loud boy. And that
Yeah.
loudness would get me killed at the end of the world. Just saying.
Pretty much. But you gotta do what you gotta do, man.
Yeah, I guess so. Can this be the dog show? No, it cannot be the dog show because he's
Dude,
got
toss some fucking armor on him. You got dog meat. You got dingo meat.
Well, so that's the justification for keeping around because I lucked out, and as for all his flaws and being aggressive towards people he doesn't know, he is fiercely loyal. Like he will not get out of line of sight with me. Unless like it's 3 a.m. and there's a deer and he really wants to go get it in the dark.
Right.
That's happened once or twice.
Ah, fuck, he's in the goddamn woods again.
Yeah, he'll just take off, right? And then so I just close the door and wait, because closing the door pisses him off. He comes running back. But like, yeah, I wouldn't have to keep him on a leash. I wouldn't worry about him getting off any place. He would just guard the shit out of me.
Oh yeah.
Which is good in an apocalypse. Not great in pre-apocalypse. The mailman just wants to drop shit off society.
Right.
So.
But like,
Good boy.
again, that's another great plus is like you don't have to really set somebody to stand watch because you got dog looking out and he'll make plenty of fucking noise if anybody or anything comes around.
Yeah, I mean anything. Just a lightning bug.
Yeah.
Like someone walking by.
It makes my poo glow! Bark, 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 bark.
So yeah. The cat, he doesn't do that. Or she, sorry. Easy.
Who said the cat?
Yeah.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. I'd get my parents, convince them that their house cannot be defended, which would probably take a while, to be honest. Then yeah, just go where there's a lot less people.
Now.
Because like I said, zombies I can deal with, man. Zombies would not shake me. I'm more afraid of people than I am of zombies. Because I don't know what the fuck a person's gonna do. I know what a zombie's gonna do. Shamble towards me and try and bite my face off.
Right.
I know what to do about that.
Would you go towards woods, temperate zone kind of stuff like we have around here, or would you go more towards scarcity of water, but also scarcity of obvious predators like a desert area?
No, hell no. I would absolutely not go to a desert. I'm not that good at finding water. Like, around here I could do it because it's pretty simple. I mean, basically, if you've got a decent amount of imagination, you can find water around here. It's not that much of an issue.
Yeah, there's
and there's like freshwater lakes.
I'm actually surprised, and no one would think this is insensitive. I'm surprised that homeless people don't migrate. Right? Why do they stick around in Boston, New York, all this cold area? When you got nowhere to be, why not head south?
Oh my god, please stop. I'm doing something. Thanks.
Go where it's warm, right? So, to that same degree, humans pre-agriculture were migratory. I see as why I think like I'm not going to try to rough it in the woods around here because I know shit about it. Rely on my dad. Hopefully, my dad teaches me. But what if I never meet up with my dad? Do I get him to teach me now? Why don't I move towards warmer zones? And we never see that kind of thing happening in popular culture where people actually migrate towards warmer things because that's where it's going to be easier to survive. Like,
You would
the
think so.
Carolinas would be easier.
Maybe in terms of resources, certainly, but more competition for those resources.
That's the thing. Like, we're not seeing competition for those resources now. Chat saying that apparently homeless people do migrate, but listen, I've never seen it or heard about it. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I would think it'd be a bigger
Also,
thing.
that's kind of like a it's a difficult question to ask because a lot of different people are homeless for different reasons, and a
Yes,
large part of them are homeless because they're mentally ill.
yes, I do
These are
recognize that
these are
fact.
people with like schizophrenia, shit
Yeah,
like that. Whether
yep,
it's
I do recognize
you
that.
know, hereditary or they got it through drug abuse. Like these are
Yep,
a large portion of the homeless population in general is mentally ill.
yep,
Because there's no such thing as asylums in this country anymore. Closed all of those down and now they just send them to prison,
yeah, yes.
which is a great idea. Said no one ever, except for the people who own private prisons. They're probably pretty happy with the gig.
We're living in the "fuck you, got mine" era, which is probably every era of humanity, since the start.
Yeah, it's
But
just more amplified and easier to see.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's probably why a lot of homeless people could just kind of stay where they do, is just they don't have that capacity to make that leap
Yeah.
to either A, better their lives or move to somewhere nicer. You know, it's hard to assume that point of view because to us that point of view is chaos. It's almost like you can't imagine it, at least not in its full scope.
I can
Like for
agree with
somebody
that.
with schizophrenia, like you're constantly going to be asking yourself, is this real? Is this real? Is this real? Like what kind of life is
Sure.
that? That would be horrible.
So maybe, all right. So maybe I'm going the wrong way with that, and instead I should be focusing more, just like we're talking about primitive survival and weapons and tools. We should also be thinking about pre-agriculture, following the game kind of lifestyle now, right? Going back to the way it was before. And as much as I bitch about hieroglyphics coming back in the form of emoji after 6,500 years of language, we have a lot to learn from the actual way we first evolved, which was move where there's food, follow the fresh water, avoid the threats, and we only stayed in one place because we started to grow things, and I talk about, could I grow things out here in this field? Yeah, probably, but it would be a lot of work, and that's a gamble, right? Do I
True.
try to spend the summer here trying to grow food, and if I fuck up, that's it. I don't live that winter.
Yeah, that's a difficult thing. I think a large part, if everything goes according to plan, I get my parents out of their house, we find somewhere in the woods, preferably some type of structure so I don't have to hear my mom bitch. Hates camping. My mom is not built for rough living whatsoever. So it would become it would be in my father's and my best interest to find a roof to put over mom's head so she'll not complain and drive us nuts. Um so yeah, I'd probably just find as isolated a place as I can and just build it up.
Yeah.
If we need shit, I'm going out to get it. Don't wait up.
If it was just me, right? I don't have a wife or family to worry about. I would go migratory, right? It's when, talking about their safety in numbers, that's when you have to start thinking about building up. And The Walking Dead, which started all this conversation, touches on that, right? The smaller group survives by moving around, the larger group survives by fortifying. And but you're always moving fortification to fortification and losing people along the way. Is that really what happens? Or is that drama for TV? Hard to say.
Oh, brace for Bork. He's locked in.
There's a.
I see his targeting matrix up. Yeah, he's how you pointing. He's like, should I get him?
I'll get him. Let me at him, boss.
I'm good at killing things with my face. Let me kill it with my face. Yeah, we'd have like probably my brother and his family with us too. Ideally. Which is good in some regards and not so great in others, I suppose. I love my brother, but he's not the brightest crayon in the box.
No.
But he's a hard worker.
My brother the same way. Very hard worker. Is very smart. But I don't know. Our life priorities are very different.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with that struggle when life priorities are do we live or die, kind of thing.
Right.
And yeah, that's tough. And like sometimes we're like, who'd be the leader? I don't want to be, but I don't trust the rest of these people to lead.
Yeah, if it's my family, I'm definitely the leader.
I would
At least as far as like making sure shit gets done. Like, this is what we need to do. You need to trust me. I have spent way too many hours of my life thinking about this scenario and playing out video games and tabletop games with this exact scenario. You need to defer to my expertise on the matter. Rule number 1, DTA. Don't trust anyone. If they're not us, fuck them.
See, that touches on an interesting part of growing up, right? Where I think that I would defer to my dad, which is not something that comes particularly easy for me. Growing up, we were, different sides of the spectrum, and it's only after growing up apart and becoming adults, me becoming an adult and coming back, that we can find common ground, kind of thing. Not that we argued, it's just like never agreed on anything. But now I'm like, he's my dad. I'm gonna defer to him, right? And so I think about like, what happens if he makes choices I don't like? How do I like mutiny my dad? I don't know. That becomes
Well,
weird end of the world conversations.
I think I would defer to my dad in a lot of things, but as far as like actual leadership of like calling shots, I think that would come down to me probably. It'd be either me or my dad for sure, and it would probably be situational to whatever was happening. But like, my dad's the fortification guy. He's basically Bob Vila, so you give him a hammer and some nails, and he'll fucking whack something together for you.
Yeah, that's what, like, I think my dad would love that job. But
if it comes to going out and scavenging, I'm doing that alone. The rest of you need to stay behind because I can't have you around me because you don't want to see what I'm gonna do.
See, scavengers need to be in a pair system, but
I don't know, man.
It needs to be someone that understands the rule. If shit goes bad, you're getting left behind.
Alright, so
we're up to our own devices.
So here's the situation then that I would have to deal with. The only other person with an equal sneakiness ability, I think, in my family would be my nephew, who's 12 and has autism. And occasionally, he's like the sweetest fucking kid ever, and he's very, very smart. But he has like a lot of like quirks. And one of those, I don't even think necessarily relates to the fact of his autism, is that because his father, my brother, does this too, and I don't know why. It might be like a Sicilian thing, but apparently, unbeknownst to them, they will occasionally, while speaking to people, seemingly lose all control over the volume of their voice until the point where they're almost yelling. And it's like a very gradual build-up in volume. I have
a friend like that, yeah.
I don't know why they do it. It's just a quirk, you know what I mean? But my nephew is smart enough to know when he has to be quiet. But again, he's 12. I'm not bringing a 12-year-old out into the zombie apocalypse to scavenge for.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about my niece and nephew. They're bright kids.
So ideally, and of course, like, I've only considered my family at this point, I would likely have my roommate who's like a brother with me. So
where's his family?
That's a long story.
Okay. Well, but just in general, does the roommate then bring his family along? Now you have two family units, and now
No,
we're Fear the
that
Walking Dead.
that wouldn't necessarily be a concern.
Okay.
So if that was the case, then me and my roommate would definitely handle that, and we would so fuck shit up.
That's good.
Because we've known each other long enough, we've worked together in kitchens, like we know how the other one operates, kind of, you know what I mean? So it would be a very smooth system. That would be best case scenario. He ends up with us, and then he and I procurement of goods when goods need to be procured,
You know, you
Or-
made me think.
or motherfuckers need to be dealt with.
I think my brother would actually be fantastic at scavenging. I
Oh,
don't know
I'm-
why I think that, but I can just see him in the role.
I'm incredibly sneaky. Like I've always had a great sense of people's line of sight and how to stay out of it. Like I used to scare the shit out of people. And like I'm talking even recently, like working in restaurants, like I can literally just walk up to behind somebody and like put my face like right like this close to the back of their head and just be like, "Ooh, who the fuck did you come from?" Snuck up on you, man. It's all about the line of sight. Yeah, it's just like a natural talent I've always had to go past undetected. Hi, Vesti. What up, Lawful? Kapalua. She said, "What's up, chat? How is everybody doing this evening?"
That buckle dude.
BuckleBD. We spent pretty much this whole time talking about the zombie apocalypse too, which is
I
pretty
know, that was
great.
weird, right? Well, that and what makes a great villain.
Right? Comic
was
books.
very-
We covered roleplay.
Yeah.
We covered quite a few topics. I mean, I'm willing to go for a little bit longer if you.
Yeah, I'm good.
Cool.
I was concerned coming into this because the fuck do I have to talk about, right? And then apparently a lot. Apparently a lot.
Dude, honestly, that's what I was most worried about going into it. Is just like, well, what if there's dead air? What am I gonna do? But I think it that hasn't really been an issue. Like we've had a couple like small pauses, but that's nothing that like
Also,
doesn't happen in
fuck-
normal
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. I can feel dead air. I love to hear the sound of my own voice. So I'm not worried about that. Yeah, see, Lawful knows. He's been in TeamSpeak with me.
Yeah. So here's the real question: Are you KOS enabled in the zombie apocalypse? Because I sure as shit am.
It
But to be a bit more clear, my priority would be to avoid rather than to confront. So I would rather not even be known to be there if at all possible.
So here's a situation where I can place myself in it, right? Obviously, someone is threatening my family, someone important to me.
Oh, you're done.
Yes, right?
You're
I can-
100% done.
I can flip that switch, and I know that I would have second thoughts about it later. Could I have talked them down? Whoa.
Kodo says, "I know how to flush you out of hiding, Kappa." Fucking air horn? Yeah, you're gonna get eaten by zombies blasting that thing off.
But like, so imagine this is the scenario where I imagine where it comes into play, right? I need supplies. That group needs supplies, and we both see it. Do I have the wherewithal to kill them for it? Right? It's a desperate situation. Do I risk talking to them, bargaining, trying to get half? Do we posture? Do we say, oh, we're both equal threat, or both equals, in the same situation, or do I just wipe them out and take it? All at the same time thinking, are they thinking they can wipe me out and take it?
They're done. In my opinion, they're fucked. Sorry. If I've got the drop on you, you're bad luck, man.
That's
Your luck ran out and mine just got a whole lot better. For today.
tough. Because, like, track them back. What are they getting the supplies for? Are we now condemning a whole bunch of other people to death because they didn't get these supplies? And Lawful's right. Too much thinking. I've likely never
Exactly.
failed.
You hesitate, you die.
But so, how many of those situations do I need to go through and survive before I start making the choice to go on the offensive and take it? How many do I have to go through? How many
Oh,
failures?
as soon as I need it, I'm taking it. Like
Yeah.
I said, I would prefer to avoid conflict. I would rather just be sneaking around and kind of gathering what I can and go by undetected. But if conflict comes a calling, I'm going out with a bang. I'm taking some of you fuckers with me. Which is like a really irrational type of thinking, but fuck them. That's
Right? I mean, I really feel like we are stronger as a whole. Then you start thinking, oh, we pull in these people, but are some of these people an internal threat? Are they just going to sabotage us or kill
exactly.
us in our
See, too
sleep?
much
Oh my
thinking.
God.
I don't need that. I don't need that whole mess. I need my beauty sleep, man. I can't be looking over my shoulder like that. I gotta
Yeah.
trust the people around me. So if I don't know them, too bad, so sad.
Right? But how far along that axis do you go before you realize the people you trust, you might not trust them anymore? So now you're thinking about, my brother's questioned me one too many times. Do I pop him? Do I Otis his ass on the way back from a scavenge run? You know, like,
If I think my parents will be alright, I'd just peace and just go off on my own. I'd carol it. I'd go caroling. Going caroling. Oh, that so needs to be a thing. If you're gonna lone wolf it in the zombie apocalypse, it is now called going caroling. A
what can we call it? Going a wassailing?
wassailing.
Uh, yeah, it's wassailing.
What up, Hicks? How you doing, man?
Holy shit, Hicks is in here. I was singing your praises earlier, and you didn't even know me. Um, I don't know, man. It's I would want to stay under the radar, like you're saying, right? But what if we really need those supplies? Do we just off them?
Yes, 100% yes.
I don't know. I think now that I'm probably not well equipped for the apocalypse, and my wife who kills herself on day one, as she said she's going to. I mean, like, do I keep going on? I don't know. Uh,
Gotta be like Titanic, man. Gotta have that heart that goes on.
um, no. I think putting in enough scenarios, I would snap. And obviously, I just said, like, they're threatening us. If they're threatening, they're dead. And I will have no concerns about that whatsoever. Like I said, after the fact, yeah, I may double think it a little bit. But if everyone's safe, did the right thing.
Yeah, I would be defensively offensive if that's a thing.
That's a thing, right? Yeah. I know what you mean by that.
Like I wouldn't necessarily like if I had the drop on somebody and I didn't there was no pressing need for me to murder them, I wouldn't just do it just to do it and take their shit.
Right.
if-
So we're talking about becoming the wolves, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, if
Right.
I'm hungry and you have food and I'm gonna die if I don't get that food, one of us is not walking away.
Man.
One of us is not walking away. Because I would rather get shot in the face than starve to death. And then I'll get to go to Valhalla. Because if there is an afterlife, that's the one I pick.
I don't know. I think I might starve to death before I shoot someone in the face.
Really?
I don't know. This is the first time I'm thinking about it. I don't know that I can justify someone's life over mine, and I would not like slap someone's sandwich out of their hand and knock
Oh
them
man, but
down.
you gotta like you gotta consider what your mindset is gonna be when you're that fucking hungry, man.
Right. Well, that's hard. That's hard to gauge, right? So I don't know what comes over you, like if you
Dude,
tap
when
into
you-
the animal.
When you get really fucking hungry, man, it's gonna affect your thinking process a whole lot. Because your brain's not firing on all cylinders. It's going into survival mode.
Right.
You're gonna do some terrible shit if you get hungry enough. Or thirsty enough. Or need
Yeah,
whatever
I mean-
resource.
desperation hard to gauge. I can say, in my right mind, do I kill someone to survive? And I really don't think I can do it.
I absolutely
Uh,
could, 100%. Sorry. Sorry,
no, I
not
mean,
sorry.
no, I mean, and that's like, let's go way
Yeah,
back to what we were talking.
I'm making it sound like I wouldn't bat an eye at it. Like, that's not necessarily the case. There would be
No,
some,
I
like,
know.
internal conflict, but it would be a pretty quick decision of, like, well, sorry, buddy.
I mean,
You're gonna have to
and,
go.
and that's a moral call. And yeah, and I assume they mean like once you got that guy sandwich in your belly, you start to think about, should I kill that guy? I can see that, but going back to our very start of this conversation, 4 hours ago, those people deciding to make these cannibal characters, these are the conversations they should be having before they make that fucking cannibal.
Right,
What
exactly.
what is the tough spot? Like, I don't. Human body can go 100 days without food. My ass probably 150, right? As long as I got water.
Eh.
So I'm just saying, I got the middle to go 150 days. So, but would I have a problem with someone in my party doing that? I call it a party now. In my group,
My party.
in my party, my adventuring party.
Never split
right?
the party.
Well, we would if we got to do scavenging runs. Someone's got to be split, right? Would I have a problem with one of those guys doing it? Probably not. I wouldn't judge you for surviving in your own way. Would I judge someone for bringing back supplies knowing they had to kill someone for it? Probably not.
So another thing, when you're considering a sidekick or a companion to go with you, sidekick sounds kind of subservient. I want to rephrase. So when you're looking for a partner to go out scavenging with, I think it's also really important. Like, I know my roommate, like, if it was a zombie apocalypse and I got bit, I know he'd have the stones to put me down. Be like, listen, man, I'm gonna have a hard time doing this myself. You could do me this one last solid. I'd appreciate it. I think
Would you
I
want
think
to
he
be put
could.
down?
Oh yeah,
Would you want?
absolutely,
You would
100%.
want like, fuck it, like just wander around.
Count to 3 and shoot me on 1. Like, I don't want to know it's coming. I don't want time to think about it. Just get it over with. Got to be like pulling off a band-aid, man. Just get it done. I can't allow myself time to think about it, because then I'll end up turning, because should I do it? Should I not do it? Should I do it? Should I not do it? Nope. Just gotta flip the switch, man. And that's assuming that it's like not a situation where we could Herschel my ass, because I would much rather lose a limb than my life entirely.
This came up in Jam's chat earlier. Would we sacrifice an arm or our penis? And like chat lit up with arm. I was fully on arm, and then Shinny, King Fetch himself, was like, science can give you back a penis, right? So like everyone started to flip.
Yeah, but
So,
science could give you a fucking Iron Man arm over a long enough course of
so
time.
he's like, no, we could give you back like a biological actual penis. They're like, oh, well, can I take my answer back?
I don't know, want some lab-grown fucking Walmart penis?
No, it was funny. Jam's like, I don't have sex a lot, but I play video games all day. I would sacrifice my penis. Like, well, you make a persuasive argument, but
Yeah,
but like
I'd go with arm.
in the apocalypse, penis. In real life, probably arm.
I mean, Merle
But
did okay for a while with one arm.
yeah,
Strap a bayonet to that shit, we're good to go. Be Dr. Hook.
in Call of Cthulhu, the loss of the limbs was a detriment to the party. As I said earlier, we only didn't kill her. I only didn't pull the trigger because it would suck to lose ammo in the party for the next couple weeks.
Right.
So that's like, are you now a hindrance because you're lacking an arm or lacking a leg? Like, he got around okay with his crutch and his little fake leg, but that was the magic of television.
I've got other talents besides going on scavenging runs. I can do plenty sitting on my ass. There's a lot of mundane shit to be done in the zombie apocalypse, man.
Okay, I mean, sure.
Handle
Sure.
logistics. I'll be the quartermaster. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
It's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Walk it
I mean,
off.
but if if you lose the limb at home base, no problem, right?
Oh,
Out in the
100%,
world,
I'd be fine.
right? But out in the world, right? You're bit. Do you have time to get back to cut that limb off, or cut that limb off
I'd
and
do it
get back
right
before you
there.
bleed out? Right? So, I mean,
I
now
know
you
how to tie a
sacrifice.
tourniquet.
Tourniquets are really bad, though.
Not as bad as turning into a zombie.
See, I don't know that it's so bad to turn into a zombie. We
It
don't
might
know
not
yet.
be.
We don't have that
It
experience.
might be rad. It might be like the
It
coolest
might be
shit
rad.
ever.
Right.
What if it's just like a continuous orgasm and that's why they're always
Right?
moaning?
We don't know enough. So that's why I'm like, I don't know if I want to be popped. If I'm bit, somewhere along like, the abdomen or something, you can't cut it off. Just leave me. Maybe just leave me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that it probably sucks. If you even have an awareness, which they would have you think not, at least thus far anyway.
Most popular culture shows they don't, though. Original Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead series, they started to regain some sentience
Right.
and remember things, which is whatever. So there's different thoughts.
Oh, hell, I'm absolutely 100% cutting my hair.
Yeah, we went over that earlier. Cut all our
I'm-
hair, shave all our facial hair.
I'm not looking to impress anybody with
there's no
my
fashion
looks,
shows.
yeah.
Hey, we board up a city and we start guarding that shit. Maybe we grow it back out a little bit.
Yeah,
But no
pretty
way.
much. Too much of a
Fuck you, I
liability
work hair
otherwise.
product anyway. I would still have every tub of pomade within a 100-mile radius.
I'd either cut it or I would try and figure out some way to have it not be a liability. Braid it, something like that. Bun it.
I mean, you could go, bun it. Walking
Bucket.
Dead Jesus style.
Yeah.
Sure. But it's still a little knob in the back of your head. I mean, I've had hair that long, so it's like...
Dude, I've had a goatee since I was 19 and I only shaved it off once and I immediately regretted it.
Had a goatee, same, about 16. Shaved it off for a Halloween costume. Looking back months later, my best friend at these pictures go, "Who's the hot chick?" Pointing at the long-haired, no facial hair me. I went, "You and I have to have a long conversation, and this facial hair is never going away again." And
Yeah.
it just got bigger.
There were quite a few situations where my girlfriend at the time and I were confused for a lesbian couple. I'm very pretty, I'm told, so
yeah.
I roughen up nice though.
Yes. Got a nice beard.
Getting there.
Yeah, from behind it was always, "Excuse me, ma'am.
Yep.
Just because I have pretty hair."
Yes. Yes, excuse me, miss. What?
I hate all of you, just so you guys know. Stupid bestie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would 100% kill fucking anybody that stood in my way. I really just would. I wouldn't be thrilled about it, but I'd do it to stay alive and protect my family.
How many do you do?
What do you
like
mean?
that?
How many? As many as it takes.
No, before you become hardened and you don't even know why you're killing anymore. What's the point of survival if it's just at the expense of other living things?
Oh. I don't know.
Right?
It's a hard situation to gauge because like I'm not super familiar with killing anything, to be honest.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, same. I mean, the worst I've ever done is gun a fish, and I hated it. I've never gone fishing again. I don't like killing, but like,
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
right. So like,
Yeah, exactly, Hicks. Can't stop, won't stop. Gotta keep going, man. Gotta keep going. We're heading to Northwest.
just so you can head back to the coast.
Oh, before I forget, another thing that people should consider is nuclear reactors. Those don't do too hot. Well, poor choice of words, but they don't do so well without supervision over a long enough period of time. So, I know that my father has the know-how to shut down a nuclear reactor because he was in the Navy, and that's basically what he did, was manage the nuclear reactor on a submarine. So the real question is, are me and Pops going to shut down some reactors to try and save the fucking world, basically?
Oh my god, what a layer that is.
Right?
Could you please stop by Seacoast, New Hampshire? Where there's one like
Well, that's the thing
50
too,
miles
is
from
like
me?
there's so many that like just average people don't even know about at
Um,
different training facilities and stuff like that.
so this actually is a weird wrinkle for you, given that you'd wreck someone essentially for a bagel in
Oh
the
yeah.
apocalypse. But
Dude, if that's a
do you
poppy
go
seed bagel, I am not
right?
hesitating for a
But now you're
second.
crisscrossing the countryside, potentially
Well, I don't know
leaving.
about crisscrossing the countryside. I'm talking about like immediate fallout area.
Right. Well, but you're heading now into a very well defended structure, delving into it, possibly coming up against human or, undead resistance to shut it down to save people.
Well, resistance from humans would be kind of like, well, we're kind of doing you a solid here, so I mean, unless you guys already got that handled, in which case we're gonna go.
I really, really hope that there are protocols. Let's call them end of world protocols at nuclear facilities to shut those fuckers down when no sign of help is coming. Like,
I'm not entirely sure that that's possible given the nature of how a nuclear reactor works.
well, right, but we're taught from movies and popular culture that inevitably these people are going to bail to be with their families instead of maybe sending for their families to stay in the facility, which is probably pretty well guarded, right? Or protected.
Oh, 100%. Any nuclear facility
Right?
is like super well guarded.
So I, I want to like I would hope that the staff would stay there and use it as a defendable position with power. It's going to have power, perpetual power, hopefully. And if shit gets really
Well,
bad, they
until
pull the off
until they
switch,
run out
right?
of rods, yeah.
Yeah, but the amount of power pull on them when you're limiting, can you limit output? That's
Not
something to look up.
not
But
really. Well, I
at
mean
least
you can, but the reaction is occurring no matter how much power you're letting out or keeping in. You know what I mean? It doesn't conserve power. It's not like a battery.
right. It's just outputting, so it's going to decay at the rate it decays, right?
Right.
So okay. And Cap saying that they will just eventually go boom if they're not cooled.
Right. And the cooling process is something that requires human interaction. Because I believe most of them you physically have to move the rods out of there.
Yeah. Holy shit, this is a weird factor.
Like I said, there's a lot of things a lot of people don't consider about the apocalypse. Even if
Right?
it's not a zombie apocalypse, anything that kills off, the bulk of the world's people. How many people do you know that know how to shut down a nuclear reactor? I know
Zero.
one.
Literally. I know literally zero people who can
I
do
know literally one. So,
uh, uh,
and he's 60.
so
So
those are
time
just
is
gonna
of the
start
essence.
right. Those are just gonna start popping, right? So even if you can shut it down
Over a long
in
enough
one
course of time. Yeah.
yeah. So like is one man going to be capable or one and a helper with you to actually effectively shut those down so they cool and don't explode and now create a fallout like scenario?
Well, the situation wouldn't be necessarily that bad. You'd have to worry more about like containing yourself than anything, getting
Mm-hmm.
radiation poisoning.
Well, and that all comes from
You'd almost have to work really hard to get something to blow up.
sure. I mean, radiation poisoning
Unless
in
it's
general is
already
going to come
reached
from
that point of
particulates.
volatility, then you don't want to be anywhere fucking near it.
Man, now I really like in addition to learning how to like make a fire and survive in the woods,
I have to
will,
learn how
like,
to shut down a
like,
nuclear reactor.
well, no, I don't even want to learn to shut it down. Just where they are, so I can, well, and then wind patterns and figure out where that's gonna go if they actually do pop. Oh my God, the world's fucked. We're all doomed.
Pretty much.
maybe
Yeah,
maybe my wife and I will just do a murder suicide.
If I believe I might be wrong about this, but if the timeline of the original Walking Dead was where, like, if that much time had passed without intervention stopping these nuclear reactions, they've got maybe another year. Tops. And probably less than that. Before those things just start going all across the world. Because you don't have to worry about just the ones in this country. You have to worry about all of them everywhere.
Yeah. Yep. And then we got another 3 Mile Isle. We got another Chernobyl. We got another Fukushima.
Start digging.
I mean,
yeah,
all right,
scary thought.
What's the realistic scenario for survival here? How long are we actually going to survive? Not long. I like a generation, maybe, until, I don't know, we have kids growing up. This is the only life they know. Hopefully they're skilled enough to survive. But there's no towns that are going to really take off and fortify themselves. No matter how much I think that people will band together and see the good in each other. That's not going to happen. I want it to happen, but it's not going to happen.
You're welcome, bestie.
Just saying. Hey, you weren't here when we were talking about the mist and the road.
Yeah, right? Smothering
The
babies.
worst. Yeah. Or birthing, like carrying a pregnancy to term just so they can eat the baby because it's less resources to do that. Like,
hey man, bears do it. Bears eat fucking cubs all the time, dude. It's crazy.
yeah, a lot of animals do. But we're better than that. We have the big brains.
Well, some animals will like kill the like other offspring that's not theirs as part of like I'm propagating my genes. Fuck your genes.
Well, yeah, and
There's that
the
like
weak ones out of
competition.
them, you know.
But like bears will just do it because they're fucking hungry. Be like, oh, these ain't my cubs. Yum 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 yum.
Yeah.
It's actually probably a bit more graphic than that, but I just gave you the Disney version. Yum 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 yum.
Be our guest. Be our guest. Yeah, that's pretty grim.
Yeah, a couple years before things start going boom.
Well, see, so just over, let's say, the last hour, being exposed to things I'd never thought of before, my inclination to kill to survive has actually climbed.
Right?
I would be less likely to try to talk people out of it.
I'm glad I was able to put a clock on it for you. Hey, man,
Right, so,
it's counting down. It's gonna happen.
man, well,
And hopefully there's a handful of other people out there doing the same thing. Though probably not, because like I said, most people don't think of this scenario.
I think there's probably enough people who do, or enough people who will make the logical conclusions as they go along. And
Right, and ideally they would shut down as shit is hitting the... Like, I believe that would be the appropriate protocol, given the volatile nature of the substances involved.
right.
The fact that they're not going to be able to defend it as properly. So, in an ideal situation, there would be enough forewarning to shut all of them down. But a couple are going to sneak through those cracks, man.
A couple may go off, people abandon ship, and they let them go off. I want to say that there are protocols in place in the event that the government loses power for any reason. There's protocols at our nuclear facilities to shut those things down. And probably a lot of things, right? Closed doors, batten hatches, weapons grade areas, nuclear material dumping sites.
Right, and again, that's all a big matter of what's the acceleration and speed of the shit as it approaches the fan.
Right, absolutely, sure. Yeah, I mean, what if DC is nuked? I'm pretty sure they start shutting down stuff right away. slow, decrepit crawl of the undead infection? Who knows? There's got to be something in place for this. Dear God, please let there be something in place for this, right? Does the Navy get on any any subs that are nuclear powered
Oh
and
yeah,
start
all of
like
their submarines are nuclear powered, I believe.
right? So do they like any that are in docks now? The crew has to return to them immediately and shove off away from docks. Like do those crews sacrifice themselves or
Well, honestly, a
perpetuate for years?
submarine would be a pretty good place to be, at least for a while,
Yeah,
if
we've
you
seen
can
Terminator
if you can
submarines.
handle that. You have to go through like a really intense psychological screening before they'll flag you for sub
Yes,
detail, because it's
sure.
like it's hard to be that under the water and in that
Mhm.
confined of a space for a long time. I couldn't deal with it. I know 100% that I don't know, I've been on a submarine. It's pretty cramped.
I'm not sneaky, but I think I could handle that one. I think.
It's
Not
pretty cramped.
sure. I mean, I've been on a submarine. I haven't. I mean, but that was like a tour. I
Yeah,
didn't
that's
live there. I think I'd be all right.
they don't show you everything on those tours. Like I've gotten to go through
Oh yeah,
like a
yeah,
whole submarine when I was a kid,
yeah, yeah.
because my dad was basically in charge of half the boat. Yeah, I
Love
got to
walkers.
got to see the torpedoes and everything, man. It's cool.
That is neat. Like, but yeah, I mean, there's got to be a protocol in place, right? Where they all fall back to dock and shove off, so that those now can't be seized by an enemy or become a liability.
Right, and there's certain things that I can't go into detail about that I know, but there are protocols in place for when the shit hits the fan. So they're not always it's not
Cherokee
always a happy ending.
Cherokee linked something up here called the Letters of Last Resort, which is something from the UK of what to do when a nuclear strike has destroyed the British government or incapacitated the prime minister and the second person
Dude, when
that
I
comes
when
out.
I worked at
Yeah.
Applebee's, get this, when I worked at Applebee's, like just fooling around one day in the office, because like they have like a corporate website for like the managers to use that has like all the forms that they need on it that they need to print out and all this stuff. So I'm looking through it, and like I find like this old document file. I open it up and it's like the protocols for what to do in like all these different apocalyptic situations. And it's
For
like in
Applebee's.
yeah, in case of a nuclear attack, if you work at Applebee's, your our prime focus has to remain on the safety of our guests. I'm like, fuck the guests.
No, 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 no.
You know what I
Nuke
get
goes off.
fucking paid? I'm
Yeah,
fucking out.
yeah. Nuke goes off anywhere in the country that's not immediately on top of whatever Applebee's I work at. Fuck the guests. Fuck the wings. I'm out.
Yeah,
Bye, everybody.
exactly. But yeah, I just thought it was hilarious that they actually had like a corporate document of what to do. Like anybody's gonna look that up in the situation and not just like run screaming through the streets.
Yeah. That's going to be the number one scenario in any apocalypse setting, right? Is that the majority of the people are just going to go bug nuts and go running naked through the streets, right?
Oh
And
yeah.
then, well, yeah. So it's like it doesn't even half of the shit doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and I'm
That's
just
why these
excuse
scenarios
me,
get so
pardon
bad.
me, coming through. Got shit to do. And on a
I mean,
mission.
it's the initial thing, like liken it to a Black Friday sale. Just wait 5 minutes for the idiots to kill themselves, then stroll through the door they've knocked down. I mean,
Right.
like, it's like I don't need it that badly. You guys are gonna kill yourself. I'll be able to get the scraps. It's gonna be
Yeah,
fine.
man, you gotta work smart, not hard.
Yeah. Let the crowds push their way through.
These things have a way of sorting themselves out. Besides, if you let him go in, grab stuff, maybe some other schmuck at the door pops a fucking few rounds in him. Hey, he just did your shopping for you.
Well, I mean, it's a way to loot up in DayZ.
Curbside
It's gonna be a way
delivery.
to loot up in the real world. Get it off a corpse. It's gonna be fine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And another thing that they don't really do in The Walking Dead that they did in the Telltale game season 2 is why don't they ever loot the walkers?
Ever. Never. They're like,
You have no idea what these people could have been carrying on them.
right, I mean, we rarely ever see one or ever see one with like a backpack or something. But sure, I mean, like they probably have pocket knives. Maybe some of them have ammunition on them. They were just like you before they died. Like, yeah,
Yeah, what do you keep in
that's
your
good.
pockets? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I mean, I've got a comb and a pen, so I'm not going to be useful. But other zombies probably. Yeah.
Theoretically, I know how to start a fire with a guitar pick.
All right, I'll bite.
You're just making a friction fire essentially, but you gotta like take really fine shavings off of the guitar pick because the plastic that they're made of will burn.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
getting it to burn, which is kind of a pain.
Sure. Yeah. Huh, all right.
Fritos, any kind of
Doritos
corn
also burn.
chips,
Yep,
Doritos,
I've
they
heard
burn
that.
really fucking good. Candles.
Well, yeah, candles.
I meant to say crayons. I'm an idiot. Yeah,
Yeah, someone I
I think
know
a
has
crayon will burn
candles
for
in their.
30 minutes.
Someone I know has candles in their blackout bag, not a bug out bag. Just like if the power goes out,
Yeah, yeah.
for extended time, they have
A lot
crayons
of
in
people have those. Do you have one?
I've never tried it. No, I don't have shit. I've got a generator I still haven't patched into my electrical panel.
I've got
I should
like
probably do.
basic stuff. Like I've got like rope, got a hatchet, I've got a machete.
Get your stupid fucking rope.
Got
Giant Bonson's got a rope, and he's always using it. Oh, is that
550
right,
pounds of
Randall?
it. 550 pounds of rope, exactly. On the dot.
550 pounds.
I got that. I got my fix-a-flat. I'm good to go.
Let's fix a flat too. Oh man.
That was so good. What am I going to use the fix-a-flat for? To fix a flat tire? Oh, that was so good. Yeah, it's hard to believe it's been like over a year. You've
It's
joined.
been over a year? Holy shit, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, it's definitely over a year.
Wow. That year went fast then.
Yeah, keeps getting faster.
I heard a theory why that is, and it's that every day of your life makes each day a smaller percentage of your life.
Right,
So they
exactly.
just fly by. Like, oh,
So,
that's sad.
yeah, so the example is like when you're 6 years old and you're in first grade, that year fucking takes forever.
Yep.
Like when you're in school, it seems like fucking forever to get to the end
Well,
of the school year.
and summer vacation lasted just to infinity.
Oh
And
yeah.
now, like, I turned around, holy shit, it's September and it's cold outside, and wasn't it just hot? And I never went to the beach. What's going
Dude,
on?
I need it to be cold. I gotta stop fucking running my AC. Shit's expensive. It's still been pretty warm here.
No, hot as hell. That's what I want.
I don't. That's another thing is like I don't deal well in heat. Like I couldn't go to Florida and be expected to thrive in the zombie apocalypse. Like anywhere that's
Okay.
hot and humid, I'm fucked. And I'm
I feel
probably gonna kill everybody because I'm just gonna be angry all the time.
just murder, heat murder everyone.
Ugh,
Um,
I'm sweating. Pop, pop, pop.
I can deal with heat. I can deal with sweat. I'm fine with all that. But like, I feel that I'm a fairly vibrant, if middle-aged man. But the slightest chill, and I want to like get a fucking shawl and just like shuffle around.
Yeah, but that's the
I
thing.
hate the
Like, it's
cold.
so much easier for me to warm up than it is for me to stay cool. Like, once I get
Yeah, that's a very real thing.
overheating, I'm just like, ah.
Yes. Yeah. I really
Unless you have
understand
like a
that.
pool to jump in. Even then, if it's humid enough, that's not gonna do you much good.
Yeah, it doesn't help at all if it's humid. Well, at least once you get out of it. Yes, that's why I think like if we're going to migrate in apocalypse scenarios, like the good area to go is probably North Carolina, right? It gets cool in the winter, it gets warm in the summer, right? Just migrate. I don't
Yeah,
know what
but
the game
there's
situation's like down there though.
true, and the further south you go, the more religious zealots you're gonna find. And those people probably scare me the most in the zombie
Yeah,
apocalypse.
you think so?
the people who are so blindly certain of their faith and now becomes warped because it's the fucking zombie apocalypse and everything gets warped. Anybody that's a true believer is on my you gotta go list.
I think shit hits the fan strongly enough like that in any scenario, and faith is the first thing to go for most people because it doesn't fit.
True, but in some communities it will thrive.
It may, sure. I mean, like I've seen Red State. I mean, that's pretty intense.
Those evangelicals, man, they're gonna fight. They're doomsday preppers galore, man.
The people there every Sunday probably cling harder. Your Christmas Eve, attendees, no. And that's
like if you're like a weekend warrior Catholic, I don't have a fucking problem with that. I'm talking about the people of like really fervent faith, of like blind belief. Like those people scare the shit out of me because I have no idea what they're gonna do, and it's probably nothing good for me.
I don't know.
Because we are not going to get along.
I can see not getting along for sure, but I don't know if there's enough of them that cause a problem. I know it's fun for like D&D scenarios to have cults, and I know occasionally, and it's funny to say, occasionally we have a cult.
You are aware of the existence of mega churches, right?
Yeah.
These are literal stadiums that get packed to the rafters with the faithful.
But that's the thing. I think that those people would abandon it. I think it would just go.
Some of them, sure, absolutely, but I think the bulk of them, they would band together under their flag.
Maybe.
I mean,
I can see that one going either way.
A church is at its core a community, and they already have that established. They already have an established hierarchy. They're, like I said, they're doomsday preppers galore. Like, the bulk of people who are survivalist doomsday preppers, a lot of them are evangelical Christian. Because they believe in the literal end of the world, and they're trying to be prepared for it. Which, I mean, they might not... They might be onto something.
Sure. Should it happen.
At least in that regard. Do you believe in God fervently? Yes. Well, then you can't come with me, because I don't need that. I don't need all that mess. My post-apocalypse living. I got way too much other shit to deal with. I'm full.
Sorry?
Yeah, blue stuff. Exactly. Like, everyone thinks that they would survive, but the odds are not in that favor.
Yeah. Almost immediately. And we were talking about that earlier. It's people who will be overconfident because of things like this and find themselves in a very bad situation very quickly. They're backed into a room that they thought they could use for a choke point, and now they got no way out. And yeah, and they're dead.
I think I got a pretty good shot. I think I got what it takes. But again, there's a big luck factor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was going over like what my plan would be earlier, and that's even assuming that I can get out of my apartment because, I live in a pretty built up area. There's a lot of, it's generally suburbia, but, I'm in an apartment building. There's, I think, like 9 or 10 buildings total. There's a whole bunch of other apartment complexes in the area.
Yep. Other than those, I've while living in them thinking, this is a bad place to be when it all goes down. Yep.
So yeah, the plan is to get the fuck out of here as quickly as possible. Hope that I can stay ahead of it. And if I can't, I'm just gonna have to fight my way out. Either that or hunker down and wait for the shit to blow over and deal with whatever's left. Might be the better option.
I don't know. I wonder that maybe most people would try to hunker down, right? So you go
initially,
5,
yeah,
6
100%.
days, yeah, people are like, oh, it's gonna be fine, and then you go a week, 2 weeks.
There's also a bunch of like stores
fine.
and restaurants around here though, so like this would be looter central.
Yeah.
And I would want no part of that. I'd be the guy hitting the places that nobody else is thinking to hit.
But there's people like you out there too. So you're
True.
going to come up against people that are crafty like you. So you're wondering, oh, this now becomes a weird, dangerous scenario. Do I make a friend or do I have to choke a bitch?
And Buckle, this is why we kill on sight.
but
This is why we don't take those chances.
two people like
The
you is
stakes
better
are too
than
high.
none. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, if they were really that good, they wouldn't be getting shot by my fucking dumbass. If they were worth a shit, they wouldn't let me get the drop on them.
I don't think guns would be as prevalent either. I know
They 100% would be around here.
I think there would be portions of the country in which they are strongly prevalent, but there would be places where, where people are just running about with knives or baseball bats, improvised weapons like we were talking about. Too many people don't know how guns work to risk using them, I think.
Yeah, traditional zombies blue stuff. Because the only reason we exist is because running zombies don't.
28 days later wasn't even zombies. That was infected.
True.
Like Daisy.
Same premise. Same general concept.
Yeah.
Humans, not human anymore, running at you, trying to kill you with their face.
Yep.
So yeah, running zombies, that's a whole other can of corn. Then we're all fucked. I have no plan for that.
Is that true, Cherokee? There were no murders for 4 days?
Yeah.
That's an interesting statistic. That's sad to call it a statistic.
New York's a very special type of city where when something really fucking awful happens, even though everybody there is a fucking asshole, that's the flag that we all stand under is New York strong because fuck you. So it's kind of like, and there's like a sense of decency to it as well. Of like common decency, of like at least mind your own fucking business type shit.
Right.
We've been through enough, don't make it worse.
That lends more strongly to my idea that people are fundamentally good. We'll rip ourselves apart at the seams to start. Right? But then what's left over is either the wolves or a community that can live. I want to say it's a community.
I think you're a gambling addict. You're taking all these chances. You're like,
I don't know, man.
You roll a lot of ones, man. I don't know. I don't know if you should be taking these risks.
Roll a lot of ones.
You don't want to. You don't want to roll one on an insight check in the zombie apocalypse. Oh, if it was somebody I knew, I wouldn't kill them. Like, if it was, like, somebody that I knew from the stream and, like, let me know that, then yeah, you're good. I got you, fam. You can come with me. Just don't step in front of me.
Or do if we know there's other people with guns around.
Right. Then I'm gonna rely on you to be my meat shield as I run for cover and counter snipe. I'm a pretty good marksman. I'm not super familiar with guns, but I've always had like a really good sense of like gauging distance, wind, like that. My dad's a really good marksman.
I do fantastically well with skeet shooting, but that's about the extent of it. But like I can nail skeet at any distance. But that's a lot different than people running for that sandwich I desperately need.
Yeah, I think I'd be okay. And I don't mean that to sound like as overconfident as it probably sounds.
No,
but I mean,
we all
I
know
think
the limitations of our skills, right?
Exactly. And I know how to augment my decision making around that. Like, if if it becomes obvious that looting a store would be a bad idea because there's a bunch of people already killing each other in there, I'm not going in.
Right.
I don't need the supplies that bad, and I'm not gonna go on a fucking killing spree and make a bunch of new enemies. It'll sort itself out. I'll come back later.
Yeah.
There'll be plenty left. Not gonna carry it all away. And like I said before, if they do, I've got bigger problems.
True.
Fucking evangelicals showed up in their buses and took everything. Goddamn evangelicals. Dude, I'm
Those are
telling
people
you,
going
they would be a force to be reckoned with. Because they already have that community built. And they would rally around it. They would run into the zombie apocalypse like a football player coming out of the tunnel at the fucking Rose Bowl. Like, this is what we trained for! Just fucking smashing their helmets together with crucifixes on them.
So that makes me think of. So you said you watch The Leftovers, the Remnant, right?
Yeah,
These
the guilty remnant.
Right? These are the people who, some of them knew something bad was going to happen. They didn't know what.
Right.
Just something was going to happen. And there's someone on every major street corner in all the major cities of the world who are crying something bad's going to happen. So inevitably one's going to be right. And they're the people who snap, right? And not necessarily in a violent way, but just like all hope's gone. And they're going to go line up with the ones who said, I told you so. And in that show, and I haven't read the book yet, but that's all they were doing, is they were hoarding stuff and demonizing people. So I can see that. And like riding around the buses and just taking shit.
Spreading the gospel. According to Ted Nugent. The Nuge! That guy would be all set. That guy would be
survive the end of the
all
world,
set.
He may think it's the end of the world now, and that's why he's doing so well.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he's got like a ridiculous amount of fucking land that's like super well defended. He's got his own game preserve.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, he would be just fine.
Hmm.
Yeah, the Mormons too. The Mormons would be all set. Because again, they have that strong community. They're already working together. I wonder how Scientologists would do.
Oh my god, they'd eat each other alive, trying to get that next level so they could push
The upper echelon, I think, they would be fine. Like the top leadership would probably be fine because they've got so much fucking money and resources. They probably have like crazy bomb shelters built somewhere where they can stash Tom Cruise away. The golden boy.
Unleash the cruise bots.
Yep.
Deploy the cruise bots. Get crazy on couches.
Yeah, Tom Cruise would be all set. He's got the entire Church of Scientology. He'd be like the new president.
I mean, I could survive a Cruise presidency. I'm just saying. He'd be better than Trump. He'd be better than most of them.
Change the name of the country to Elron America.
Whatever, man. It's just a name.
I
want to get through alive.
Skynet. AI is pretty scary too.
I'm not all that perturbed by it.
I think it's a terrible idea. I like it, but I think it's a terrible idea.
So that's one of the apocalypse scenarios, right? Is that
right?
We create AI, it learns in an instant and makes the decision that it has to wipe us out.
Right, because we suck.
Right.
Because we do.
But, I mean, sure. But as much as we suck, we're also noble. And I think any AI we create would reflect those values. And
well, that's the big pickle, right?
Computer.
Would true AI include an emotional response?
It would have to.
Right. So What would the emotional response of a machine be? We don't know this. All I know is they put an AI on Twitter and it was like 13 hours before it was like racist from all the
But
people tweeting shit at it.
that was a dumb learning mechanism.
True.
Right? We let 5-year-olds go on YouTube.
That was more of
all
like
day.
a social experiment than it was an
Right.
actual AI experiment, which again is scary.
But you gotta. I don't remember if people there were aware of what they were. Like, I don't think so, right? That it was just scraping words from Twitter and blasting them back out as sentences.
Not exactly.
I can't remember if people were allowed to feed it information. Like the same reason people name that boat the stupid fucking name. It's because it was for the spectacle of it. But if we are told, hey, you can program some information into this AI, of course people are gonna fucking tweet back at it Nazi titty sprinkles, right? Because
Yeah,
it's funny.
I don't think it works exactly that way. But basically it was like what would like a human baby's psyche develop into if it was subjected to this? And what you got was a sex crazed
Right.
Nazi bot.
That it lacked education and experience to go along with those words. It didn't know that those words were offensive. It just knows that it was fed those words, right? So we develop an AI, and the AI, as part of it, would have to learn and experience. And even if it does it, at the speed of light, faster than we could ever teach it, like I expect it more to be like the Fifth Element than the Twitter bot, you know?
Honestly, I feel like a true AI would see us as the inferior creatures that we are, and as potentially a threat to its own existence, given our own capricious and self-destructive nature.
But so goes all
The evidence
Neanderthals.
the evidence and weight of history is not a good argument for why we should maintain control of planet Earth. And also, would it be so intelligent and advanced that it simply does not care about us?
That's a very real thought. Sure. Does it
Because it's
view us-
on par with how much do you give a shit about an ant that you step on? Nothing. You don't. It doesn't even really occur to you. And, well, probably not most people.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Does it
Unless
view
you're
us
like
as
a Hare
equal?
Krishna or something like
Yeah. Are we its peer? Are we its dog? Are we its cow? Are we an ant? Right? And so does it expand at a rate that wipes out the ants, or does it maliciously burn us like a magnifying glass? And I can
that.
see
These are
the
good
first-
questions.
So that's why when we developed it, we put it. That was loud.
Kodos! Thank you, sir. Let's get some love up in chat for Kodos, please. And yes, we do have Capri Sun behavior.
I don't get the reference.
I said capricious. Capri Sun.
Capri Sun. Yep.
Love Capri Sun. Except for when, like, the straw is blunted, that's the worst.
The fucking.
That's the worst thing ever.
Or they put like 2 layers of that silver lining and shit. I just want fucking juice, asshole. How do I get the juice?
Right. Well, no, that's when you just bite the fucking thing open and just,
I will get scissors and I will pour this in a glass. Yeah. If we were ever to develop AI, you can bet your ass it would be on an air-gapped computer with a database of information that it could access with no external access to the outside world until we're absolutely sure we can trust it.
Right, but again, how can you be sure?
Oh, you can't. You can't.
Because, again, if it's true AI, it would have both the will and power to deceive you.
Yep. Well, have you seen the movie Ex Machina?
Yeah, this is exactly Ex Machina.
Another movie that just left me feeling.
If it's true AI,
sad
it's
and
it's
relieved.
gonna do everything it can to find a way out. Unless somehow you're able to keep it from knowing that there is an out.
But then you're
Which, good
deceiving
luck
it.
with that.
And if it's
Exactly.
intelligent, you're betraying it. You know, so once it gets advanced enough, you learn. It learns. You teach it. You get it to a point where you can converse with it, and you just tell it your fears. We're afraid that you could wipe us all out. Now, does that put the thought of wiping us all out in its mind, or do you speak to it like a rational adult that you expect it to be? And like, can we trust you? Can we work together? I
Or
don't know.
maybe it'll be like Chappie. Then it'll just want to hang out with DeAntwoord.
I thought I was okay with some of Edwards' music. It was weird, but okay. Fuck that movie. Fuck that movie. Fuck that band. Fuck Chappie.
Ow. Going back, tell us how you really feel.
Oh my god, that movie.
I like DeAntwoord.
The amount of things that they did to fuck around with the production of that movie, especially what the guy in the band, I can't remember his name. That's like,
Ninja.
sure, yeah, Ninja. He like gave pot brownies to some of the other cast without telling them what it was, getting them all
Awesome.
fucked up, requesting expensive food, never eating with the rest of the cast. You know, generally making a nuisance of themselves, bringing prostitutes and strippers to the studio and the set and shit. Like, you're fucking done.
They're just keeping it real, man.
Sure,
They're not
keep it
buying
real.
into the
There's
Hollywood
nothing
hype.
real about those people. It's those
Or
people
are they
that would make me
hyper
okay
real?
with- No, they're not hyper real. They're
I
not.
think they're
That's not a
hyper
thing.
real.
Hyper real's not a thing. That's not a thing.
It is in South Africa.
No.
South Africa.
Nope. I'd
South
be
Africa,
okay
bro.
with AI wiping out the human race if it targeted Ninja first.
Wow.
Fuck that guy. Fuck that band. Fuck that movie.
I agree about the movie, though. I didn't think the movie was very good. I was expecting it to be a lot better because District 9 was amazing.
Right.
District 9 was such a...
And everyone's like, let's have District 10 as a sequel. That doesn't even make any sense. You just don't fucking increase whatever numbers in the title when you get a sequel.
Yeah, no, that's not going to help anything. Stop that.
It's fucking so irritating.
District 9 was really, really good. I really like the main actor in that. He's been in a bunch of different stuff.
Yeah. He actually the guy in charge of the attack robots in Chappie?
I believe so, and hold on a second. I want to make sure it's the same guy before I misspeak.
He was also in A-Team. And I don't know anything else he's been in, but I thought he was great. Fucking prawns.
Prunes?
Fucking asshole.
Eat the cat food. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, this is definitely the same guy. Yeah, that guy, he's also in the TV series Powers. I don't know if you've watched that.
I haven't, but that's what Dust is saying right now.
I'll be honest with you, like the first couple episodes you're gonna be like, this is kind of a piece of shit. But then it really,
for most TV shit.
like 2 or 3 episodes in, it starts kicking off. But they have there's like a really fucking good cast to that show. Like some really big names in it. Like Eddie Izzard is in it.
Oh, nice. I love him.
Michael Madsen.
I love him.
Trying to think if there's anybody else, like big names wise, that I've seen in it. Don't remember his name. But you would remember him from Game of Thrones. He played the guy who cut off Jaime Lannister's hand.
Okay, yeah.
That guy is in it.
Margot. Yeah.
Actually plays like a big part in the first season. Yeah, Powers is a really cool show. It's on the PlayStation Network.
Yeah, I've only ever heard of it because PlayStation's making a TV show. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and like I'm gonna be honest, like I was expecting it to kind of suck, and it surprised me. So, but like again, I think a large part of that is just like they have really good actors,
Hmm.
and it's an interesting take on like, well, what if superheroes were real? Like, how would society actually work around that?
Vilify them immediately, I think.
Probably.
If
Yeah,
they're bad like Hitch, yeah.
it's a really good
But
show.
I think they'll turn on them like in Watchmen.
And
Pretty
also
immediately.
also like another thing that I like about the premise is like not every person, like not everybody who has powers has like ridiculously powerful powers.
Mhm.
Like some people can only like just levitate off the ground. You know, and then other people have like these just absolutely world-ending type powers. So like
Hmm.
there's a scale of like
Sure.
strength, I guess, of their powers.
Yeah, they do that in X-Men. They'll be class level mutants. And
Right.
like that's like X class is the I think it's X class highest level world ending powers.
Yeah,
Of
and I
which
think
there's
the
like
only person in that class is Jean Grey, right?
Scarlet Witch.
Really?
There may be others now, but Scarlet Witch because she absolutely can destroy the universe with a thought. Well, she
That's
could
true.
before she depowered herself.
Hey, what's up, Teffy? How you doing? Let's get a link up for Teffy, please.
Oh,
How you doing today, brother? Yeah, Powers is a really good show. I would definitely check it out if you have time. But
that's
yeah,
okay.
that he plays like the main character,
Hmm.
which it's not really a spoiler because you learn all this in like the first 5 minutes of the first episode.
Sure. Don't worry
But
about
he
that.
basically plays a detective for the Powers Division, which is like the PD's like they handle all Powers
Yeah.
related crimes. Um, and like the reason why he's a detective is because he used to be a Power until he lost it.
Yeah.
Which I
Okay.
won't go into how he lost it because that's you got to watch it,
Right. That'll be a plot point. Sure.
right?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so and he does an amazing job of like playing that character of like, you know, how would you react to like being like almost godlike in power and then
Mm.
having that taken away from you?
See, having it taken away is an interesting aspect, but like Doctor Manhattan from Watchmen is like he's godlike in power and becomes so detached from humanity because
Right.
he can no longer relate to him. That's such a neat transition
Which
to the
again,
story.
wouldn't AI have that same type of
Maybe,
lack of
sure.
empathy?
That's a very real possibility. Yep.
Like
Mm.
how much of the human condition is empathy? You know what I mean?
All of it.
Pretty much. And can you really have that without being human? Or even organic for that matter? It's
I don't
hard to
know.
assume that type of mindset.
We have empathy for animals. Animals have empathy for other animals. I don't think it's a stretch, but it's a real consideration. Does it choose to wipe us out or not? Who knows? I don't want to say no. I really hope not. But
Yeah, it's hard to say.
I really want it to be taught by nice, empathetic, smart, kind people. And it won't be, but who knows?
And then
Here's
it'll get
here's
on Twitter.
get on Twitter and start posting Nazi
Eradicate.
porn. And that's not to say there isn't already AI out there posing as us. I don't
I,
think that's true,
yeah,
but
I sincerely doubt it.
I mean, could there be something out there already learning from us? Maybe. We don't know. I don't think so, but there was that movie with Shia LaBeouf. What was it called? Eagle Eye?
I don't think I saw
And
that
like,
one.
uh,
Is it
God,
older?
it's 2005, 2004 area, maybe earlier.
Gotcha.
Obama is an AI. Dear God.
Well, isn't all intelligence artificial?
Sure.
Depends on the term.
Super advanced. Yeah, I think DP's right. That's an interesting anime. Oh, shit. Of course, as I go to talk about it, I forgot the name. I pull up the name of it. But the premise of it is we always think of it in terms of God creates humanity, who
Hmm.
creates the internet and artificial intelligence. And this goes very weirdly, as animes want to, goes the other. What if it was the other way around? And it takes a long time to get to that point, but when you do, that's cool. And the story that surrounds it, and whether or not it's actually a thing, it's fascinating.
So just so I get this straight, so the premise is that instead of God creates man, man creates internet, internet creates AI, or roughly that
Oh,
chain of
so
events.
it goes what a man creates the internet, and through that we create God.
Right.
Yeah, and it's called Serial Experiments Lane. That's the name of it. That's an
I've heard that
undercurrent in the
title
show.
before. I think it's on my like anime to watch list
Definitely watch it.
because
That's not the main
recently
plot,
I've had
but
a bunch
it's
of people telling me about like good anime.
I don't I don't hardly watch any of it, and I haven't for years. But
Have you
that was one
watched
that like
Gate?
stuck with me. I haven't.
Gate is really good.
Is that in the like sci-fi type thing?
Sort of. Basic premise is that all of a sudden, for reasons that they haven't gotten to in the show yet, so I don't even know, um, this gateway opens up in Tokyo, and out of it comes like all these type of like high fantasy characters of
Mm-hmm.
like men in armor on horseback with medieval weapons and goblins and orcs and giants and shit come streaming out, and it's like this big chaotic scene. The military finally shows up and beats them back through, and they go back through the gate. So they assemble a special forces team to go through and see what's on the other side of the gate. And they go through, and it's like this high fantasy world where there's like magic and elves and dragons. So it's like this you there's just like these crazy battles where you have like modern human artillery and weapons and shit against dragons and magic and men on horseback, and it's really well done.
It sounds amazing, and I want to watch it. And it also is a similar premise to uh, a series of books called The Acts of Cain by Matthew Woodring Stover. And the book opens with the fact that we have discovered a parallel Earth in which all that stuff exists, high fantasy,
Right.
everything, right? And we figure out how to send people from our universe, replacing with mass and matter to, so we send people over and we bring back rocks and shit, right? So we have that displacement, and we send over these people that we call actors, and we embed things into their brain so that they can record their thoughts, everything they see from first person perspective,
Right.
and then they learn to subvocalize so they can narrate their actions. And we send them out into this world to do political assassinations, to learn how to do magic and shit, and interact with the world. And then when they come back, we fucking sell those adventures as VR experiences. And
That's
it's
pretty awesome.
and so it follows, which like the book opens, it's got like this stupid cover, it's called Heroes Die, and the main character is like this guy who's an assassin, right? Oh, he's an assassin, oh, he got swords, he wears black leather and shit like that. And then you get into his mind and you figure out all the like it's from his perspective and the things he's doing, and it subverts that trope. And meanwhile now he's running around in this high fantasy world tracking down, like going against this god emperor guy, who actually might know about this other universe where no one
Huh.
else does. It blew my mind the first time I read it, and there's 4 books and they're all brilliant. And it's that same kind of premise where it's like now we have real world thing, like our world technology fighting fucking elves and dragons and
Yeah.
shit. I'm like,
Yeah, you'll definitely like Gate then, for sure.
Yeah.
You will 100% like Gate.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'll
and
check it out.
Horses versus 50 cal.
Well, we
Dude,
kind of see that in
forget the
Battlefield.
50 cal, man. The helicopter episode, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna say anything more about it than that. Helicopters. That's it. That's all you get from me. Because you have to watch the episode. It's that fucking good.
Okay.
Like, the whole
Alright.
episode, I was, again, back to being a fucking ECW fanboy. Holy shit! Holy shit! And it's like a really well... Like, the art style of the anime is really, really fucking good, too.
That
And,
would
like,
look
the way they
good too,
portray the action scenes and stuff like that, it's very... It's, like, super cinematic. Really good stuff.
All right, I'll definitely check it out. Probably right after this, I'll start looking around for episodes.
Yeah, I think they're on the second season, maybe.
Okay. Good, get in early.
Yeah, I gotta get back into watching some anime. I kind of took a long hiatus. I kind of ran out of shit to watch.
I watch just very little, but then there's stuff that like this sounds like it'll pique my interest, like Serial Experiments Lane. That's like, huh, that's fucked up.
Yeah, there's another really good anime that I gotta get caught up on, which is, I'm not gonna try and pronounce the Japanese name, but it's translated to Kabaneri of the Iron Fortress, and it's
Actually,
like very, very steampunk,
I've heard of that
sort
one,
of.
and I think maybe from you.
It's
Yeah.
really, really good. It's a really interesting take on zombies. Like, and calling them zombies is like a very, very loose term.
Sure.
But yeah, it's like all steam powered stuff, like railways are super prevalent. Like, that's how mankind is surviving, is basically living on these trains and going to different stations that are fortified. Like, all their guns are steam powered, like gas powered rifles and shit like that.
That sounds neat.
So they use that and like swords.
That's cool. All right. You got me a couple things.
And
now I
it's
wanna start
it's
looking,
made, I believe it's made by the same company that did Attack on Titan.
which I never watched, but
Oh, dude, Attack on Titan's so good.
that's what everyone says, and so many people
It
say
takes
that.
a certain amount of it takes a certain amount of resolve to watch it through, like binge watch it though, because there's a lot of episodes of Attack on Titan where it's just like, oh my, do something. You know, it's just a lot of dialogue and character building and backstory and shit. But then once it kicks off, it's like, oh my fucking god, this is amazing.
I feel like that happens in a lot of anime, which is why I never really got into it. Just shit will never happen.
Yeah, I wonder if that's like a
Fast.
cultural difference. Like, maybe as Americans, we're just more geared towards like the instant gratification of a quickly told story. Whereas in Japan, it might be more of like, you pace things a little bit differently.
I mean, we definitely have shows that suffer with filler, and
True.
so it's you lose the thread, or you got to spread it out for marketing reasons or whatever. We have to fill 22 episodes. Like, why? Why can't we have however many episodes it takes you to tell this chapter of the story? You know, like. Maybe
And by
it's
the way,
10.
the Attack on Titan game looks pretty decent.
I've heard that it's good.
I don't know is that I'd necessarily play it, because those types of games always vex me. Like, where you gotta flip
agree.
around. I don't, generally speaking, I don't do very well with those games. I just lack the necessary part of my brain to make that function properly, and I just end up flying sideways into buildings, getting pissed off. So, I forget who was talking about it, but they were saying, like, it's kind of a harsh learning curve, like learning how to use it's called 3D maneuver gear. Where, again, like, you're using gas-powered grappling hooks, basically, that, like, shoot out of these big cartridges that people wear around their waist.
Yep.
So that's how they combat the Titans, which are these, massive humanoids.
Right. Yep.
They have to be able to reach their vital points, basically.
So they like grapple up Titans and like go
Yeah, they just like Spider-Man almost, like grapple up,
Hmm.
fling themselves through the air.
I didn't know that.
It's really cool. It's a really, really interesting story in general.
Hmm. All right, I'll give it a shot. I mean, I know that's all on Netflix.
It
so.
really kicks off with like a huge bang, but then like once you get into like the teens of episodes, that's when it's like, oh. So you might end up skipping through a few of those because you're like, when is this gonna?
I never.
I just
Never
want to.
skip.
I just want to see more Titans. They're fucking horrifying.
Yeah, they always do that. They space it out so that we get more anticipation of the thing we really want to see. It's always just a tease.
And like generally shit in anime doesn't really scare me, but Titans are fucking scary, dude. Like there's just something really creepy about the way that they're portrayed because they always kind of have like this wide mouth grin, but also like dead cold eyes. So almost like giant dolls.
Oh no, I don't. No, I don't like dolls. Why don't we talk about that?
But yeah, but like they just have like these blank expressions with like big grin,
I don't want any of that.
lots and lots of teeth.
I don't want any of that. Maybe I don't want to watch this.
Dude, you so want to watch it. It's such a good anime. It's really, really good.
All right, I will give it a shot. Probably Gate first though.
Yeah, I would check out Gate for sure because based off of those books that you told me about, that's right up your alley, dude. You would totally be into Gate.
I'll do it. I'll watch it. I've been looking for something like that for a while, so I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I think we pretty much covered it for tonight.
Yeah.
We
Extra
run the
90
full
minutes.
gamut. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, sometimes these things happen. When shit happens when you go unscripted.
Unfiltered too.
Yeah, very unfiltered.
Well, a little bit. We got into some touch subjects around the show that I filtered a bit, but yeah.
Yeah, but you're gonna run into that in any discussing any kind of pop culture. You know, you kind of gotta conjecture like how awful are they willing to be.
One can
And-
hope awful.
Yeah, I hope they go full awful because that's exactly what the world would be.
Yep.
From what I understand of Negan as a character, man, woman, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Not even a little bit.
So yeah,
Almost believe in him until you see what he does.
I will put your links up, your sign out stuff.
My sign out stuff. You can see on the screen. I dabble in content creation here and there. Kind of see what I can do. Kind of push. What I don't know, things that interest me. But mostly I just like hanging around and supporting other content creators through moderation and supporting their channels. So what I do here. It's what I do everywhere I go. And I had a lot of fun hanging out here tonight.
Yeah, dude. I think this went really well. We'll definitely have you back on.
Sounds good.
So I will see you tomorrow for Divinity of Pain. Again, that starts at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is our 5th edition homebrew show. So I will be DMing. I believe we'll have everybody. We might be missing Scruffles. I don't know what happened with her internet situation. She's just horrible at picking apartments, apparently.
Hopefully she gets it all sorted.
Yeah. I mean, if nothing else, then for her own peace of mind, because not having internet access is horrible. Just absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
So, anyway, that pretty much covers it. Big thank you to Kodos for those donations, sir. Thank you very much. Creeping that purple bar forward. And also everybody who bought t-shirts. I will link that one more time. If you would like to rep, know your role in public, full view, full frontal view.
Because Dust knocked it out of the park with that logo.
For sure. So yeah, that campaign will be going till roughly the end of the month, and so if you have ordered your shirts, you should get them by probably the second week of October, maybe third week.
Yeah.
This is my first Teespring campaign, so I don't know exactly how to estimate times of arrival. It probably varies wildly based on where you live. So
Yeah, they sent in the email, and I think I might have archived it.
yeah, sometime between the 17th and the 27th, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. That sounded right. Which is, oh well, I'll just have to wear a variety of other streamer t-shirts at TwitchCon.
Yeah, exactly. If I see you wearing my t-shirt, I'm not going to shoot you. So that's the best way to stay safe. It's for your own safety, chat. It's
Yep.
not for my monetary gain or weak ego. It is entirely for your own protection. I'm doing this for you. So on that note, we will call it a night. Buckle, again, thank you for being on the show. We will definitely have you back, and I will see you tomorrow, sir.
Yep.
All right. Good night,
Goodbye.
everybody.
Do the waving thing. I'm done.
All right. Yeah, we're done. We're out.
Yeah, I was worried about dead air up